Journal of Marie Bashkirtseff. Translated from the French, by A. D. Hall. Part 1. Copyright 1889. A memorial. In every burning line, Marie, I feel thy eager heart and see, as page by page thy thoughts unroll, the strong, stern anguish of a soul. Thou feltest in thy bosom rage the fires of our self-torturing age. Thy heart thou tookest in thy hand, and curiously its pulses scanned, beneath youth's flames of high behest, like some slow crater from whose crest a beacon flames, grew by degrees, the eating fires of fell disease. Pain, grief, despair, earth's utter woe, like us, poor girl, thy soul did know. And while life called aloud to thee, didst note the o'ershadowing mystery. Death spread his pinions from afar, and thou didst see them blot and bar God's cheerful sunshine, and didst greet with challenge brave his onset fleet. And while his cold, impending wing o'ershadowed thee, unfaltering, didst carve on thine own monument a name that death could not prevent. O, passionate heart! O, yearning soul! No blank oblivion is thy goal. What though we quail, and cannot see beyond the veiling mystery? Yet know we life's travail and pain, not all a mock, not all in vain. And though thou sharedst our age's woe, not utterly thy spirit's glow blind death in lethe waves could quench. Like thee we note the doom, and blench. Like thee we choke our sobs to hark, as children listen in the dark. Chicago, December 10, 1889. G.B.H. Translator's Preface. Since Jean-Jacques Rousseau published his Confessions, probably there has not appeared in literature a personal analysis so frank, honest, and merciless as this Journal of Marie Bashkirtseff. A beautiful, high-born girl, endowed with a passionate nature to begin with, thirsting eagerly for life and experience, feeling in her nature both the will and the power to place her name with the immortals, she received, at the very beginning of her career, the cruel error de mort, and under the wings of the angel of death, carved, with unfaltering hand, on her own monument, a name that will live. Her one fear, reiterated in every tone of passionate protest, was that, dying, she might be forgotten, and to defeat, in advance, the envious assaults of time, she studied, labored, suffered, laid bare her very soul for the world's perusal. In her own preface she confesses, "This is the thought that has always terrified me, to live, to be so filled with ambition, to suffer, to weep, to struggle, and, at the end, oblivion. Oblivion, as if I had never existed." And so, in order that her name may be remembered, that the story of her life may interest the curious at least, she takes the world into her woman's confidence, and, as she says, tells everything, everything, everything. Otherwise, she adds, what use were it to write? In view of her piteous appeal, and of the fact that to mutilate her journal by omissions, would be like cutting the details from a picture, the translator has conscientiously endeavored to render the young artist's thoughts as she wrote them, omitting nothing, altering nothing, but aiding her to tell to her English, as to her French readers, everything, everything, everything. Besides, there is not a page, it might almost be said, not a line, in Marie Bashkirtseff's journal, that the reader can afford to lose. As it stands, it is an intimate record, tracing step by step, the unfolding of a unique character, and in every word throbs an eager young heart, in every line beat the passionate pinions of a woman's soul. Grace to the dead. Mutilated translations of the journal have been published, but the translator of this edition has not found it in his heart to resist the mute pleadings of that stilled voice, and so, with the best skill at his command, he has transferred to the following pages every thought confided by the author to her own journal. A. D. Hall. Translator. Chicago, January 1st, 1890.
Author's Preface. What use is there in posing and deceiving? Well, then, it is clear that I have the desire, if not the hope, to remain on the earth, through whatever means. If I do not die in my youth, I hope to remain as a great artist, but if I die young, I wish my journal to be published, and it cannot fail to interest. But, since I look for publicity, it may be asked, will not the idea that I am to be read, spoil, or rather destroy, the only merit such a book possesses? I answer frankly, no. In the first place, because I wrote for a long time without dreaming of readers, and for the rest, the very thought that I hope to be read has made me absolutely sincere. If this book is not exact, absolute, strict truth, it has no reason for being. Not only do I always put down what I think, but I have never, for a single instant, dreamed of dissimulating anything, which I thought might show me in a ridiculous or disadvantageous light. Besides, I find myself too admirable for censure. You may, therefore, be certain, indulgent readers, that I display myself in these pages at full length. I, as the subject of interest, may possibly appear slight to you, but think only that it is a human being recounting to you all her impressions from childhood up. It will prove very interesting as a human document. Ask M. Zola, or M. de Goncourt, or Maupassant. My journal begins in my 12th year, but has no significance until I reach 15 or 16. There remains, therefore, a gap to be filled, so I will write a sort of introduction, which will render comprehensible this monument of literature and human nature. Suppose, first of all, that I am illustrious. Let us begin. I was born on the 11th of November 1860. It is frightful merely to write it, but I console myself with the thought that when you read me, I shall certainly be no longer of any age at all. My father was the son of General Paul Gregorievich Bashkirtseff, a provincial nobleman, brave, stubborn, unyielding, even fierce. My grandfather was raised to the rank of general after the Crimean War, I believe. He married a young girl, the adopted daughter of a very great nobleman. She died at the age of 38, leaving 5 children, my father and 4 sisters. Mama was married at 21, after having refused several very good offers. She was a Barbonine. On the side of the Barbonines we are of ancient provincial nobility, and Grandpapa always prided himself on being of Tartar descent, dating from the first invasion. Barber and Nina are Tartar words, to me it is all nonsense. Grandpapa was a contemporary of Lermontov, Pauschkine, etc. He was a Byronian, a poet, soldier, and scholar. He had been to the Caucasus. At a very early age he married Mademoiselle Julie Cornelius, aged 15, a very gentle and pretty girl. They had 9 children. You will make allowances for the smallness of the number. After 2 years of marriage, Mama took her 2 children and went to live with her parents. I lived almost always with Grandmama, who idolized me. Besides Grandmama, I had also my aunt to adore me, whenever Mama did not carry her off. She was younger than Mama, but not pretty, sacrificed by everyone, and always sacrificing herself. In May, 1870, we went abroad, and Mama's long-cherished dream was realized. We remained a month at Vienna, intoxicated by the novelty of everything, the beautiful stores and theaters. We reached Baden-Baden in June, at the height of the season, in the midst of its Parisian luxury. The party comprised Grandpapa, Mama, Aunt Romanoff, Dina, my first cousin, Paul, and me, and we had with us a doctor, the angelic, the incomparable Lucien Wolitzki. He was a Pole, free from extravagant patriotism, of kindly disposition, and winning manners, and spent his entire income on his profession. At Akturka, he was district physician. He had been a classmate of Mama's brother, at the university, and was always regarded as one of the family. At the moment of our going abroad, a physician was needed for Grandpapa, and Wolitzki was taken along. At Baden I made my acquaintance with society and high life, and there I was first troubled with vanity. But I have not said enough about Russia and myself, which are the important topics. After the usual custom of the families of noblemen living in the country, I had 2 instructresses, one Russian and the other French. The first, Russian, of whom I have any recollection, was a certain Madame Melnikov, a well-informed woman of the world, of a romantic disposition, and separated from her husband. She had made herself a teacher, on a sudden impulse, after the reading of numerous romances. She was regarded as a friend by the entire household, and all treated her as an equal. All the men paid her court, and one fine morning, after some romantic episode or other, she eloped. The Russians are very romantic. She might just as well have bidden us goodbye, and gone away naturally. My simple-minded and theatrical family fancied that her departure would make me ill. During the entire day, they watched me with pitying looks, and I believe that Grandmama even made me a special soup, of the kind given to sick persons. I felt myself growing pale, under such an exhibition of sensibility. I was, for the rest, thin, fragile, not at all pretty, but all that did not prevent everybody from looking upon me as a creature that would, inevitably, absolutely, some day, attain the pinnacle of beauty, brilliancy, and splendor. Mama once visited a Jew who told her fortune as follows: "You have 2 children," said he. "The son will be like anyone else, but the daughter will be a star." One evening, at the theatre, a gentleman said to me, laughingly, "Show me your hands, mademoiselle." Ah, from the style in which she is gloved, there is no doubt that she will be a terrible coquette. I was very proud of this for a long time. Since I began to think, since I was 3 years old, I was not weaned until I was 3½ I have had longings after indescribable grandeurs. My dolls were always queens or kings. All my thoughts, all the conversations of those surrounding my mother, seemed always to refer to these grandeurs inevitably approaching. When I was 5, I dressed myself up in Mama's laces, with flowers in my hair, and went in the drawing room to dance. I was the famous danseuse, Pepita, and everyone came in to see me. Paul was almost nobody, and Dina, though the daughter of the beloved Georges, did not put me in the shade. Still another incident. When Dina was born, Grandmama went and took her unceremoniously from her mother, and kept her ever after. That was before I was born. After Madame Melnikov, I had for governess, Mademoiselle Sophie Doljakov, who was only 16, Holy Russia, and another, a French woman, called Madame Bren, who got herself up in the style of the Restoration, and had an air of extreme sadness, with her pale blue eyes, her 50 years, and her consumption. I liked her very much. She taught me drawing, and, under her instruction, I made an outline drawing of a little church. I drew a great deal, and while the grown folks had their card parties, I amused myself by drawing on the card table. Madame Bren died in the Crimea, in 1868. The little Russian, treated like a child of the house, was on the eve of marrying a young man whom the doctor had brought home with him, and who was known for his numerous matrimonial checkmates. This time everything seemed progressing swimmingly, when, going into her room one evening, I found Mademoiselle Sophie, with her nose buried in her pillow, weeping desperately. Everyone hurried to the room. "What is the matter?" At last, after many tears and sobs, the poor child managed to say that she could never. Then more tears. "But why?" Because I cannot get used to the sight of him." The fiancé heard everything from the drawing room. An hour later he strapped up his trunk, sprinkling it with his tears, and left. It was his 17th matrimonial failure. I recall distinctly her exclamation, "I cannot get used to the sight of him." It came so frankly from the heart, and I understood very clearly, even then, how truly horrible it would be to marry a man to whose appearance one could not grow accustomed. This brings us back to Baden, in 1870. When the war was declared, we marched upon Geneva, I with my heart full of bitterness and projects of revenge. Every night before going to bed, I whispered this supplementary prayer: "Oh, God, grant that I may never have the smallpox, that I may be beautiful, that I may have a fine voice, that I may be happy in my domestic affairs, and that Mama may live a long time." In Geneva, we stayed at the Hotel de la Couronne, on the shore of the lake. I had a drawing teacher, who brought me set designs to copy, little chalets, in which the windows were drawn to look like trunks of trees, and not at all like real windows of real chalets. So I refused to draw them, not comprehending how a window could be made like that. Then the good man told me to draw the window as it looked, frankly after nature. By this time, we had left the Hotel de la Couronne, and were living at a family boarding house, where Mont Blanc directly faced us. I copied scrupulously, therefore, whatever I saw in Geneva and the lake, and that was the end of it. I have forgotten just why. At Baden, there had been time to have our portraits made after photographs, and the portraits appeared to me overdone and ugly, from the efforts to have them look pretty. When I am dead, people will read my life, which I myself find very remarkable. Had it been entirely different, I should probably think the same, but I hate prefaces. They have deterred me from reading many an excellent book, and publishers' notices. This is the reason why I wished to write my own preface. I might have omitted it, had I published the entire book, but I limit myself to beginning at my 12th year, what precedes being too diffuse. Moreover, in the course of the journal, I give you sufficient glimpses of, and return frequently to my recollections of the past, apropos of anything or nothing. What if I should die suddenly, carried away by some swift disease? Probably I should not know that I was in danger, they would conceal it from me, and after my death they would search among my papers, my journal would be found, and after reading it, my family would destroy it, and in a short time, of me there would remain nothing, nothing, nothing. This is the thought that has always terrified me. To live, to be so filled with ambition, to suffer, to weep, to struggle, and, at the end, oblivion. Oblivion. As if I had never existed. If I should not live long enough to win renown, this journal will interest the psychologists, for it is curious, at least the life of a woman, traced day by day, without affectation, as if no one in the world should ever read it, and yet at the same time, intended to be read. For I am convinced that I shall be found sympathetic, and I tell everything, everything, everything. Otherwise, what use were it? Well, it will be very evident that I tell everything. Paris, May 1st, 1884. The Journal of Marie Bashkirtseff, 1873. Villa of Aquaviva, Promenade des Anglais, Nice. January. Age, 12 years. Aunt Sophie is playing on the piano some airs of Little Russia, and that has recalled to me our country. I am carried away by them, and yet, what recollections can I have of the country, unless they be of poor grandmamma? The tears are coming into my eyes, now they are there, and just ready to fall, they are falling already. Poor grandmamma! How unhappy I am to have you no longer with us. How you loved me, and I you, but I was a little too young to love you as you deserved. I am deeply moved by the recollection. The memory of grandmamma is a respected, sacred, beloved memory, but not a living one. Oh, my God, grant me happiness in my life, and I shall be thankful. But what am I saying? It seems to me that I am placed in this world to be happy. Make me happy. Oh, my God. Aunt Sophie is still playing, and the sounds coming to me at intervals penetrate my soul. I have no lessons to learn for tomorrow, which is Aunt Sophie's birthday. Oh, my God, give to me the Duke of H. I will love him and make him happy, and I shall be happy, too, and will do good to the poor. It is a sin to think that one can buy the favor of God by good works, but I do not know how to express my meaning. I love the Duke of H, and dare not tell him that I love him, and even if I should tell him so, he would not care. When he was here, I had an object in going out, in dressing, but now, I used to go onto the terrace in the hope of seeing him from afar, for an instant, at least. My God, solace my affliction, lean pray no more, hear my prayer. Thy grace is so infinite. Thy mercy is so great, thou hast done so much for me. It grieves me to see him no more on the promenade. His face was so strikingly distinguished among the vulgar faces of Nice. Mrs. Howard invited us, yesterday, to spend the day, which was Sunday, with her children. We were just about to leave, when she returned and told us that she had called on Mamma and asked permission to keep us until evening. We remained, and after dinner went into the great parlor, which was gloomy, and the girls coaxed me so much to sing. They even went down upon their knees, the children, too. We laughed heartily. I sang Santa Lucia, The Sun is Up, and some roulades. They were all so delighted that they hugged me terrifically. Yes, that is the word. If I could produce the same effect upon the public, I would go on the stage this very day. It is so grand to feel that one is admired for something more than one's dress. Truly, I am enraptured with the praise of these children. What, then, would it be if I were admired by others? I am formed for triumphs and emotions, therefore, the best thing for me to do is to become a singer. If the good God will only preserve, strengthen, and develop my voice for me, then I may achieve the triumph for which I thirst. Then I may have the satisfaction of being famous, known, admired, and in that way I might gain the one I love. If I remain as I am, I have little hope that he will ever love me. He does not even know of my existence. But when he shall see me in the midst of my glory and triumph, men are ambitious. And I can be received by society, for I shall not be a star out of a tobacco shop or a dirty street. I am noble, and have no need to do anything. Therefore, I shall have the more glory if I elevate myself, and shall find it easier to do so. If I should achieve that, my life would be perfect. I dream of glory, of celebrity, of being everywhere known. When you come upon the stage, to see thousands of people awaiting with throbbing hearts the moment when you shall sing, to know, as you see them before you, that a single note of your voice will bring them all to your feet, to look upon them with a disdainful glance, I am capable of anything, that is my dream, that is my life, that is my happiness, that is my desire. And then, when I am in the midst of all this, Monsignor, the Duke of H, will come, like the rest, to throw himself at my feet, but he shall have a reception different from that of the rest. Dear, you will be dazzled by my splendor, and you will love me, you will see my triumph. But, indeed, you are worthy of only such a woman as I hope to be. I am not homely, I am even pretty, yes, rather pretty, I have an exceedingly good form, like a statue, I have fairly pretty hair, I have a very becoming coquettish manner, and I know how to comport myself with men. I am modest, and would never kiss any man except my husband, and I can boast, besides, of something that not every young girl of from 12 to 14 years can, of never having kissed nor been kissed by anyone. So, when he shall see a young girl at the very pinnacle of glory possible for a woman to attain, loving him since her childhood with an unchangeable love, a girl modest and pure, he will be astounded, and will long to win me at any price, and will marry me out of very pride. But what am I saying? Why may I not admit that he may really love me? Ah, yes, by the help of God. God has enabled me to discover the means of gaining my beloved, I thank thee. Oh, my God, I thank thee. Wednesday, March 14th. This morning I heard the sound of wheels in the Rue de France. I looked out and saw the Duke of H, driving a four-in-hand in the direction of the promenade. Oh, goodness, if he is here he will take part in the pigeon shooting, in April. I shall certainly go. Today I saw the Duke of H again. No other has his grand air, he carries himself just like a king, when he is driving. When out walking, I have often seen G, the Duke's mistress, dressed in black. She, or rather her makeup, is handsome, and her style is perfect, nothing wanting. Everything is so distinguished, rich, and magnificent, that one would really take her for a great lady. Naturally, all these things enhance her beauty. Her house, with its salons, its little alcoves, with the soft light coming in through curtains or through green foliage. She, herself, decked, robed, got up as carefully as possible, and seated in a magnificent drawing-room, where everything is accommodated and arranged to set her off to the best advantage. It is perfectly natural that he should be pleased with her and love her. If I had her surroundings, I should be still more charming. I should be happy with my husband, for I would never grow careless of my appearance. I would adorn myself to please him, as carefully as I arrayed myself when I wished to win his approval for the first time. Indeed, I cannot understand how it is possible for a man and a woman to love each other constantly, and incessantly strive to please each other, and then neglect each other after marriage. Why should we imagine that, with the pronunciation of the word marriage, everything is over with, and there remains only a cold and reserved friendship? Why profane marriage by picturing the wife in curl papers, dressed in a wrapper, with cold cream on her nose, scheming to get from her husband money to pay for her clothes? Why should a woman be careless before the eyes of the man, for whom she should most carefully adorn herself? I do not see how one could treat her husband as a domestic animal, and yet, before marriage, try to please the very same man. Why should not one remain always coquettishly attractive to one's husband, instead of treating him like a mere agreeable stranger, with only the difference that one can allow no liberties? Is it because they can love each other openly without crime, and because marriage is blessed of God? Is it because that which is not forbidden does not tempt? Or because one takes pleasure only in things that are prohibited, and which must be concealed? Good heavens, this cannot be so. I have a very different idea of all that. I strain and lower my voice by singing, and so I have vowed to God that I will sing no more, a vow that I have broken 100 times, until I begin to take lessons, and I have prayed Him to purify, cultivate, and strengthen my voice. In order to keep myself from singing, I have added a terrible condition, that if I sing, my voice shall be taken from me. It is awful, but I will do my best to have this promise kept. Wednesday, December 20th. Today I wore an antediluvian costume, my little petticoat and black velvet cassock, and the sleeveless jacket and tunic of Dina's. It makes a good effect. I suppose that is because I know how to wear the dress and have an elegant figure. I looked like a little old woman. I attracted a great deal of attention. I wish I knew why people look at me, whether it is because I am comical, or because I am pretty. I would give a great deal to anyone that would tell me the truth. I should like to ask someone, a young man, if I am pretty. Perhaps, I like always to believe good things, and, therefore, would rather believe that it is because I am pretty. Possibly I delude myself, but if it be a delusion, I should prefer to keep it, because it is flattering. What would you have? In this world one must turn things to the best account. Life is so beautiful and so short. I form conjectures of what my brother Paul will do when he grows up, what profession he will follow, for it is impossible that he should pass his life like so many people, conduct himself properly at first, and then throw himself into the society of gamblers and loose women. Besides, he has not the means, if he had the will. I will write him every Sunday, sensible letters, not filled with advice. No, but frank and friendly. Yes, I think I shall know the tone to take, and, with the help of God, I shall have some influence over him, for he must be a man. I have been so preoccupied that I have almost forgotten, what a shame, the Duke's absence. It seems to me that we are separated by a profound abyss, especially if we go to Russia next summer. It is seriously spoken of. How can I believe that he will ever be mine? He thinks no more about me than of last winter's snow. I do not exist for him. During the winter, while we remain at Nice, I can still hope, but I fear that when we start for Russia, all my hopes must vanish, all that I dreamed possible will fade away. At the thought of losing all this, I feel a dull, steady pain, which is horrible. I am passing a moment of the greatest anguish, and my whole nature is suffering a change. How strange it is. Just now I was thinking of the gaiety of the shooting match, and now my mind is filled with the saddest imaginable ideas. I am torn by these emotions. Oh, my God, the thought that he will never love me kills me with desolation. I have no longer any hope, and was mad to long for things so utterly impossible. I wished for too much. But no, I cannot abandon myself so. What? I dare yield thus to despair? Does not God, who can do everything, watch over me? How dare I entertain such thoughts? Is he not everywhere, always watching over us? To him all is possible. He is omnipotent, for him there is neither time nor space. I might be in Peru, and the Duke in Africa, and if he willed, he could reunite us. How could I, for a minute, think of despairing? How could I, for a second, forget his divine goodness? Do I dare to deny him merely because he does not grant at once all my desires? No, no. He is more merciful, and will not leave my beautiful soul to wound itself with wicked doubts. This morning, I pointed out to Mademoiselle Kalinian, my governess, a charcoal seller, and said, "Look how strongly that man resembles the Duke of H." She answered laughing. What a ridiculous notion. It gave me an intense delight to pronounce his name. But I can see that if one never speaks to any one of the person one loves, the love grows stronger, whereas, if one speaks of him incessantly, which is certainly not my case, the love becomes weaker. It is like a flask of spirits. If it is corked, the odor is strong, but if it is open, it evaporates. It is exactly so with my love, stronger, because I never hear it mentioned. I never speak of it myself, and I keep it entirely to myself. I am feeling so sad, because I can form no definite idea of my future, that is to say, I know what I would like, but I do not know what I shall have. How gay I was last winter, everything looked smiling, and I was hopeful. I love a shadow which I shall possibly never attain. I am so distressed about my gowns that I have cried about them. My aunt took me to 2 dressmakers, but they do poor work. I shall write to Paris, for I can't wear the gowns they make here, they make me feel too wretched. Evening, at church. It is the first day of our Holy Week, and I said my devotions. I confess that there are in our religion many things that I do not like, but it is not for me to reform them. I believe in God, in Christ, in the Holy Virgin, and every night I pray to God, and I do not wish to concern myself about a few trifles which have nothing to do with the true religion, the true faith. I believe in God, and He is kind to me, and gives me more than I need. Oh, if He would only give me what I long for so much. The good God will take pity on me. Though I can, if necessary, do without what I ask, I should be so happy if the Duke would take notice of me, and I should bless God. I must write his name, for if I never mention it to anyone and do not even write it here, I can no longer live. How I do chatter on. It solaces the pain if I can at least write it. On the promenade I saw a livery carriage containing a dark-complexioned young man, tall and slender. I thought I recognized a likeness to someone, and uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Oh, Caro, H." They asked, "What is it?" And I said that Mademoiselle Kalinyan had stepped on my foot. He is nothing like his brother, but, nevertheless, I was glad to see him. Oh, if I could but make his acquaintance, for, through him, I might meet the Duke. I love him as my brother. I love him because he is the Duke's brother. At dinner, Wolitsky said, suddenly, I blushed in confusion, and walked toward the cupboard. Mama found fault with me for my exclamation, saying that my reputation, etc., etc., and that it was not proper. I think she suspects something, for every time anyone says I blush, or abruptly leave the room, but she does not scold me. They are sitting in the dining room, calmly talking, in the belief that I am busy at my lessons. They do not know what is passing in my mind, and have no idea of my thoughts at this moment. I must be the Duchess of H. That is what I long for the most, for God knows how much I love him, or else a stage celebrity, but this career does not attract me like the other. It is undoubtedly flattering to receive the worship of the whole world, from the least individual to the sovereigns of the earth, but the other, yes, I should prefer to have my beloved, it is entirely another sort of thing, and I prefer it. I would rather be a great lady, a duchess in society, than first among the world's celebrities, for in the latter case I should be among an entirely different class. May 6th. Mama, who was ill, had arisen already, and so had Mademoiselle C. It was so fine and fresh after the rain, and the trees, with the sun shining on them, were so beautiful, that I could not bring myself to study, especially as I have plenty of time today. I went into the garden and placed my chair near the fountain, where I had before me so beautiful a picture, for the fountain is surrounded by great trees, and one can see neither sky nor landscape. One has in view a sort of brooklet, and rocks covered with moss, and all around one, trees illuminated by the sun. The turf is green, and soft. Truly, I was tempted to roll on it. All this formed a sort of grove, so fresh, so soft, so green, so lovely, that though I tried hard to fix my mind on study, I could not summon an idea. If the villa and garden remain unaltered, I shall bring him here to show him the place where I have so often thought of him. Last night I prayed to God, I entreated him, and when I came to the point where I asked that I might make the Duke's acquaintance, that this might be granted me, I cried on my knees. 3 times already has he heard me and granted my prayers. The first time I asked for a game of croquet, and my aunt brought me one from Geneva. The second time I asked his aid to learn English, I prayed and wept so much, and my imagination was so excited, that it seemed to me that I could see an image of the Virgin in the corner of the room, who promised me what I wanted. I could even recognize the image. I have been waiting an hour and a half for Mademoiselle Kalinyan. It is the same thing every day. Mama blames me, she does not know how provoked I am about it. I am burning with anger and indignation. Mademoiselle C. makes me waste so much time by missing the lessons. I am 13. What will become of me if I waste time now? My blood boils and rushes to my head though I am quite pale, my cheeks burn, my heart beats, I cannot keep quiet, restraining the tears which choke me only adds to my misery. Ale that ruins my health, injures my disposition, makes me irritable and impatient. Persons leading tranquil lives show it in their faces, and I, who am vexed every moment, by robbing me of my study hours, she mars my whole life. With my 16th and 17th years will come other pursuits. Now is the time to study. Fortunately, I was not placed in a convent. I would not be one of those little girls who, on coming out of seclusion, throw themselves wildly into the midst of gaieties, believing all that is told them by the fops of the day, and finding themselves disillusioned and disappointed in a couple of months. I do not wish anyone to think that once through studying I shall do nothing but dress and dance. No, indeed. Having finished the studies of childhood, I shall occupy myself seriously with painting, music, singing. I have much talent for all that. What a relief it is to write. I feel already more calm. Not only does all that injure my health, but also my disposition and my face. That flush which comes burns my cheeks like fire, and when calm returns, they are neither fresh nor pink. That color ought always to be on my face, but I am pale and worn. It is the fault of Mademoiselle C. The agitation she provokes causes that. I even feel slight headaches after having burnt like that. Mamma blames me. She says it is my fault if I do not speak English. How that maddens me. If he should ever see this journal, I fear he would think it very stupid, my declarations of love especially. I have repeated them so often that they have lost their meaning. Madame Saveleaf is dying. She had been unconscious and speechless for 2 days when we went to see her. In her room was old Madame Patten. Glancing toward the bed, I could distinguish nothing at first, then I saw the sick one, so changed from the strong woman we once knew, her face pale and thin, her eyes filmy, her mouth open, her breathing heavy. Everyone speaking in whispers. The doctors say she realizes nothing, but I believe she hears and understands all, though she can give no sign. She moaned when Mamma touched her. Old Saveleaf met us on the stairway. He burst into tears, and, taking Mamma's hands, said, through his sobs, "You are ill yourself, you do not take care of yourself, don't you see, poor one?" I kissed him in silence. Then came his daughter. She threw herself on the bed, calling to her mother, who, for 5 days, has been lying in that state. To see one's mother dying from day to day. I went with the old man into another room. How he has aged in a few days. The others have some consolation. His daughter has her children, but he is alone. To have lived with a wife 30 years is something. Has he been happy with her? But habit does much. I came back to the sick one many times. The nurse is quite disconsolate. It is good to see in a servant so much affection for a mistress. The old man has become almost childish. Ah, when we think how unhappy is man. An animal may show the face he pleases, he need not smile if he feels like crying, he need not meet his kind if he does not wish, but man is the slave of all and everything. And yet I inflict all those things upon myself. I love to go out and to have others come to see me. This is the first time I went against my wish, and how often shall I be forced to smile when sad and heavy of heart, and to think that of myself I have chosen this life, this worldly life. Ah, but then I shall have no more sorrow when I am big. When he is with me I shall always be cheerful. Madame Saveleaf died last night. Mamma and I went to see her. Many ladies were there. How describe such a scene? Grief everywhere, to the right, to the left, above, below, grief in the flame of each taper, grief even in the atmosphere. All were in tears. Madame Patten, her daughter, had a nervous attack. I made her sit by my side, kissed her hands, and attempted a few words of consolation. But what can one say? Time alone may console. All expressions seemed insipid and out of place. I said the one to be pitied the most was the old man who was left alone, alone, alone. Ah, my God! What is to be done? All must come to an end, I tell her, though that is a theory which would not console me if one of mine should die. Today I had a great discussion with my drawing master, Ambient. I told him I wished to study seriously, to commence at the beginning, that what I was doing taught me nothing, that it was only a waste of time, and that I wished to commence by drawing as early as Monday next. It was not his fault that I was not taught properly. He supposed I had taken lessons before, and had learned to draw eyes, mouths, etc., and yet that sketch they showed him was the first I ever made, and all by myself. This day is a change from the even, monotonous ones. At my lesson I asked Mademoiselle C an explanation on arithmetic. She said I should understand without. I told her that the things I did not understand ought to be explained to me. There is no ought here, she said to me. There is an ought everywhere, I replied. Wait a moment, I shall try to understand this example before going on to another. It provoked her so to find nothing impolite in my words. I was speaking very calmly. She steals my time. Here are 4 months of my life lost. It is easy for her to say she is sick, but why wrong me? She spoils my future happiness, thus robbing me of precious time. Every time I ask for an explanation, she answers me rudely. I do not wish to be spoken to in that manner. She is irritable on account of her ill health, that makes her unbearable. At times, very much irritated and angered, a supernatural calm comes over me. Calm tones from me disappoint her. She expects explosions. You are 13 years. How dare you? Exactly, mademoiselle, as you say, I am 13. I wish to be addressed accordingly. Do not cry, I beg of you. She went off like a bomb, saying all sorts of uncivil things, to all of which I answered placidly, provoking her the more. It is the last lesson I give you. Oh, so much the better, said I. As she was leaving the room I heaved a sigh, as if relieved of 100-pound weight. I was going, well satisfied, to seek Mamma. She ran out in the corridor and came back again. I paid no attention, and we walked the length of the corridor to the room together, she in the greatest fury, I with the deepest unconcern. I went to my room, while she asked to speak to Mamma. Last night I had a terrible dream. We were in some strange house. I, or someone else, I cannot remember, looked out of a window. All at once I saw the sun growing so large as to cover half the sky, but it was neither bright nor hot. Then it came apart, 1/4 disappeared, the remainder dividing itself into many-colored aureoles. Then a cloud half concealed it, and everyone exclaimed, "The sun has stopped," as if its natural function was to move. It remained fixed a moment, then the whole earth seemed strange, it did not exactly quiver. I cannot express what it was, for it was unlike anything that ever could be seen. There are no words to express what we do not understand. Then again it commenced to turn like 2 wheels, the one within the other, the bright sun being covered part of the time by a cloud of the same form, or the bright sun and a dark cloud of the same form being alternately seen. There was general consternation. I wondered if the world was coming to an end, but tried to believe it would only last an instant. Mamma was not with us. She arrived in an omnibus and did not seem frightened. Everything was strange, even the omnibus was unlike any other. Then I looked around for my dresses. We were packing our things in a small trunk. But it is all commencing over again, it is the end of the world. I ask myself why God has said nothing of it to me, and wonder that I am worthy of living to see this day. Everyone is frightened. We get in the carriage with Mamma and drive away, I know not where. What means this dream? Does it come from God as a precursor of some great event, or is it simply nervousness? Mademoiselle C. leaves tomorrow. It is rather sad after all. Parting is always hard, even with a dog that has lived with us. In spite of our indifferent relations, I feel a gnawing at my heart. As we passed the Villa Gioia, the small terrace on the right attracted my attention. I remembered how, last year, on my way to the races, I saw him there with her. He was looking as he always does, imposing and easy at once, sitting with a cake in his hand. I recall so well all those trifles. He returned my look as we passed. He is the only man Mamma ever speaks of. She likes him much, and that pleases me. She said, "C.H. eating cakes, it is all right, he is at home." I did not then understand the trepidation which the sight of him caused in me. It is only of late that I can explain it, and I remember the least details concerning him, the most unimportant words spoken by him. When Remy told me at the Baden races that he had just spoken to the Duke of H, it gave my heart a shock I did not understand, and when, at those same races, La Gioia was speaking of him, I could not even listen. What would I not give now, to have heard every one of her words? Then when I would go by the English stores he would look at me with a comical expression, as if he meant to say, "What a funny little girl. What can she be thinking?" He was right then, I did look odd in those little silk dresses, they were ridiculous. I would not look at him, but his mere presence made my heart beat so hard it was painful. I wonder if anyone else ever experienced that. At times my heart beats so loud I fear it may be heard. I used to think the heart was but a lump of flesh, but now I know it is related to the mind. I understand now the meaning of the expression, "my heart beats." I used to hear it at the theatre without thinking, but now I feel those emotions and I know them well. The heart is a lump of flesh connected with the brain by a slight cord. The brain in its turn receives the news through the eyes and ears, but it is ever the heart which speaks, because the cord is touched and agitates it, causing the blood to rush to the face. How time flies. In the morning I study a little. At 2 o'clock is piano practice. The Apollo Belvedere which I am copying has some resemblance to the Duke. The expression particularly is very like him, the same way of holding the head, and the nose is just the same. My professor of music, Minot, is well pleased with me this morning. I played a part of Mendelssohn's concerto in Sol without one mistake. Yesterday was Trinity Sunday. We attended the Russian church. It was all decorated with greens and flowers. Prayers were said in which the priest asked forgiveness for our sins, enumerating them all, afterward praying on his knees. His words touched me, so I kept perfectly still, listening to and echoing the prayer. This is the second time I prayed so well in church. The other time was on New Year's Day. Mass has become so insipid. Things said in it are not of every day or of everybody. I attend Mass, but do not pray. The prayers and hymns sung in it call no response from my heart or soul. They hinder me from praying in peace, while those Te Deums in which the priest prays for all, and each one finds his particular wants, fill me with devotion. Paris. At last I have found what I longed for without knowing it. To live in Paris is indeed to live. I have long been a martyr through not understanding what it was I craved so much. Now I see plainly I want to move from Nice to Paris, have an apartment, furnish it, to keep horses as in Nice, to go into society through the ambassador of Russia. There, that is what I want. But here is an idea which distresses me. I believe I am plain. That is frightful. We were at the photographer's, value 9 Rue de Londres. There I saw G.S. photograph. How beautiful she is. But 10 years from now she will be old. In 10 years I shall be a big girl. I would be more beautiful if I were taller. I sat 8 times. The photographer said, if I succeed this time I shall be satisfied. We went away without learning the result. After our last errand in the city we returned just in time to leave. A storm is raging, the lightning is terrible. At times it strikes in the distance and leaves a thin, silvery trace in the sky like a Roman candle. Nice. I look upon Nice as an exile. I must think of regulating the days and hours of my professors. Monday I shall resume the studies so viciously interrupted by Mademoiselle C. With the winter will come society, and with society, pleasures. It will no more be Nice, but a small Paris, and the races. Nice has its bright side, but for all that the next 6 or 7 months seem to me like an ocean which I must cross, never for a moment losing sight of the light which is my guide. I do not even hope to reach the farther shore. I only pray for a sight of that land that alone will give me character and strength to live till next year, and then, what next? Indeed, I know nothing of it. But I hope, I believe in God, in His divine kindness, that is why I do not lose courage. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide in the shadow of the Almighty. He shall cover thee with His feathers, and under His wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that fleeth by day. I cannot express how moved I am and how much I acknowledge God's goodness to me. Mamma was lying down and we all around her, when the doctor, returning from the Pattons, told us Abra Morich was dead. It is strange, incredible, terrifying. I cannot believe he is dead. Charming and amiable people cannot die. It seems to me that winter will bring him back to us, in his famous pelisse and plaid. Death is horrible. I am really much grieved over his death. Such persons as the GS and the SS may live on, while a young man like Abra Morich dies. Every lady is mourning over it. Even Dina allowed an exclamation to escape her. I must hasten to write to Helen Howard. Everyone was in my room when the sad news came. June 9th. I have commenced drawing. I feel tired, limp, unable to work. Summer in Nice is killing. There is no one. I am inclined to cry. In a word, I am suffering. We have but one life to live. To spend a summer in Nice is to lose half of it. I am crying now. Here is a tear on my paper. Oh, if Mama and the others knew how I feel about staying here, they would not keep me in this frightful desert. Nothing here reminds me of him. It is so long since I have heard of him. He seems dead to me. Besides, I am as in a mist, the past I can scarcely recall, the present appears hideous. I am quite changed, my voice is hoarse, I am plain, I used to awaken fresh and pink, but what is it that gnaws at me thus? What has happened? What will happen to me? We have rented the Villa Bashkirtseff. To say the truth, it is enormously hard to live there. For the bourgeois it is well enough, but for us, I am an aristocrat. I prefer the ruined gentleman to the wealthy bourgeois. I find more charm in old satins, tarnished gildings, antique pillars and ornaments, than in trimmings, rich, gaudy, and flaring. A true gentleman will not pride himself on having shining boots and well-fitting gloves, not that appearance ought to be neglected, but there is so much difference between the carelessness of an aristocrat and that of a bourgeois. We are going to leave this apartment. I am very sorry, not because it is commodious and handsome, but because it is an old friend to me. I am used to it. When I think I shall no more behold my dear study, I have thought of him so often here. This table, on which I am leaning, and where I have been waiting every day, for all that my soul holds sweet and sacred. These walls my eyes have so longed to pierce, so they could wander far away. In each flower of the wallpaper I would see him. How many scenes I have dreamed in this study, where he filled the principal part. It seems to me there is not one thing in the world that I have not thought of in this little room, from the most simple to the most fantastic. The first part of the evening Paul, Dina, and I spent together, then I was left alone. The moonlight was streaming in my room, so I did not light the candles. Going out upon the terrace, I heard some distant sounds from the violin, guitar, and flute. I hurried back into my room and sat at the window where I could best hear. It was a beautiful trio. I had not for a long time listened to music with so much pleasure. At a concert we are more occupied with examining the audience than with listening. But, tonight, all alone in the moonlight, I devoured, if I may thus express myself, this serenade these young Nicenes were giving us. They are most kind. Unfortunately, the young men of the day do not care any more for such amusement. They prefer spending their time in the cafes chantants, whilst music. What in the world is there more beautiful than a serenade sung as in ancient Spain? Upon my word, next to my horses, I would spend my life under the window of my love, and finally at his feet. I wish I had. A horse, oh, so much. Mamma and my aunt both promised me one. At night I walked softly into Mamma's room, and, while full of enthusiasm, made her promise seriously. I am going to bed very happy. Everyone tells me I am pretty. Truly I myself do not believe it. My pen will not write it. I am winning only. Pretty at times, I am happy. I am going to have a horse. Was there ever seen such a little girl as I am with a racehorse? I shall be the rage. What color will my jockey wear? Grey or iris? No, green and pale pink. A horse, my own. How happy I am. What a girl I am. Why not let my overflowing cup run in that of some poor one who has nothing? Mamma gives me money, I shall give half to the poor. I have been arranging my room again. It looks better without the center table. I have taken out of a box, long since forgotten, several knick-knacks, an inkstand, a pen, and 2 old traveling candlesticks. The world is my life, it beckons me, it waits for me. I would like to run after it. I am not yet old enough to go out in it, but I long to be there, though not through marriage. I only wish Mamma and my aunt would shake off their laziness. Not the world of Nice, but of Petersburg, London, Paris. There I shall breathe at ease, for the annoyances of society are my delight. Paul has no taste yet. He does not understand the beauty of women. I have heard him exclaim beautiful. Of some who were actually ugly. I must teach him manners and ideas. I have not yet much influence over him, but I hope with time. At present I communicate to him in an almost imperceptible manner my way of seeing things. I give him sentiments of the deepest morality under a frivolous disguise. It amuses one, and is the best way. If he marries, he will love his wife only. Well, I hope, God willing, to teach him good principles. Tuesday, July 29th. We are on our way to Vienna. The departure was very cheerful, considering I being, as usual, the life of the party. From Milan the country is beautiful, so green, so level, that our eyes may wander indefinitely without fear of a mountain looming up like a wall to block up the view. At the Austrian frontier I was dressing hurriedly, when the door was opened, and the doctor sprinkled some powder over us as a preventive against the epidemic, which I dare not name. I went back to sleep again until 11 o'clock. I hardly dared open my eyes. What verdure, what trees, what cleanly houses, what charming German girls, what well-cultivated field. It is ravishing, delightful, superb. I am not at all, as they say, insensible to the beauties of nature, but quite the contrary. Naturally, I do not admire dry rocks, pale olive trees, dead scenery, but I love mountains covered with trees, plains, delightfully cultivated, or covered with a velvet carpet, peasants, women, scenery. I was never tired of looking out of the window and admiring. The express goes fast. Everything passes, everything flies, and it is all so beautiful. That is what I admire with all my heart. At 8, I sat down, all tired out. At the station some little German girls screamed at us, "Frisch Wasser, frisch Wasser. Dina has a headache." By the way, I often try to find out what it is that faces me, yet hides itself so well, truth, in a word. For all I think, all I feel, is merely on the surface. Well, I do not know, it seems as if there was nothing. As, for instance, when I see the Duke, I know not whether I hate or adore him. I wish to see into my soul, but cannot do so. When I have some difficult problem to solve, I think, I commence, it seems to me I have it. But just at the moment when I try to gather my ideas, it all goes from me, all is lost, and my thoughts fly so far I am amazed, and understand nothing. All I say is not from my inner self, I have none yet. I only live on the surface. To remain or to go, to have or to be denied, is all the same to me. My vexations, my joys, my sorrows do not exist. If I just think of my mother, or of H, love enters my brain. And yet, not the latter, surely. It appears so incredible that I only dream of him while in the clouds. I understand nothing. Some say that a husband and wife may seek outside amusements and yet love each other. It is false, they do not love. For instance, see a young man and a young woman in love with each other, do they think of anyone else? They love, and find enough enjoyment in each other's company. One single thought, one single look for another, proves that we love no more the one we once loved. For, I repeat it, if you are in love with one, how can you think of loving another? Well, then, what avail jealousy and reproaches? You weep some, and then console yourself as for the dead, thinking that it could not be helped. With one person in your heart, there is no room for another, but as soon as it is vacant, another may take entire possession without much exertion. Written in the margin under date March, 1875. I reasoned quite wisely then, it is plainly seen I was a child. Those words love occur often, poor me, there are errors in my French, everything would have to be corrected. I believe I write better now, but not as I would wish yet. In whose hands will this journal fall? Up to the present it can interest no one but myself and my relatives. I wish I could become such a person that my journal would be interesting to all. In the meantime, I write for myself. Will it not be a beautiful thing to review all my own life?
Hi, this is Rose from Ambient's World. If you are enjoying reading by the fire, please consider liking, sharing and subscribing.
Friday, August 29th. This morning I went to the fruit market with the princess. She beat the merchants down, while I gave what was asked. I only go once in a while, why should I bargain? I gave a few sous to the children. Heavens! What joy it caused! They looked upon me as a providence. I do not bargain and I give sous. One woman said, "How lovely you are! Oh, if God would only look kindly upon me. I come in the house, everyone looks at me, envies me. I have commenced to arrange my study hours, will finish tomorrow. 9 hours a day. Oh, God, grant me courage and energy to work. I have some, but want still more." September 2nd. The drawing master has come. I gave him a list so he would send me some professors from the Lyceum. At last I shall commence work. I have already lost 4 months on account of Mademoiselle Kalinyan, and the journey enormous loss. Binzer addressed himself to the censor, who asks for a day. Seeing the note I gave him, he inquired, "How old is the young girl who is to study all this, and who can plan such a program?" That stupid Binzer answered, 15 years. I scolded him enough for it, but I am mad, furious. Why say I am 15? It is false. He excuses himself by pretending that, according to my powers of reasoning, I am 20, that he thought he was doing well in putting on 2 years more, that he did not think, etc., etc. I charged him today at dinner to tell the censor my correct age. Demanded it. Friday, September 19th. I preserve my good humor through everything. I must not be saddened with regrets. Life is so short, it is best to laugh as long as we can. Tears come soon enough of themselves. Let us avoid them when we may. There are sorrows which cannot be evaded, such as death or separation, but even the latter may be sweet if we only have hope. But the nonsense of allowing petty annoyances to spoil life. One pay no attention to those trifles, nor do I shrink from everyday ennuis. I meet them with smiles. Saturday, September 20th. Skorkiaporf has been here. I do not remember how it came about, but he says that men are degenerated monkeys. He is a young one with old ideas. Then, I said to him, "You do not believe in God?" His answer was, "I cannot believe in what I do not understand." Oh, the stupid thing. All those youths who are beginning to grow a moustache think that way. They are little donkeys who think that women cannot reason or understand. They look upon them as dolls who speak without knowing what they say. They let them have their say in a patronizing way. I said all that to him, with the exception of stupid Antsy Donkey. He, very likely, has been reading some books he does not understand, and quotes from them. He tries to prove that God could not have been the creator because fossils and frozen plants have been found at the poles. So, those lived once, and now there is nothing. I have nothing to say to that, but was not this earth disturbed with divers revolutions before the creation of man? We do not believe in the literal meaning of the 6 days in which God created the world. Elements shaped themselves through centuries, and centuries, and centuries. But God is. Who can deny it, seeing the sky, trees, and man himself? Is it not plainly seen that the hand which guides, chastises, and rewards is that of God? Monday, October 19th. I was studying my lesson when little Hadda, my English governess, said to me, "Do you know the Duke is to marry the Duchess, M?" I brought the book nearer my burning face. I felt as if a sharp knife had been thrust through my bosom. I was trembling so I could scarcely hold the book. I was afraid to faint. The book saved me. I pretended to look for something for a few minutes while composing myself. I was reciting my lesson in a choked voice. My breath was quivering. I gathered my courage as once before when I had to jump from the bridge, at the baths, and said I must conquer myself. I wrote a dictation so as not to have to speak. I went to the piano and tried to play. My fingers were stiff and cold. The princess asked me to go and teach her croquet. With pleasure, I replied, cheerfully, but with my voice and breathing tremulous. The carriage arrived. I ran to get ready. I wore my green dress. My hair is the color of gold. I am white and pink, pretty as an angel or as a woman. We started. The GS house was open. There were workmen, masons, who seemed experts to me. She has gone. Where? To Russia, I suppose, to make a fortune. One thought was ever before me, he was going to marry. Is it possible? I was unhappy, not as formerly, when grieving over the wallpaper of one room or the furniture of another, but truly miserable. I did not know how to tell the princess that he is going to marry. They will know it soon, and better I should tell her myself. I chose a moment when she was sitting on a sofa, the light behind, my face could not be seen. Do you know the news, princess? We spoke Russian. The Duke of H is about to marry. At last I had said it. Without blushing, perfectly calm, but what I felt in my inner self, ever since that minx told me of that horrible news, I feel out of breath, as if I had been running a whole hour, and the same feeling makes my heart beat painfully. I played the piano with a will, but halfway through the piece my fingers weakened and I had to lean against the back of the chair. I commenced over again, same story, for 5 minutes, at the least. I tried again and again. Something came up in my throat which prevented respiration. 10 times I jumped from the piano to the balcony. What a state to be in. We are going out, but Nice is no more Nice, nor G, either. The view of her villa affects me no more. All that relates to the Duke, and that is why my heart breaks at the sight of those 2 empty houses. He was all that attached me to Nice. I hate it now, and can hardly bear it. My God, save me from unhappiness. My God, forgive my sins, spare me. It is all over. My face turns purple as I think it is all ended. I am aweary. I am aweary. My dreamy soul thinks but of him. I am unhappy, hope has fled. I am happy today. The terrible news has not been repeated, and I prefer ignorance to sad truth, glad to believe it could not be true. Friday, October 17th. I was playing the piano when the papers were brought in. I take up the Galignum's Messenger, and the first lines which strike my eyes are about the marriage of the Duke of H. The paper did not fall from my hands, on the contrary it remained there as if fixed. I had not strength to stand, but sat down and reread those crushing lines 10 times over, to make very sure I was not dreaming. Oh, divine charity! What did I read? My God! What did I read? That night I could not write, I could only throw myself on my knees and weep. Mamma came in. To avoid her seeing me thus, I pretended to go and see about the tea. And I have to take my Latin lesson. Oh, torture! Oh, agony! I can do nothing, I cannot rest. No words can express what I feel, but what overcomes me, maddens me, kills me, is jealousy, envy. It tears me, makes me wild, mad. If I only could show it. But I must dissemble and be calm, which makes me all the more miserable. When champagne is uncorked, it bubbles, then grows still, but it only bubbles and does not become still if the cork is but half removed. No, that comparison is not correct. I suffer, I am broken down. I shall probably forget in time. To say my sorrow will be eternal would be ridiculous. Nothing is eternal. But the fact remains that just now I can think of nothing else. He does not marry, they marry him. It is a plot of his mother's. Note in brackets. 1880. All that for a man I had seen a dozen times on the street whom I did not know, and who did not suspect my existence. End note. Oh, I hate him. I do wish to see him with her. They are at Baden, the Baden I loved so well, those walks where I used to see him, those kiosks, those stores. Note in brackets. Reread all this in 1880. It does not affect me at all anymore. End note. Today I must alter my prayers in all that related to him. I will not any more ask that I may be his wife. To part with that prayer seems impossible. Killing. I cry like a fool. Come, my dear, let us be reasonable. It is over. Well, it is over. I see now we do not do as we wish. Let me prepare for the anguish of changing the prayer. Oh, it is the most cruel feeling in the world. It is the end of all. Amen. Saturday, October 18th. I said my prayers, omitting the prayer for him and for all. I felt as if my heart was being torn, as if I could see a beloved dead taken away in his coffin. As long as the coffin is there we are sorrowful, but not yet as much as when we feel the void everywhere. I see that he was the soul of my prayer, for now it is calm, cold reasoning, while before it was quick, passionate, burning. He is dead to me and the coffin has been removed. It was a weeping sorrow, now it is a hard, aching pain. His will be done. I used to waft signs of the cross in all directions for him, not knowing where he was. I did not do so today, and my heart throbs painfully. I am a strange creature, no one suffers as I do, and yet I live, sing, and write. How I have changed since the 13th of October, fatal day. Suffering is stamped on my face. His name is no longer a beneficial warmth, but a burning fire, a reproach, an awakening of jealousy, of sadness. It is the greatest misfortune which can befall a woman. I know what it is, sad mockery. I must commence to think seriously. How I wish I could sing well. But what matters it now? He was as a light to my soul, and that light has gone out. It is dark, dreary, sad, I know not which way to turn. Before this, in my slight annoyances, I could always find some ray of comfort, some light to guide and give me strength. But now, wherever I may seek, look around, and feel, I find nothing but void and darkness. It is terrible, terrible, when there is nothing in the depth of your soul. Tuesday, October 21st. When we came in, it was already dinner time, and we received some chiding from Mama for having eaten before dinner. Our charming family interior was disturbed. Paul was scolded by Mama, Grandpapa interfered, he always meddles, thus teaching him disrespect for Mama. Paul went away grumbling, like a servant. I followed Grandpapa into the corridor and begged of him to interfere no more with Mama's authority, but let her do as she pleases, for it is a crime to prejudice children against their parents, just through want of tact. Grandpapa commenced to cry, that made me laugh. All these wrangles amuse me at first, then I feel sorry for those poor unfortunates who, having no real sorrows, make martyrs of themselves for want of something to do. Heavens! If I were only 10 years older, if I were free, but what can one do when bound hands and feet with aunts, grandpapa, lessons, governesses, family? My grief is not sharp and mad any more. Without having weakened, it is more slow, calm, and reasoning. No, no, nothing is left me but remembrance. If I should lose that, I would be very unhappy. I speak in such a flowery style, it becomes stupid, and to think I have never spoken to him. I have seen him 10 or 15 times, often from a distance or from the carriage, but I have heard his voice and I shall never forget it. The more I say, the more I want to say, yet, I cannot write all I feel. I am like those unfortunate artists who conceive a picture above their capacity to execute. I loved him and I lost him, that is all I can say, and that tells the whole story. After dinner I sang, and charmed the whole turbulent family. Saturday, October 25th. Last evening someone knocked at my door, and told me Mama was very ill. I came down half asleep and found her seated in the dining room, surrounded by troubled faces. I saw she was terribly ill. She wished, she said, to see me before dying. I was horror-stricken, but succeeded in concealing my feelings. It was a terrible nervous attack, never before had it been so strong. They had sent for doctors Coburg and Macari, the servants had all been dispatched here and there for medicine. Never could I give you an idea of that terrible night. I remained all that time seated in an armchair near the window, there being many people to do what was necessary. Besides, I do not know how to nurse the sick. Never have I suffered so. Yes, the 13th of October I suffered, but in another way. For a while Mama was worse. I could not restrain my feelings, and my first thought was to pray. Doctors came and went continually. They at last succeeded in removing Mama to her own room. We followed and stood beside her bed, but there was no improvement. The remembrance of that night makes me tremble. The doctors said these attacks were always dangerous, but, thank God, at last the danger was past. We then became quieter, but still remained with her. As the sea, after a great tempest, becomes calm and seemingly frozen, so we were all. To be seated so tranquilly, after such great troubles, made it difficult to realize all that had passed. Tuesday, October 28th. Poor Mama is no better. Those brutal doctors have applied a blister, which caused her much suffering. The best remedy is fresh water or tea. It is both natural and simple. If a man is to die, he will die with the care of all the doctors in the world. If, on the contrary, he is not to die, he will live, even if alone and without care. Reasoning very calmly, it seems to me better to do without the pharmaceutical horrors. Oh, how I wish I were 20 years old. I am but a dreamer, without a future, and full of ambition. Such is my lot. Such is my life. I had planned it in my thoughts. In one instant my hopes are dashed away. Although the Duke is dead to me, he is ever in my thoughts. I am enveloped in clouds, all has become uncertainty, I can pray to God no more. Paul will do nothing. He is thoughtless and will not study, and cannot understand why he should do so. It grieves me. Oh, God! Endow him with wisdom, make him understand that he should be studious, inspire him with a little ambition, only a little, just enough to be something. Oh, God! Hear my prayer, guide him, protect him from the wicked who mislead him. A man below my own social position will never please me. All persons of the lower classes disgust and annoy me. A poor man loses half of himself. He seems little, miserable, and looks like a trench digger. Whilst a rich man, independently so, carries himself with a certain ease, an air of pride. Assurance gives him an air of superiority. I admire in H. that air of assurance, capricious, foppish, and cruel. He possesses something of Nero. Saturday, November 8th. We should not be seen too often, not even by those who love us. We must keep ourselves at a distance, abandon regrets and illusions. By such means we will appear better. We always regret what is past or distant, so your friends will wish to see you again, but do not comply immediately with their wishes. Make them suffer, but not too much. That which costs too much loses value. After many difficulties something better is always expected. Or cause them much suffering, more than enough. There you are, Queen. I believe I am feverish. I am so talkative, especially when I grieve silently. No one would suspect it. I sing, I laugh, and talk. The more unhappy I feel, the gayer I appear. Today I cannot move my tongue and have eaten next to nothing. All I write can never express my feelings. I am stupid, foolish, and grievously offended. I imagine I am being robbed when they take the Duke from me. Well, really it is as if they appropriated what belongs to me. What a disagreeable state. I do not know how to express myself, all words sound weak. For a mere nothing I use strong expressions, and then, when I wish to speak seriously, I am at a loss. It is as if, no, enough. If I continue to draw conclusions and give instances, I will never finish. Thoughts spring up so fast, become confounded, and end by evaporating. Looking at Mama as I would a stranger, just now, I discovered that she is charming. She is beautiful as the day, notwithstanding her many troubles and sufferings. When speaking, her voice is low and soft, her manners pretty, although simple and natural. In all my life, I have never seen a person who gave so little thought to herself as my mother. She is a perfect child of nature. Should she give more thoughts to her toilet, she would be the center of admiration. Say what you will, fine dresses count for much. She usually uses odds and ends, or whatever she can find. Today she wore a pretty dress, and upon my word she was charming. Saturday, November 29th. I do not have a moment of peace. If I could only hide myself far, far away, where no one could see me, perhaps then I could recover my peace of mind. I feel jealousy, love, envy, deception, wounded self-love, everything that is hideous in this world. Above all, I feel his loss. I love him. Could I reject all that is in my soul? But then, if I do not know what is taking place, I only know I am tormented, that something devours me, suffocates me, and all I say does not express the 100th part of what I feel. My face covered with one hand, while with the other I hold my cloak which envelops me entirely, even my head, I remain in obscurity, that I may gather my scattered thoughts. I am all confused. Poor head. One thing troubles me. It is that in a few years I will have forgotten and will laugh at myself. Note. In brackets reads, 1875. 2 years have passed. I do not laugh, neither have I forgotten. End note. All these troubles will appear to me like childish affectation. But no, I conjure you, do not forget. When you read these lines turn backward, suppose yourself to be at the age of 13, that you are at Nice, that this is taking place at this moment, think that it is a living reality. You will understand. You will be happy. Sunday, November 30th. I wish they would marry sooner. I am always so. When there is something disagreeable to take place, instead of putting it off I prefer to hasten it. To leave Paris, I hurried all the others. I knew I must swallow the pill. For the same reason I burned with anxiety to arrive at Nice. I could wait no longer. The suspense was more terrible than the event itself. 1874. Sunday, January 4th. How sweet it is to awake naturally. The rising bell has not yet sounded, and I awake of own accord. It is as when on a ship we forget ourselves, and when we awake, Find we have reached Kerr destination. Friday, January 9th. Returning from my walk, I was saying to myself, I will not be like those others who are comparatively serious and reserved. I do not understand whence comes this seriousness. I ask myself, how do we pass from infancy to girlhood? How does it come about? Little by little, or in a day. Misfortune or love are the agents that ripen, develop, or change. Were I sarcastic, I would say misfortune and love are synonymous. I do not say so, for love is what is most beautiful in the world. I compare myself to water which is frozen in its depths, with the surface alone agitated, for nothing either interests or amuses me in my depths. January 11th. Tomorrow, the 12th of January, is New Year's Eve in Russia, and I am burning with impatience to tell my fortune before a mirror. Aunt Marie, who has tried it, tells us of some astonishing revelations. She saw her husband and many other things not yet come to pass. She also claims to have seen many frightful and horrible things. Having resolved to try my fortune, I was so animated and agitated as the time drew near that I could not eat. At 11:30 that eventful night I locked myself in my room, arranged the mirror, and behold, at last I shall peep into the future. For a long time I saw nothing, but little by little I began to distinguish small figures, not larger than 10 or 12 centimeters. I saw a multitude of heads covered in the most fantastic manner imaginable, toques, wigs, bonnets of all sizes, all turning and whirling. Then I distinguished a woman in white, bearing a striking resemblance to myself. She wore a lace scarf over her head, her arms were resting on a table, one hand lightly supporting her chin, her eyes turned upward, and she disappeared. Then I saw the interior of a church, the floor of black and white marble. In the center was a group in costume, several sitting or standing, I could not well understand. On the left, as if in a mist, were several men. One of these was in evening dress, and beside him stood a bride, but their faces were invisible. Another man stood in the center, but his face was also invisible. Covered heads predominated, and I believe all sorts of costumes changing very rapidly. The scenes were very brilliant. Suddenly the frame of the mirror, reflected again and again without end, seemed for an instant to assume the shape of a coffin, but I soon saw my mistake. You must understand that I was very much agitated, expecting every moment to see something frightful. Tomorrow I will relate this to all my friends, for it is all quite strange. I might, no doubt, have seen more, but I moved my eyes from the mirror. Thus I have begun the year by meeting these costumes and head coverings, which are inexpressibly strange and fantastic. Welcome to the Russian year 1874, and farewell to 1873. Thursday, June 24th. During the entire winter I was unable to articulate a sound. Fearing I had lost my voice, I was in despair. When spoken to, I could but blush and be silent. But at last it is coming back to me, my voice, my treasure, my fortune. I receive it with tears in my eyes and humbly return thanks to God. Although I bore this in silence, I nevertheless suffered bitterly. I could not speak of it, but prayed to God, and my prayer was heard. What happiness! What pleasure to sing well! We imagine ourselves all-powerful, we think ourselves queen. We are happy, proud of our own merits. It is not the pride that gold or a title bestows. We feel more than woman, we feel immortal. We raise ourselves above this sphere, we ascend to heaven, to have everybody who listens to your voice hanging on your lips, to electrify, charm, and fill with enthusiasm. You reign supreme. Next to true royalty, it is this power we should possess. The supremacy of beauty ranks lower, for it has not power over everybody, but the voice raises man heavenward. He floats in a cloud like that in which Venus appeared to Aeneas. Nice, July 6. The young ladies all went to St. Peter's Church. I prayed kneeling, my chin resting on my hand, which is very white and small, but suddenly remembering where I was, I withdrew it, and tried to make myself appear plain and penitent. I felt in the same humor as yesterday, and had clothed myself in my aunt's dress and bonnet. Coming out of the church we saw A, passing in a carriage. He raised his miserable Nicene hat. As I could not go home in my present humor, I led my companions to the convent opposite the church, which connects by a rear door with the house occupied by the Sapojenikovs. On entering the convent we bring in so much folly and joy, that the sanctified atmosphere is troubled, the sisters pale and calm, are pleased, and appear from behind every door showing faces full of curiosity. The Mother Superior, who has been here 40 years, is also seen through her double screen. Misery. We afterward went up to the boarder's parlor, where I took Sister Therese by force and made her dance. She wished to convert me and praised the convent, and I, who also wished to convert her, praised the world. We are up to our necks in the Catholic religion. Ah, well, I can now understand how one may have a passion for churches and convents. Tuesday, July 6th. Nothing is lost in this world. If we cease to love one person, our affections are immediately transferred to another, sometimes without our knowledge. If we think we love no one, it is a mistake. If the object of our affection is not a man, it is a dog or a piece of furniture, and we love as strongly, only in another way. Were I in love, I should want to be loved as I love. I would suffer nothing, not even a word, from someone else. Such love is not to be found, therefore I shall never love, for no one will ever love me as I can love. July 14th. We have been speaking of Latin, schools, and examinations. All this makes me furiously anxious to study, so when Brunette comes I never delay him, and I ask him many questions about examinations. His instructions are so good, that after 1 year of preparation I feel capable of presenting myself for the title of Bachelor of Arts. But more of this later. I have been studying Latin since February, we are now in July. Brunette tells me that in these 5 months I have done as much as is usually accomplished at the Lyceum in 3 years. This is prodigious. Had I lost this year I could never forgive myself. It would be the cause of such deep sorrow that I should never forget it. July 15th. Last night, returning from the Sapojenikovs, I thus addressed the moon. Moon, oh, beautiful moon, let me see the one I shall marry before I die. After this it is said you must not utter one word, and you will see your future husband. What stupidity! I saw in my dream S, and A, 2 impossibilities. I am in a wretched humor, I fail in everything, nothing succeeds with me. I shall be punished for my pride and stupid arrogance. Read this, good people, and learn. This journal is more useful and instructive than all the writings that were, are, or will be. It is the life of a woman with all her thoughts and her hopes, deceptions, villainies, beauties, sorrows, joys. I am not quite a woman yet, but I will be. You may follow me from the cradle to the grave, for the life of a person, an entire life without disguise or lies, is always a grand and interesting thing. Friday, July 16th. Speaking of the transmigration of love, all mine at this moment is centered on Victor, one of my dogs. I breakfast with him facing me, his kind, big head on the table. Let us love dogs, and love dogs only. Men and cats are unworthy beings. Nevertheless, a dog is dirty, it looks at you with hungry eyes while you eat, its attachment is for food, yet I do not feed my dogs and they love me, and Prater, who has abandoned me through jealousy for Victor, has gone to Mama. And men, do they not also require to be fed? Are they not voracious and mercenary? I evade my fate. I will not go to Russia, as I would not miss the Michelangelo centennial for anything in the world. Russia will be as nice next year, but as to the centennial, one would have to live 100 years more, and I have no such hope. But, then, if I do not go to Russia, it is that God wishes it thus. All happens for the best, says a Russian proverb. We cannot escape our destiny, again says another proverb. I shall again say to the moon, Moon, oh, beautiful moon, make me see in my sleep the one I shall marry before I die. Saturday, July 17th. They say that in Russia the rabble calls for communism, to divide and have everything in common. Their accursed sect has spread so far and wide that the papers are making desperate appeals to society. Will not the fathers of families put an end to this infection? Their wish is to destroy everything. No more civilization, no more art, no more beautiful and great things, simply common material for existence. Work is to be done in common. No one will have the right to raise himself above the others through any merit he may have. They wish to destroy universities, superior teachings, that they may reduce Russia to a sort of Lacedaemonian caricature. I hope that God and the Emperor will confound them. I pray God to preserve my country from those ferocious beasts. D seems impressed with all I say, and is astonished to find in me such an intensity concerning life. Speaking of our furniture, the description of my room nearly threw him off his balance. "Why," he cried, "it is a temple. A tale from 1001 Nights. We should enter on bended knees. It is wonderful, unique, remarkable." Wishing to find out my character, he asked me if I ever plucked the leaves from a daisy. "Yes, frequently, to find out if the dinner is good." How can it be, a room so poetic, so fairy-like, and in such surroundings, to ask the daisy if the chef has made the dinner a success? It is inconceivable. What amuses him is that I assure him that I have a double heart. I took pleasure in astonishing him, and listening to his exclamations at such numerous contrasts. I ascended to heaven, and without any transition whatever, I returned to this earth, and so on. I exhibited myself as a person who wished to live and amuse herself, but does not suspect the possibility of loving. He was surprised, and said that he was afraid of me, that it was wonderful, supernatural, frightful. What I love best, when there is no one worth being with, is solitude. My hair in a psyche knot, somewhat redder than ever. My woolen dress of that peculiar white, clinging and graceful, a lace scarf around my neck. I resemble a portrait of the First Empire. To complete the picture, I should be under a tree holding a book in my hand. I love to be alone before a mirror, that I may admire my hands. They are so white, so small, and with a faint pink flush on the palms. It may be stupid to praise oneself so much, but writers always describe their heroines, and I am my own heroine. It would, therefore, be ridiculous to humiliate and lower myself through false modesty. We may lower ourselves in words when sure of being contradicted, but in writing, everybody would think I was telling the truth, and would believe me homely and stupid. That would be absurd. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I believe myself to be such a treasure that no one is worthy of it, and they who dare raise their eyes to this treasure I consider as scarcely worthy of pity. In my estimation I am a divinity, and cannot imagine how a man like G can expect to please me, I, who could scarcely treat a king as an equal. I think, moreover, that this is all right. Looking down upon men from such heights, they think me charming. It is easy to despise those who are so low, and I look at them as a hare looks at a mouse. Thursday, July 29th. We were to start today. I underwent all the annoyances that accompany a departure. We lose our temper, we run, we forget, then we remember, we scream. I am all upset, and now we speak of remaining until Saturday. Uncle Etienne wishes to put it off. He has no courage. What a character. He intended leaving Russia the beginning of April and remained until July. So provoking, we have to stay. Seeing I am vexed, and say I will not go at all, they all bow down to me, and I am very capricious. Monday, August 2nd. After a day of shopping, of seamstresses and dressmakers, of walking and flirting, I put on a wrapper and read my good friend Plutarch. I possess a gigantic imagination. I dream of the past ages of gallantry, without perceiving that I am the most romantic of women and that it is unwholesome. I can easily forgive my adoration for the Duke, because he is worthy of me in all respects. Tuesday, August 17th. I dreamed of the Fronde. I had entered into the service of Anne of Austria, who mistrusted me. I led her amongst the mutinous people, crying out, "Long live the Queen!" and the multitude repeated after me, "Long live the Queen!" Wednesday, August 18th. The day was passed in admiring me. Mama admires me, Princess G admires me, telling me continually that I look either like Mama, or like her daughter, which is the greatest compliment she can bestow. We think more of ourselves than of anyone else. The fact is, I am really pretty. At Venice, in the great hall of the Ducal Palace, the painting on the ceiling, by Paul Veronese, represents Venus as a tall, blonde, fresh-colored woman. I resemble that painting. My own photographs can never do me justice, that incomparable whiteness, freshness, and delicate coloring, which is my principal beauty, is wanting. But if someone annoys me, if I am displeased with something, or if I am fatigued, farewell to beauty. There is nothing more fragile than I. It is only when I am happy and peaceful that I am lovely. When tired or angry I am not beautiful, but rather ugly. I expand amid happiness as the flowers under the rays of the sun. I will be seen in good time, thank heaven. I am but beginning what I am to be, at 20 years of age. Like Hagar in the desert I await and I desire a living soul. Paris, Tuesday, August 24th. I hope to enter the world, that world which I call for so loudly on bended knees, for it is my life, my happiness. I begin to live and to try and realize my dreams of becoming celebrated. I am already known to many people. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, I see I am pretty. I am pretty, what more do I require? Can I not obtain all with that? Oh, God! In giving me a little beauty, I say a little, through modesty, it is still too much, coming from you. Oh, God! I feel that I am beautiful. I believe I shall be successful in all things. Everything smiles on me and I am happy, happy, happy. The noise of Paris, this hotel as large as a city, with its people always walking, talking, reading, smoking, looking, makes me dizzy. I love Paris and my heart beats. I wish to live faster, still faster, faster. I have never seen such fever of life, said D, looking at me. It is true, I fear, that this desire to live by steam is a forewarning of a short existence. Who knows? There, I am becoming melancholy. No, I do not want melancholy. Sunday, September 6th. At the boys there are so many nice scenes, that for the moment I seem to be at Nice. Nice is so beautiful in September. I remember last year my morning walks with my dogs, the sky so pure, the sea so silvery. Here there is neither morning nor night. In the morning the sweeping and in the evening the innumerable lanterns annoy me. I am lost here, I cannot distinguish the rising from the setting sun, whereas, below, in Nice, we are so well situated. It is like a nest, surrounded by those mountains which are neither too high nor too sterile. They protect us on three sides with a mantle which is graceful and useful. And before us we have an immense window, an infinite horizon, always the same and always new. I love Nice. Nice is my country. Nice has made me grow tall. Nice has given me health and a bright color. It is so beautiful. We arise with the morning, we see the sun over there to the left, behind the mountains, casting its rays over the silver blue sky so softly, amid the vapors, that we choke with joy. Toward noon it is facing us, it is hot, still the air is not warm, there is ever that incomparable breeze to cool us. Everything seems asleep. The promenade is deserted with the exception of 2 or 3 Nicenes dozing on the benches. Then I breathe, I admire. At night, again the sky, the sea, the mountains. But at night, it is all black or dark blue. When the moon shines, this immense roadway in the sea seems like a fish with scales of diamonds, and when I am at my window, quiet and alone, with a mirror and 2 candles before me, I have nothing more to desire and humbly prostrate myself before God. Oh, no, what I would say cannot be understood, it cannot be understood, because it has not been experienced. No, it is not that, it is that I am in despair every time I wish to make my feelings understood. It is like a nightmare, when we have not the strength to cry out. Furthermore, no writing can convey the least idea of real life. How express the freshness, the fragrance of memory? We may invent, we may create, but we cannot copy. Whatever we may feel while writing, nothing but ordinary words will result. Forest, mountain, sky, moon, everybody says it alike. Besides, why all this? What is it to others? Others never understand because it is not themselves, but I alone, understand, I remember, and then the men are not worth the trouble we take to explain it to them. Each feels as I do for himself. I would like others to feel as I do, but it is impossible, they would have to be me. My child, leave that alone, you lose yourself in these subtleties. You will become crazy if you persist in this, as you did formerly about the depths of your inner self. There are so many intelligent people. Well, no. I would say that it remains for them to unravel. But no. They know how to create, but to unravel, no, 100,000 times no. All that is clear in this is that I am homesick for Nice. Monday, September 6th. In this state of stupefaction and incessant pain, I do not curse life. On the contrary, I love it, and I find it good to live. Could one believe it? I find everything good and agreeable, even tears, even pain. I love to weep. I love to be in despair. I love to be sad and sorrowful. I look upon all that as so many diversions, and I love life in spite of all. I want to live. It would be cruel to make me die when I am so accommodating. I weep, I moan, and at the same time it pleases me. No, not that. I do not know how to say it. In fact, everything in life pleases me. I find everything agreeable, and while demanding happiness, I find happiness in being miserable. I am no longer myself. My body weeps and laments, yet something within me, which is stronger than I am, rejoices at it all. It is not that I prefer tears to joy, but, far from cursing life in my moments of despair, I bless it, and say to myself, I am unhappy, I lament. Still I find life so beautiful that everything appears to me beautiful and happy, and I wish to live. Apparently that something which rules me, which so rejoiced in weeping, has deserted me this evening, for I feel very unhappy. I have never yet harmed anyone, but I have been already offended, calumniated, humiliated. How can I love men? I detest them, but God will not permit me to hate. God has forsaken me. God is trying me. Ah, well, if he is but trying me, he should cease those trials. He sees how I take it. I do not hide my sufferings under the mask of a cowardly hypocrisy, as the rogue Job, who, while mincing to our Lord, made him his dupe. One thing pains me more than all else. It is not the collapse of all my plans, but the regret which this series of misfortunes causes me. Not for myself, I do not know if I will be understood, because it pains me to see stains accumulate on a white gown which should have been kept spotless. Each little sorrow wrings my heart. Not from self-love, but from pity, for each pang of sorrow is like a drop of ink falling into a glass of water. It can never be effaced and joined to its predecessors, but it turns the glass of clear water to a black and dirty grey. You may add more water, still the liquid remains impure. It wrings my heart because each time it leaves a stain on my life, in my soul. Do we not always feel a profound sorrow when we see something irreparable, even if insignificant in itself? Thursday, September 9th. We are at Marseilles. The money has not come. My aunt has gone to pledge her diamonds, that I may not be delayed. I feel nearer to Nice, to my city, for whatever I may say, it is my city. I shall be at rest only when at Florence with all my finery. I have had my dress and hat brushed, and await my aunt to visit the city. I bought a novel, I do not remember at which station. It was so badly written, that, fearing to spoil my style, which is already bad enough, I threw it out of the window and returned to my Herodotus, that I will read this instant. Oh, what a beautiful result! Poor aunt! I throw myself at her feet. Where had she been? What people had she seen? And all for me. Not wishing to ask the coachman where to find the mont-de-pied, she asked him for the place where diamonds are stored for safety. We laughed together about this place where diamonds are kept. At 1 o'clock we leave this city which has so many bad odors. From Antibes I made myself hoarse singing Nicene songs, to the great astonishment of the employees at the stations. The nearer we came, the greater my impatience. Here it is, that Mediterranean for which I sighed, its black trees, and just now the moon is lighting up this roadway in the sea. Perfect calm. No noise of carriage wheel, nor perpetual movement of men, who, from my window at the Grand Hotel, appeared like midgets. Calm, silence, obscurity, dimly lighted by the moon from behind the clouds, and but a few lanterns following one the other. I enter my chamber, my dressing room. I open the window that I may see the chateau, always the same. The clock struck. I do not remember the hour, and my heart was oppressed with sadness. Ah, I may well call this year the year of sighs. I am a little tired, but I love Nice. I love Nice. Friday, September 10th. Journey to Florence. The mosquitoes awoke me 10 times in the night. I awakened a little pale but comfortable. Ah, the English know well the meaning of the word home. Be it what it may, home is the most agreeable place. It depends neither on its comfort nor richness. Look at our house, with everything upside down, scantily furnished, disorder, desolation reigns, and still, there I am contented. It is because it is my home, my home, my home. I do not even think of my dresses. I am pleased with everything. Oh, niece, I did not expect to ever see it with such transports of joy. Had I been heard railing at it and cursing it from the time I left Marseilles, one would have said I detested it. It is my usual way to speak unkindly of the people and the things that I love. I walked about the promenade silently, pale as a shadow, recalling my scattered reminiscences. Nice, for me, is the Promenade des Anglais. Each house, each tree, each telegraph pole is a good or bad souvenir, lovely or ordinary. It is like coming back from Spa, Ostend, or London. Everything is similar, even to the smell of the wood noticeable in new furniture. I went up to my room, arranged my hair in the Empire style, and donned my white dress, the dress of the portrait. It is a long dress like that of statues, with the sleeves turned back above the elbows, cut low and round in front, also a little down in the back, enough to show the neck, with a broad band of Valenciennes lace falling over. The floating draperies caught at the waist by a ribbon, and on the breast 2 other ribbons looped and tied in front into a simple knot. No gloves nor jewelry. I am enchanted with myself. Under this white stuff, my white arms, oh, so white. Lamb pretty. I am animated. Oh, am I really at Nice? Sunday, September 12th. Night at Florence. The city appears mediocre, but the animation is great. At every street corner, watermelons in slices are offered for sale. Those watermelons, so red and so fresh, tempted me greatly. Our window fronts on the square and on the Arno. A program of the fêtes was brought to me, this being the first day. I expected my cousin, Victor Emmanuel, would improve the occasion thus offered him, the centennial of Michelangelo Buonarroti. During your reign good for nothing, and you do not assemble all the sovereigns of the world and give them such a celebration as they have never witnessed. And you make no fuss. Oh, King, your son, your grandsons, and their sons will reign and not have this opportunity. Oh, big mass of flesh. Oh, King without ambition, without self-respect. There are many meetings of all sorts, concerts, illuminations, a ball at the casino, the ex-Borghese Palace, but no king. Nothing as I would like it. Nothing as I would wish it. Monday, September 13th. Let me see, I must collect my ideas. The more I have to tell, the less I write. It is because I am impatient and nervous when I have much to say. In evening dresses, we drove through the entire city in a landau. Oh, how I love those somber houses, those porticos, those columns, and that architecture so massive and grand. Shame on you architects, French, Russian, and English, hide yourselves beneath the ground cardboard palaces of Paris. Sink, disappear under the earth, not the Louvre, that is beyond criticism, but the rest. Never can they attain that superb magnificence which belongs to Italians. I opened my eyes wide when I saw those immense stones of the Palazzo Pitti. The city is dirty, almost squalid, but how many beauties it contains. Oh, city of Dante, of the Medicis, of Savonarola, how full of superb memories for those who think, who feel, who know. What masterpieces! What ruins! Oh, worthless king! Oh, were I a queen! I adore painting, sculpture, art, wherever it may be found. I could spend entire days in these galleries, but my aunt was suffering and could hardly follow me, so I sacrificed myself. However, life is before me, I will have time to see them again. At the Palazzo Pitti I did not see a single costume to copy, but what beauty, what paintings! Must I say it? I do not dare, everyone will cry out shame, shame. Vile, confidentially, I don't like Raphael's Madonna della Sedia. The face of the Virgin is pale, the complexion unnatural, The expression is that of a chambermaid rather than of the Holy Virgin, Mother of Jesus. But there is one picture I found charming, the Magdalene, by Titian. Only, there is always an only, her wrists are too big, and her hands too plump, beautiful hands they would be for a woman of 50. There are some things by Rubens and Van Dyck which are exquisite. The Mensonge, by Salvator Rosa, is very natural, very good. I do not judge as a connoisseur. What pleases me best is, what is most like nature. Is it not the object of painting to imitate nature? I admire greatly the fresh, plump face of Paolo Veronese' wife, painted by himself. I like the style of his faces. I adore Titian and Van Dyck, but poor Raphael. I do not criticize Raphael, I do not understand him. With time, no doubt, I shall understand the beauty of his works. Nevertheless, the portrait of Pope Leo, I do not know which, 10 I think, is admirable. The Virgin with the infant Jesus, of Murillo, attracted my attention. It is so fresh, so natural. To my great satisfaction, I found the gallery of paintings smaller than I expected. It is killing to go through those endless galleries, labyrinths more terrible than that of Crete. I spent 2 hours at the palace, I did not sit down an instant, and I am not tired. Things I love do not tire me. As long as there are paintings, and especially statues, to see, I am of iron. Ah, if I had to walk through the stores of the Louvre, or of the Bon Marché, or even Worth's, I should cry in 3/4 of an hour. No journey ever pleased me so much as this one. At last, I see something worth seeing. I adore those somber, Strozzi palaces. I adore those immense entrances, their superb courts, their galleries, their colonnades. They are majestic, they are grand, they are beautiful. Ah, the world is degenerating. We feel like sinking into the earth when we compare modern structures to these gigantic stones piled one on the other, and mounting upward to the sky. We pass over bridges of prodigious height connecting the palaces. Oh, my child, save your expressions, what will you say of Rome? 1875. Nice, Thursday, September 30th. I went down into my laboratory, and oh, horror, all my vials, all my parcels, all my crystals, all my acids, all my tubes, opened, thrown together in a dirty box, and in the utmost disorder. I was furious. I sat on the floor and finished breaking what was already half destroyed. I did not touch what remained intact, I never forget myself. Ah, so you thought Marie was gone, that she was dead, you may break everything, scatter everything, cried I, still destroying. My aunt, at first, kept silent, then said, "Can this be a young girl? It is a monster, a horror." In the midst of my rage I could not help smiling, for the whole matter was all on the exterior, it was not within me. At this moment I have the happiness to be myself once more, therefore, I am perfectly tranquil and look upon it all as if it concerned someone else. Friday, October 1st. God will not grant my prayer. I am resigned, not at all, I wait. Oh, how tiresome it is to wait and be unable to do anything but wait. These vexations and strifes with our surroundings all leave their traces on a woman. If man, from the hour of his birth and in his first movements, did not meet with resistance, when coming in contact with things around him, he would soon lose his identity and believe the outside world to be part of himself, of his body. At every gesture, every step attained, he would become persuaded that all is but a dependence and an extension of his personal being. He would exclaim with confidence, "The universe is mine." You may reasonably say this is too good to be mine. I will not try to make you believe it. A philosopher has said it and I repeat it. Ah, well, that is how I dreamed of living, but contact with the things around me has given me the blues, at which I am excessively angry. All persons who please me, I have dared compare with the Duke. It is strange. Ah, well, on all occasions he returns to me plainly and I thank God for it, for he is my light. Oh, what a difference! How I remember! All my happiness consisted in a glimpse of him. I would remain on the terrace, sometimes I would see him pass by, and then I would return to the house almost crazy. I would throw myself into the arms of Kalignan, hiding my face on her bosom. She would not stop me, but raise me gently and conduct me to my lesson, still quite dizzy, drunk with happiness. Oh, how well I understand that expression, drunk with happiness, for I was really so. I never looked upon him as an equal. I never seriously thought of knowing him. To see him again, that was all I asked. I love him still, and I shall love him always. How good it is to speak of him. How pure is the recollection. In thinking of him, I leave this low niece behind me, I elevate myself, I love. When I think of this I cannot write much. I think, I love, and that is all. Disorder in the house is a great vexation to me. Details of service, rooms without furniture, that air of devastation, of misery, breaks my heart. God have pity upon me and help me to arrange matters. I am alone. As to my aunt, she is indifferent. The house may fall, the garden wither. I do not even mention the details. As for me, those neglected details make me nervous and spoil my temper. When all is beautiful, comfortable, and rich, I am good, gay, and well, but desolation and emptiness leave me desolate and useless. The swallow builds its nest, the lion his lair. How is it that man who is far superior to animals will do nothing? If I say far superior, it is not that I esteem man. No, I despise men profoundly and from conviction. I expect nothing good of them. They have not what I seek and hope for, a good and perfect soothe. Those who are good are stupid, and those who are intelligent are either schemers, or too much occupied with their intellect to be good. Moreover, each creature is essentially selfish. Seek for goodness in a selfish man, you will find interest, deceit, intrigue, envy. Happy are they who have ambition, it is a noble passion. Through vanity and ambition we strive to appear good before others, and, if only momentary, it is better than never. Ah, well, my child, have you exhausted all your science? For the moment, yes. Thus, at least, I shall have fewer deceptions. No baseness will grieve me, no villainous action will surprise me. The day will undoubtedly come, when I shall think I have found a man, but on that day I shall be sadly mistaken. I well foresee the day I shall be blinded. I can say that now while my vision is clear. But, then, why do I live, since all is villainy and rascality in this world? Why? Because I understand that it is so. Because, whatever we may say, life is a very beautiful thing, and because, if we do not analyze too deeply, we may live happily. To believe neither in friendship, nor gratitude, nor fidelity, nor honesty. To raise ourselves bravely above human miseries and stop between them and God. To take all we can from life, and quickly. To do no harm to our neighbors, not to lose one instant of pleasure. To arrange for ourselves a useful, brilliant, and magnificent life. To raise ourselves as much as possible above others. To be powerful, yes, powerful, powerful. By any means, then we are feared and respected. Then we are strong, and that is the summit of human felicity, for then our neighbors are muzzled, through cowardice or other causes, and they cannot bite. Is it not strange to hear me reason thus? Yes, but this style of reasoning in a young creature like me is only a new proof of the worthlessness of the world. It must be much imbued with impurity and wickedness, to have saddened me thus in so short a time. I am only 15. And this proves the divine mercy of God, for when I shall be completely initiated into the hideousness of this world, I shall see that there is only He above in heaven, and I below, on this earth. That conviction will give me a much greater strength. I shall touch on vulgar things, only to elevate myself, and I will be happy when I do not take to heart the littleness around which men revolve, fight, devour, and tear each other like hungry dogs. What profusion of words! And when shall I elevate myself? And how? Oh, what visions! I elevate myself mentally, always mentally. My soul is great. I am capable of immense things, but how will it serve me, since I live in an obscure corner, ignored by all? There, you see, I do think something of my worthless fellow beings, but I have never disdained them. On the contrary, I court them. Without them there is nothing in the world. Only, I value them at their worth and wish to make use of them. The multitude is everything. What matters a few superior beings? I must have all the world, I must have noise, fame. When I think that, let us return to that eternally tiresome and necessary word, wait. Ah, if one only knew how much it costs me to wait. But I love life, I love its annoyances and its joys. I love God and I love His people, with all their wickedness, and in spite of all their wickedness, and, perhaps, even because of all their wickedness. It is still pleasant, the air is soft, the moon is bright, the trees are dark. Nice is beautiful. I prefer the view from my window to any other in the world, it is fine, but it is also sad, sad, sad. I shall read a little, then I shall continue my cerebral romance. Why can I not speak without exaggeration? My dark reflections, if somewhat calmer, would be more just. Their violent form makes them unnatural. There are peaceful souls, there are beautiful deeds, and there are honest hearts, but they are so rarely to be met with that we must not confound them with the rest of the world. It may be said, perhaps, that I have these ideas, because I am vexed by something. But no, I have only my usual vexations, and none in particular. Do not think there is anything beneath what is written in this journal. I am conscientious and do not let a single thought or doubt pass in silence. I reproduce myself as faithfully as my poor intellect will permit me, and if I am not believed, if something is looked for beyond or within what I have said, so much the worse. Nothing will be found, for there is nothing.
Hi, this is Rose from Ambient's World. If you are enjoying reading by the fire, please consider liking, sharing and subscribing.
Saturday, October 9th. Had I been born a Princess de Bourbon, like Madame de Longueville, had I counts for servants, kings for relations and friends, had I never walked save on heraldic emblems, and slept under royal canopies, had I a long line of ancestors, each one greater and prouder than the other, had I all this, I believe I could not be prouder nor more haughty than I am. Oh, my God, how much I thank thee! These thoughts which come from you, will keep me in the right path, and will not allow me to lose sight of that luminous star toward which I am moving. I believe I am not moving at all just now, but I shall move, and for so slight a reason it is not worth while to change such a beautiful sentence as the above. Ah, I am tired of my obscurity, I rust of inaction, I wither in the shade. The sun, the sun, the sun, from what side will it come to me? When? Where? How? I do not care to know, provided it comes. In my moments of thirst for greatness, all objects seem unworthy to be touched. My pen refuses to write a commonplace word. I look upon my surroundings with supernatural disdain and say to myself, sighing, "Come, courage, the present is but a passage leading to where all will be well." Friday, October 15th. I forget. My aunt had gone to buy fruit in front of the Saint Reparate Church, in the city of Nice. The women immediately formed a circle around me. I sang in a low voice the Rossino Che Vola. This filled them with enthusiasm, and the older ones began dancing. I repeated the few words I know in Nicene. In one word, it was a popular triumph. The apple merchant, bowing to me, cried, "Che bella regina." I do not know why common people love me, and I, myself, feel contented among them. I believe myself a queen, I speak to them with condescension, and I retire after a small ovation like that of today. Were I a queen, the people would adore me. Monday, December 27th. I have had such a queer dream. I was flying high above the earth, a lyre in my hand, the chords of which were constantly loosening, and I could not draw one sound from it. I kept on going higher. I could see immense horizons, clouds, blue, yellow, red, mixed, golden, silvery, torn, strange clouds, then all became grey, then new amazements. I continued going upward, until finally I reached such a great elevation that it was frightful, still I felt no fear. The clouds appeared to be frozen, greyish, and shining as lead. All became vague, I still held my lyre, with its loosened chords, in my hand, and far beneath my feet was a reddish ball, the earth. All my life is in this journal, my calmest moments are when I write. They are, perhaps, my only calm moments. If I die soon, I will burn all, but if I live to be old, my journal will be read. I believe there is not yet a photograph, if I may express myself thus, of the whole existence of a woman, of all her thoughts, of all, of all. It will be curious. If I die young, soon, and if by mischance this journal is not burned, it will be said, "Poor child. She loved, and all her despair came from that." Let it be said. I will not attempt to prove the contrary, for the more I say, the less will I be believed. What is there more stupid, more cowardly, and more vile than mankind? Nothing. Nothing. Mankind was created for the perdition of good, I was about to say for the perdition of mankind. It is 3 o'clock in the morning, and, as my aunt says, I shall gain nothing by being up all night. Ah, I am impatient. My time will come. I like to think so, but something tells me that it will never come, that I will pass my life in waiting. Always waiting and waiting, waiting. I am angry and I do not weep, I do not throw myself on the ground. I am calm. It is a bad sign, it is better to be furious. Tuesday, December 28th. I am cold, my mouth burns. I know it is unworthy of a strong mind to abandon oneself to a vile sorrow, to gnaw one's fingers through a version of a city like Nice, but to shake my head, smile with contempt, and think no more of it, would be too much. To weep and storm pleases me better. I have become so nervous that each piece of music, which is not a gallop, makes me weep. In each opera I find something of myself, and the most ordinary words touch my heart. Such a state would do credit to a woman of 30. But the idea of having nerves at the age of 15, and weeping like a fool at every stupid sentimental phrase. A little while ago I again fell on my knees, sobbing and imploring God, with arms extended and eyes fixed before me, as if God were there in my room. It seems that God does not hear me, although I cry loud enough. I believe I say impertinent things to the good God. At this moment I am in such despair, so unhappy that I desire nothing. If all the disagreeable society of Nice knelt before me, I would not budge. Why, I would give it a kick. For, after all, what does it all amount to? Oh, God! Will all my life be thus? Monday there will be a shooting match. I do not even care. And formerly, I wish I possessed the talent of all the authors combined, that I might give a just idea of my profound despair, of my wounded self-love, of all my baffled desires. It is enough for me to wish for something, for nothing to come. Could I ever find a dog in the street, famished and beaten by boys, a horse, who, from morning till night, drags an enormous load, a miller's donkey, a church rat, a professor of mathematics without pupils, a poor devil of any kind, so crushed, so miserable, so sad, so humiliated, so depressed, as to be compared to me? What is terrible in me, is that past humiliation does not glance off my heart, but leaves its hideous traces. You will never understand my situation. You will never realize what my existence really is. You will laugh, but, perhaps, some may be found who will weep. God have pity on me, listen to my voice. I swear that I believe in you. A life like my life, with a character like my character. I have not even the amusements of my age. I have not even what each American girl in short dresses has. I do not even dance. Wednesday, December 29th. My God, if you will make my life what I should like it to be, I promise you, my God, if you take pity on me, I promise to go from Kharkov to Kiev on foot, like the pilgrims. If, moreover, you will satisfy my ambition and make me perfectly happy, I promise you to go to Jerusalem and walk 1/10 of the distance. Is it not a sin to do as I do? Some saints have made vows, yes, but I seem to make conditions. No, God sees that my intention is good, and if I do wrong He will forgive me, for I wish to do right. My God, pardon me and take pity upon me, allow me to accomplish my promises. Holy Mary, it may be stupid, but it seems to me that, as a woman, you are more clement, more indulgent. Take me under your protection and I swear to consecrate 1/10 of my income to all sorts of good works. If I do wrong, I do it unconsciously. Pardon. 1876. Rome, Saturday, January 1st. Oh, Nice, is there a prettier city in the world after Paris? Paris and Nice, Nice and Paris. France, nothing but France. In France only is there real life. I must study, since I am in Rome for that purpose. Rome does not impress me as Rome. Is it really Rome? Perhaps I am mistaken. Is it possible to live in any city but Nice? To go through cities, to visit them, yes, but to remain, bah, I will get used to it. And all these people who remained at Nice, They seem to me to have remained in the position in which I have left them, not budging until my return. Alas! They budge without me, they amuse themselves without me, and care very little for the creature in white. Being out of sight, I would I were also out of reach of their tongues. I hear they speak of me, I can hardly believe it. I think but of the month of May, when I shall make my entry into Nice, when I shall go to the Promenade des Anglais in the morning without a hat and with my dogs. I am here like a poor transplanted plant. I look from my window and, instead of the Mediterranean, I see dirty houses. Looking out the other window, instead of the castle, I see the corridor of the hotel. In the place of the dial of the tower, I hear the clock of the hotel. It is wicked to acquire habits and to detest change. Wednesday, January 5th. I have seen the facade of St. Peter's. It is superb, it delighted my heart, especially the left colonnade, as it stands alone, and those columns, with the sky for a background, produce a most striking effect. We might believe ourselves in ancient Greece. The bridge and fort of St. Angelo are also after my own ideas. It is grand, it is sublime, and the Colosseum. What can I say after Byron? Monday, January 10th. We went to see manager de Falloux, who has not left his bed for 20 days. From there, to the Countess Antonelli's, but she had left Rome 10 days ago. Finally, we went to the Vatican. I had never seen the great so closely, and did not know how to approach them. Nevertheless, my instinct told me we were not doing as we should. We were to meet Cardinal Antonelli, the Pope in fact if not in name, the spring which moved the papal machinery and still sustains it now. We arrived, with sublime confidence, under the right colonnade, dispersing, not without trouble, the crowd of guides who surrounded us. At the foot of the stairway, I addressed myself to the first soldier and asked for His Eminence. That soldier sent me to the chief, who gave me another soldier very queerly dressed. We then ascended 4 enormous stairways of marble, in different colors, and finally came to a square court, which, because we were not expecting it, was very imposing. I did not think to find such a view in the interior of a palace of any kind, although I knew, from descriptions, what the Vatican was. Seeing such immensity, I would not have the popes destroyed. They are already great in having achieved so much greatness, and worthy of being honored for having employed their lives, their power, and their gold in leaving to posterity this colossal structure called the Vatican. In this court we found some common soldiers and 1 officer, and 2 guards dressed like jacks in cards. I asked again for His Eminence. The officer politely inquired my name. I wrote it. It was carried away and we waited and wondered at our absurd escapade. The officer said the hour was ill chosen, that the cardinal was at table, and could probably receive no one. In fact, the man soon returned saying, His Eminence had just retired to his apartments feeling somewhat indisposed and could not receive us, but, if we would kindly leave our cards below and return tomorrow morning, he would probably receive us. And we left, laughing very much about our visit to Cardinal Antonelli. Friday, January 14th. At 11 o'clock came Katabinski, my young Polish professor of painting, bringing a model with him, with a face wonderfully like that of Christ, if the lines and shades were a little softened. This unfortunate being has but 1 leg, he poses for heads only. Katabinski tells me he always takes him for his pictures of Christ. I must admit I was somewhat intimidated when told to copy from nature, like this, right away, without preparation. I took the charcoal and drew the outlines boldly. Well done, exclaimed the master, now do the same with the brush. I took the brush and did as he bade me. Well done, he repeated, now paint. So I painted, and in an hour and a half, it was finished. My unfortunate model had not moved. As for me, I could not believe my eyes. With Binzer, I required 2 or 3 lessons for the outline in pencil and a copy on canvas, while here all was done at once, and from nature outline, color, background. I am pleased with myself, and if I say it, it is because I deserve it. I am severe and it is difficult to please me, especially where I, myself, am concerned. Nothing is lost in this world. What, then, will become of my love? Each creature, each man, has an equal part of this fluid within him. Only, according to his constitution, his character, and circumstances, he appears to have more or less. Each man loves continually, but different objects, and when he seems to love no longer, the fluid turns to God or to nature, in words, in writings, or simply in sighs or in thoughts. Now, there are creatures who drink, eat, laugh, and do nothing else. With them, this fluid is either absorbed by their animal instincts, or else scattered on all objects or all men in general without distinction, and it is these persons whom we call kind-hearted, and who, in general, do not know how to love. There are also some creatures who are commonly supposed to love no one. That is not exactly true, however, they always love someone, but in a manner peculiar to themselves, different from others. But there are still other unfortunates who veritably do not love, because they have loved and love no longer. Another error. They love no longer, we say. Well, why then do they suffer? Because they still love and think they do not, or because of unrequited love or the loss of a beloved one. Within me, more than within others, the fluid asserts itself, and is continually visible. If I concealed it, I should burst. I shower it, like beneficent rain, on an unworthy red geranium, which does not even suspect it. It is one of my fancies. It pleases me, and I imagine many things. I have acquired the habit of thinking of him, and once accustomed, it is difficult to break myself of it. I am sad. I fear to fear, for when I fear a calamity it is sure to come. I dare not pray to God, for I have but to pray to be certain my request will not be granted. I dare not remain without praying, for I would then say, had I but prayed God. Decidedly, I must pray, at least, then I shall have nothing to reproach myself with. Thursday, January 20th. Today Faxiotti made me sing all my notes. I have a compass of 3 octaves, less 2 notes. He was astounded. As for me, I am so delighted I don't know what to do. My voice, my treasure, my dream is to win a glorious place for myself on the stage. I consider that as fine a destiny as to become a princess. We visited the studio of Monteverde, then that of the Marquis d'Épinay, to whom we had a letter. D'Épinay's statues are marvelous. He showed me all his studies, all his unfinished works. Madame M. had represented Marie to him as an extraordinary and artistic being. We admired everything, and asked him to make a statue of me. It will cost 20,000 francs. It is dear, but it will be beautiful. I told him I was very much in love with myself. He measured my foot on that of a statue and found it smaller. D'Épinay exclaimed that I was Cinderella. The clothing and head-dresses of his statues are admirable. I burn with impatience to have my statue made. God hear me. Preserve my voice. If I lose all else, let my voice remain. My God, continue to be good to me. Don't let me die of disappointment or sorrow. I desire so much to go into the world. Time passes away and I do not advance. I am nailed to my place. I who wish to live running by railway. I who burn, who boil, who am full of impatience. I have never seen such a fever of life, said Doria of me. If you knew me, you would have an idea of my impatience, of my pain. Pity. My God, pity. I have but you. It is to you that I pray. It is you who can console me. Saturday, January 22nd. Dina had her hair dressed by a hairdresser, I also, but that frightful idiot arranged mine hideously. In 10 minutes I changed it, and we left for the Vatican. I never saw anything to compare with the stairways and rooms that we went through. As to St. Peter's, I found nothing to criticize. A servant dressed completely in red damask led us into a long gallery exquisitely frescoed, and with cameos and medallions in bronze encased in the walls. To the right and left are chairs, which are hard enough, and at the end the bust of Pius IX, under which is placed a beautiful chair in gold and red velvet. The time fixed was 11:45, but it was 1 o'clock when the door opened, and, after several guards and officers in uniform, and in the midst of several cardinals, appeared the Holy Father, clothed in white, with a red mantle, and leaning on a cane with a head of ivory. I knew him well from his portraits, but, in reality, he is much older, so old, in fact, that his lower lip droops like that of an old dog. All the people knelt down. The Pope came to us first and asked who we were. A cardinal was reading the letters of introduction, and gave him the names. Russians, then from St. Petersburg. No, Holy Father, said Mama, from Lower Russid. Are these young ladies yours? He asked, again. Yes, Holy Father. We were at the right, those at the left were kneeling. Rise, rise, said the Holy Father. Dina attempted to do so. No, said he, it is only those on the left, you may remain. He placed his hand upon her head in such a manner that she bent quite low, then he gave us his hand to kiss and passed on to others, addressing a few words to each one. When he passed on the left side, it was our turn to rise. He then stopped in the center and once more we knelt. He made a short discourse in very bad French, comparing the requests for indulgences at the approach of the Jubilee, to repentance which comes at the moment of death, and saying that we must gain heaven, little, by doing something agreeable to God every day. We must gain our country little by little, said he. But our country is not London, it is not St. Petersburg. It is not Paris, it is heaven. We must not wait till the hour of death, we must think of it every day, and not do as one does at the approach of the Jubilee. Non è verit, continued he, in Italian, turning to one of his suite, and Illinois Cardiciale, the name escaped me, lo sa. The cardinal thus apostrophized, laughed, as did all the others, it must have had a meaning to them. Then, the Holy Father retired, satisfied and smiling, after having given his benediction to the people, rosaries, images, etc. I had a rosary, and on my return home I put it away in my soapbox. While this old man blessed and talked, I prayed God that the Pope's blessing might prove a true blessing to me, and that I might be delivered from my sorrows. There were several cardinals who stared at me just as the loungers do at the door of the opera at Nice. Sunday, January 2nd. Ah, how lonely I am. If, at least, we were all together. How foolish to be thus separated. We ought always to be together. Vexations would seem less important. We would feel better. Never, never again shall we be parted. We would be 100 times better together, grandpapa, aunt, everybody, and Wolitsky. Monday, February 7th. As we alighted from the carriage at the door of the hotel, I saw 2 young Romans watching us go in, and when we took our seats at the table, the 2 posted themselves so as to watch our windows. Mama, Dina, and the others laughed at it, but I, more prudent, fearing to excite myself for 2 rascals, perhaps, and not knowing whether they were the same men I had seen in front of the hotel, sent Leonie to a shop opposite with instructions to examine those persons and come back and describe them. They are very respectable gentlemen, she reported. From that moment we did nothing but go to the windows, look through the blinds, and make jokes at the expense of those 2 wretches, exposed to the rain, wind, and snow. It was 6 o'clock when we came in, and those 2 angels remained there until 11:15, waiting for us. What legs they must have to stand that way for 5 hours. Monday, February 14th. As usual, the Italian came this evening. Mama sent Fortune to buy some paper. The gentleman stopped him and spoke to him, as he had often done. Here is the story, though not so classical as Theramen's, it is not the less interesting, flavored as it is, with a Nicene accent, which is not without a charm of its own. I was going down to get some paper when the gentleman spoke to me. He said, "Is this the place where those ladies live?" I said, "Yes." Then he said to me, "If they will visit my villa, I will send for them in a coupe or a landau, whichever they please." Then I told him you did not know him. Then he said you did know him. The mother of those young ladies knows me, we meet every evening at the Villa Borghese, and on the Pincio. Then I spoke to him till he gave me his card. Then I brought it to you and went down, when bespoke to me again. Then I told him the ladies had forbidden my speaking to him, so he said, "I am going home to write a letter, in a half-hour you may come down and get it." Then I told him I could not come down every minute. Then he said to me, "Let the ladies hang a string to which I may tie my letter, then they can draw it up the balcony." Have those ladies any string? Then I told him you did not know him. Then he said, "Let the ladies say by whom I may be presented and I will go find that person." I did not reply. He then said it was for the young lady in black, with flowing hair, who was at the Villa Borghese yesterday, it was Dina. He then told me that if you would visit his villa, he would have people there and show you through, and if you wish it, he would send his carriage. You should have seen Fortune, his hands crossed behind his back, 1 foot forward, his mouth open to the ears, and with a very wicked expression in his eyes. The whole affair is almost Spanish, a regular Rosina-like romance, and we laughed so much that Lola almost fainted away. In the beginning I was angry. I thought that it was an impertinence, but when I saw how it pleased Dina and her mother, I forgot my anger and joined in the chorus of merry jests. Dina kept blushing like a peony, and put on the most triumphant and provoking airs. She is disagreeable when she is like that. The gentleman has a villa and doubtless a fortune. Heavens! If he should marry Dina, I would like it more than anything. We have just had some gowns sent from Worth, and hers is all covered with white flowers exactly like orange blossoms. Tuesday, February 15th. Rossi came to see us and he was immediately questioned as to who the gentleman was. He is Count A, the Cardinal's nephew, was the response. Humph. I might have known that. Count A looks like G, who is wonderfully handsome, as everybody knows. He did not look at me so much this evening, so I had a chance to look at him more, and I did so to my entire satisfaction. He is charming, but I must say that I have no luck, for those that I look at never look at me. He glanced at me through his glasses, to be sure, but discreetly, as he did the first day. He was very affected, too, and when we rose to go, he snatched up his glass, and scrutinized us as long as we remained. I asked you who the gentleman was, said my mother to Rossi, because he reminds me strongly of my son. He is a charming fellow, returned Rossi, a little passerello, very gay and full of wit, and remarkably handsome. I was delighted at hearing that. I have not had so much pleasure for a long time as I have had this evening. I was bored, and I did not care for anything, because I had no one to think of. But now all is changed, and I am full of excitement. He looks very much like my son, said my mother. He is a charming fellow, replied Rossi, and, if you are willing, I shall be delighted to present him to you. Friday, February 18th. There was a grand masked ball at the Capitol tonight. Dina, her mother, and myself went there at 11 o'clock. I had no domino, but I wore a close-fitting gown of black silk with a long train and a tunic of black gauze and silver lace, draped before and puffed behind so as to make the most graceful monk's robe in the world, a mask of black velvet and lace, light gloves, and a rose and some lilies of the valley on my breast. It was entrancing, and our entrance produced an immense effect. I was very timid, and I did not dare to speak to anyone, but all the men surrounded us, and I finally took the arm of one of them, a person I had never seen before. It was very amusing, but I think almost everyone recognized me. I should have been more careless in my dress, but what difference does it make? 3 Russians thought they recognized me, and followed behind us, speaking Russian very loud, in the hope that we would betray ourselves, but, instead of that, I wheeled about and spoke in Italian. They went away, saying that they were mistaken, and that I was an Italian. Duke Cesaro came up. Whom are you looking for? Is he going to come? Yes. Meanwhile, stay with me, the most elegant woman in all the world. Oh, there he is. My dear fellow, I was looking for you. Bah. Only, as it is the first time I have met you, look out for your accent. You lose considerably when seen close to. Look out for what you say. I suppose this was witty, for Cesaro and 2 others began to laugh uproariously. I felt sure that they all recognized me. It is easy to know your figure, they said to me on all sides. Why are you not in white? Upon my word, I think that I am playing the part of gooseberry, said Cesaro, seeing that we talked continually with A. I think so, too, said I. Go away. And putting my hand through the arm of the young dandy, I walked through the room, without taking any more notice of the rest of the company than if they had been so many dogs. A has a very handsome face, a clear complexion, black eyes, a long, straight nose, well-shaped ears, a little mouth, very fair teeth, and the moustache of a young man of 23. I treated him by turns as a flirt, a young fop, as unhappy, as dissipated, and he told me as seriously as possible how, at 19, he had emancipated himself from the paternal roof, how he had cast himself headlong into the pleasures of life, How blasé he is that he has never loved, etc. How many times have you been in love? He asked me. Twice. Oh, perhaps even more. I would like to be the more. You audacious young man, tell me why all these people have taken me for the lady in white. Because you resemble her. That is why I am with you. I am madly in love with her. That is scarcely polite to me. What do you want? It is the truth. You keep looking at her. Heavens! How pleased she is, and how affected. No, never. She is never affected. That is the last thing that ought to be said of her. It is easy to see that you are in love. I am with you. You resemble her. Fie. I have a much better figure. Well, never mind. Give me a flower. I gave him a flower, and he gave me a branch of ivy in return. His accent and his languishing air made me weary. You have the air of a priest. Is it true that you are going to be ordained? He commenced to laugh. I detest priests. I have been a soldier. You have only been at the seminary. I hate the Jesuits, and for that reason I am continually quarreling with my family. My good friend, you are ambitious and you would like people to kiss your slipper. What an adorable little hand! He cried, kissing it, an operation which he performed many times during the evening. Why did you make such a bad beginning with me? I asked. Because I took you at first for a Roman, and I detest those women. The fact is that when I was with Cesaro, he proposed to sit down, and placed himself on my left, and, while I was talking to my escort, tried to put his arm around my waist, in the most outrageous manner in the world. If you don't drive this little fool away, said I to Cesaro, I am going myself. And Cesaro drove the little fool away. I have not seen much of men, only incidentally in the street, in the theatre, and at home. Heavens! How different they are in a masked ball. So imposing and so reserved in their carriages, and so bold, so vulgar, and so horrid here. Doria was the only one who did not lose his dignity. That is, perhaps, because he is above human frailties. 10 times I left my young entertainer and 10 times he found me again. Dominica told us to go, but the young man detained us. Finally, we found 2 armchairs and then the conversation changed. We spoke of St. Augustine and of the Abbey Provost. Finally we escaped without anyone thinking of following us, for all those who had ever seen me in the street had recognized me. I was amused and disenchanted. Does not please me at all, and yet the miserable son of a priest stole my gloves and kissed my left hand. You know, he said, I don't promise to always wear this glove upon my heart, that would be silly, but it will serve as a pleasant souvenir. We left Fortune to avert suspicions, and returned all alone. Monday, February 21st. I have the honor to introduce you to an idiot. Judge of it yourself. I seek, I find, I invent a man, I live in him, I swear only by him, I mix him up in everything, and then, when he has completely taken possession of my fickle mind, I become bored and perhaps sad and tearful. I am far from desiring that this should happen, and I only say it from an instinctive feeling that it will. When, when, will the real Roman carnival come? Up to the present time, I have seen only balconies adorned with strips of cloth red, blue, yellow, and pink, and a few masks. Wednesday, February 22nd. Our neighbors were there, the lady was charming and the equipages superb. Charlie and Georgia were in a beautiful carriage with big horses, and their footman in white knee breeches. It was the prettiest turnout imaginable. They inundated us with flowers. Dina turned scarlet and her mother was radiant. Finally, the cannon was fired, the horses commenced to run, and had not come, but the young man of yesterday came, and as our balconies were adjoining we commenced to talk. He gave me a bouquet, I gave him a camellia, and he said everything tender and loving that a well-bred young man could say to a young lady to whom he had not had the honor of an introduction. He swore to keep the flower always and to dry it in his watch. And he promised me to come to Nice and show me the petals of the flower which, in his heart, would always remain fresh. It was very amusing. Count B, that is the name of the handsome stranger, did not bore me, but, as I lowered my eyes to the vulgar multitude below, I saw A, who bowed to me. Dina threw him a bouquet, and 10 villainous arms were stretched out to seize it. One man caught it, but A, with the greatest coolness, seized him by the throat, and held him in his strong grasp until the wretch released his prey. It was such a splendid thing to do, and A looked almost sublime. I was perfectly enthusiastic, and forgetting my blushes, and then blushing anew, I threw him a camellia. He caught it, put it in his pocket, and disappeared. Then, still excited, I turned to B, who seized the opportunity to pay me compliments on the way in which I spoke Italian and all sorts of things. The Barbary passed like the wind in the midst of the hurrahs and blows of the populace, and upon our balcony we spoke only of the wonderful way in which A had caught the bouquet. Indeed, he had the air of a lion, of a tiger. I had not expected such a thing from that delicate young man. He is, as I remarked in the beginning, a strange mixture of languor and strength. I can still see his clenched hands grasping that rascal's throat. You will laugh, perhaps, at what I am going to say to you, but I shall say it all the same. Well, by such an action, a man can make himself loved in an instant. His manner was so calm, as he choked that villain, that I fairly lost my breath. In the house every time that they spoke of it, I blushed like a Nice rose. 3/4 of an hour afterward, at the very height of my flirtation with our neighbor, I saw, at the end of a long pole, all ornamented with gilt paper, an immense bouquet carried by a queer-looking fellow, who did not know to whom he must offer it, when a cane, supporting itself upon the balcony, made it lean toward me. It was A, who was in this way repaying me for my camellia. At first I did not understand, for I had not seen A, but, after a second's hesitation, I with difficulty raised the magnificent bouquet, and took it into my arms, smiling as I did so at the awful son of a priest. "Why, it is splendid!" cried the English lady. "E bello veramente," said B, a little out of humour. "It is charming," said I, myself delighted to the bottom of my heart. And, bearing my trophy, I went down to the carriage, and looked once more at the awful son of a priest. After seeing that I had taken his bouquet, he bowed to me in his calm fashion, and disappeared, no one knows where. All the evening I talked of nothing else. I even interrupted conversations to speak of what my mind was full of. Is not A adorable? I said it in a jesting way, but I am afraid I really think it. At present, I am trying to persuade my friends that I am greatly taken with A, and they will not believe me, but when I shall tell them the contrary of what I say at this moment, they will believe me, and they will be right. I am again impatient. I would like to sleep to shorten the time to go upon the balcony. Monday, February 28th. When I went out upon the balcony overlooking the Corso, I found all our neighbors at their places, and the carnival proceeding with great gaiety. I looked down below, just opposite, and I saw the Cardinalino with a companion. As I perceived him, I became nervous, blushed, and remained standing, but the wicked son of a priest disappeared, and, after a while, I turned to Mamma, whom I found holding out her hand to someone, to Pietro A. "Ah, this is indeed an honor. You have come to our balcony. How glad I am." He remained the time that courtesy demanded with my mother, and then he came to my side. As usual, I was on the extreme right of the balcony, adjoining that of the English lady. B was late, and his place was taken by an Englishman, whom the English lady introduced to me, and who was very attentive. "But what do you do with yourself?" asked A, with his calm, gentle manner. "You never go to the theatre." "I have been ill. I have a sore finger." "Where?" And he tried to take my hand. "Do you know that I went every evening to the Apollo, and each time remained only 5 minutes?" "Why? Why?" he repeated, looking me full in the eyes. "Yes, why?" "Because I went to see you and you were not there." He said many other things of this sort, made great play with his eyes, and amused me exceedingly. "Give me a rose." "What for?" Agree with me that this was an embarrassing question, but I love to ask questions to which one must return a silly answer, or none at all. "Look at that pipe stem," I said, pointing to a frightfully ugly specimen of humanity in a long overcoat and a big hat. "If you could flatten him out, I would give you a rose." Then there was a spectacle fit for the gods. A and Plodin strove their best to cast old bouquets on the head of the man, who, becoming roused, in his turn began to pelt us. I was protected by the Cardinalino and Plodin, and the bouquets, I ought rather to say brooms, fell all about me. They ended by breaking a pane of glass and a street lamp. It was very interesting. B offered me a big basket of flowers. He blushed and bit his lips. I don't know what was the matter with him. But let us leave that tiresome person and return to the eyes of Pietro A. He has adorable eyes, especially when he doesn't open them too wide. His lids, which cover fully a quarter of the pupil, give to his eyes an expression which turns my head and makes my heart beat fast. Sunday, March 5th. At the Villa Borghese there was a great race. A man had engaged to run 40 times round the Place de Lienne, in the grounds of the villa, in an hour and 5 minutes. A great gathering of people, at the head of which was the charming princess. Zucchini was there, he made me laugh, Doria, and a crowd of others. It reminded me of the horse races, and all the people wandering around upon the grass made a very pretty effect. Suddenly, I perceived the Cardinalino, and I turned aside to speak to Delbecq, because I felt that I was blushing. "Good morning, mademoiselle," said he, as he came up. "Good morning, monsieur. There are two persons who have a large part in my life, each independently of the other, Doria and A. Doria, majesty, ice, and terror. A, gaiety, coquetry, and charm. Pietro A, decidedly pleases me." I said that I had been eating violets. Cardinalino and Plodon asked me for some and I gave them my bouquet, which they devoured like 2 donkeys. A ended by eating the threads of silk which I pulled from the fringe on my dress. A is a charming boy, his whims delight me. For instance, he bought some cards, and asked me to play. Plodon asked for leave to play also. "But it can't be done," exclaimed the fiery son of a priest, opening his eyes wide. "Yes, yes, yes," said I, "we can all 3 play, it is the same thing." "The same thing," he retorted, looking at me as if he had been pricked with a pin. As I write, I can hear his voice in my ears. I am very much in love with him. I speak quite naturally as I feel. When he goes away I am angry. I never have enough of him. It is absurd to get so fond of people as I do. "At least, to torment Pietro," said Dina, "be kind to B." Torment? I have no desire to do so. Torment him, excite his jealousy, fie. In love, that is as bad as to put paint upon one's face. It is vulgar, it is low. One can torment involuntarily, naturally, so to speak, but to do it with a set purpose. Fie. Besides, I could not do it with a set purpose. I have not enough determination. Is it possible to be agreeable to some monster or other, when the Cardinalino is by and one can speak to him? The fellow in question pays determined court to Mamma, who calls him her dear child. I like to see him so nice to her. He complains of his parents, who do not wish him to keep horses, because he spent too much when he joined the army at 17. He will be 23 in April. A child in years and in character. Monday, March 6th. I remember that yesterday, during the race, I let fall my bouquet. A leaped down, picked it up, and was obliged to scramble back on his knees. "How will he get up here again?" exclaimed Dina. "Oh, it is very easy," said I. "All that I do is very easy," said the young fellow, brushing off his knees. "I expose myself to ridicule, and it is very easy." And he looked far away into the distance to show that he was offended. May, 1877. Note. Pray, once for all, do not accord too much importance to my admirations. I did not really think what I wrote of A. I embellished him, to create a romance. End note. March. At 3 o'clock we were at the Porta del Popolo. Delbecq, Plodon, and A. met us there. A. helped me to mount, and we started off. My habit is of black cloth, made by La Ferrière of a single piece, so that it has nothing of the English stiffness, nor of the usual scantiness. It is a princess robe, close-fitting everywhere. "How well you look on horseback," said A. Plodon annoyed me by wishing to keep with me all the time. Pietro was uneasy about Mamma, who was following us in a landau. Once alone with the Cardinalino, the conversation turned naturally to love. "Eternal love is the tomb of love," said he. "You must love for a day, and then change." A charming idea. Was it from your uncle, the cardinal, that you learned that? Yes, was the laughing answer. Wretched son of a dog, and of a priest, I think that he has made me seriously angry by that truth spoken in his calm manner. Once in the open country, we began to gallop, leaped ditches, and went like the wind. It was delightful. He mounts you on your horse in the most perfect manner. Tuesday, March 7th. Just because of all the follies I have talked, I have fallen in love with that scapegrace. I can't say that it is real love, however. He gave his portrait to Mama, and, as soon as he was gone, I took it away to my room, looked at it and found it charming, and I went to sleep thinking of it, and I see him again in my fancy, and I find so many things I would like to say to him. Wednesday, March 8th. I put on my habit, and at 4 o'clock I was at the Porta del Popolo, where the Cardinalino was waiting for me with 2 horses. Mama and Dina followed in a carriage. "Let us go this way," said my escort. "Very well." And we entered a sort of field, a pretty, green spot, called the Farnesina. He began his declaration again by saying, "I am in despair." What is despair? It is when a man desires a thing, and cannot get it. Do you desire the moon? No, the sun. Carrot, where is it? Said I. It has set, I think. No, it is there, shedding its rays upon me. It is yon. Bah, bah. I have never loved. I detest women. I have only had intrigues with women of loose morals. And the moment you saw me, you loved me? Yes, the very moment, the first evening at the theatre. You said that was all over. I was jesting. How can I tell when you are jesting, and when you are serious? Why, it is easy to be seen. True, you can almost always tell when a person is speaking the truth, but you do not inspire me with any confidence, and your beautiful ideas upon love, still less. What are my ideas? I love you, and you do not believe me. Ah, biting his lips and looking away, then I am nothing, and I can do nothing. Pshaw, don't be a hypocrite, said I, laughing. A hypocrite, cried he, turning in a fury. Alwa, why is a hypocrite? Is that what you think of me? And one thing more. Be still and listen. If, at this moment, one of your friends should pass, you would turn to him, and wink at him and laugh. La hypocrite. Oh, it is so, is it? Very well, very well. You are torturing your horse. Let us descend the hill. You do not believe that I love you, he said, again seeking my eyes and bending over me with an expression of sincerity, which made my heart beat. But no, said I, feebly. Hold in your horse, and let us descend. His tender speeches were again mingled with precepts of horsemanship. Is one not to be allowed to admire you? He said, stopping a few steps below me, and looking at me. You are beautiful, he continued, only I think that you have no heart. On the contrary, I have an excellent heart, I assure you. You have an excellent heart, and you will not love. That depends. You are a spoiled child, isn't it so? Why shouldn't I be spoiled? I am not ignorant, I am good, only I am apt to lose my temper. We were still descending, but, step by step, for the hill was very steep, and the horses, to keep their footing, took advantage of all the little inequalities of ground, and the patches of herbage. And I have a bad temper, too, it is wretched, and I can become furiously angry. Shall we leap that ditch? No. And I rode over a little bridge, while he leaped the ditch. Let us trot up to the carriage, said he, for we had reached the foot of the hill. I started up my horse, but a few paces from the carriage he commenced to gallop. I turned to the right, followed me. My horse was galloping rapidly. I tried to rein him in, but he dashed madly onward. The plain was a large one. I tugged at the reins, but my efforts were vain. My hat fell to the ground, my hair streamed down my back, I was losing my strength, and I was afraid. I could hear behind me. I felt what they must be suffering in the carriage. I longed to throw myself off, but the horse was going like an arrow. It is horrible to be killed like this, I thought. I have no longer any strength. Someone must save me. Stop him, cried who could not catch up with me. I cannot, I answered in a low voice. My arms were trembling. An instant more and I should have lost consciousness, when came quite close, struck my horse over the head, and I seized his arm, partly to support myself and partly to touch him. I looked at him and he was pale as death. Never have I seen a countenance express so much emotion. God! He ejaculated. What anxiety you have caused me. Oh, yes, without you I should have fallen. I could no longer hold him. Now, it is all over. Well, it is a pretty thing to happen, I added, trying to laugh. Let someone give me my hat. Dina had alighted when we reached the landau. Mama was beside herself with anxiety, but she said nothing to me. She knew there was something underneath it all, and did not wish to annoy me. We will go slowly home. Yes, yes. But how you frightened me. And you, yourself, were you afraid? No, I assure you, no. Oh, yes, I can see it. It is nothing, nothing at all. And in another moment we were declining the verb to love in all its moods and tenses. He told me everything from the first evening he saw me at the opera, when he recognized Rossi leaving our box, and he left his own to join him. Do you know, he said, that I have never loved anyone? My only affection was for my mother. As to the rest, I never looked at anyone in the theatre, and I never went to the Pincio. All that is silly. I laughed at all society, and now I go there myself. For me. For you. I am compelled to. Compelled? Yes, by a moral force. Doubtless, I could produce an effect upon your imagination, if I should make to you a declaration like a hero in a novel. But it is silly. I think only of you, I live only in you. Man is a material creature. He meets a multitude of people, and a multitude of thoughts occupy him. He eats, talks, reflects, but I think of you. At the club, perhaps? Yes, at the club. When night comes, I remain there to dream, smoke, and think of you. Then, especially when it is dark and I am alone, I think, dream, and reach such an illusion that I believe you are present before me. Never, he continued, have I felt what I feel now. I think of you. I go out in the hope of meeting you. The proof is that since you no longer go to the opera, I no longer go there. Especially when I am alone, do I give myself up to dreams. I imagine that you are with me. I assure you that I have never felt what I feel now, and so I conclude that it is love. I desire to see you, and I go to the Pincio. I desire to see you. I am furious if I am disappointed, and then I dream of you. It is like this that I have begun to feel the pleasure of love. How old are you? 23. I began life at 17. I might have been in love 100 times, but I never have. I have never been like those youths of 18 who live upon a flower, a picture. All that is silly. If you knew, sometimes, how much I think, how much I find to say to you, and Anne. And you cannot. No, it is not that. I have fallen in love and become silly. Don't think that. You are not silly at all. You don't love me, he said, turning toward me. I know you so little that really it is impossible to tell, I answered. But, when you know me better, he said, gently, looking at me in the most timid manner possible. Then he lowered his voice. You will love me a little, perhaps? Perhaps, I replied, as gently as he. It was almost dark, and we had reached the Porta del Popolo. I entered the carriage. He went to say goodbye to Mama, who gave him some commands regarding the horses, for the next time, and we were ready to start. I hope to see you soon again, said A, to Mama. I held out my hand to him in silence, and he pressed it, not as before. I know all about it, cried Dina, after we had started. He said something to her, she repulsed him, he startled her horse and there was an accident. Really, my dear, he said a great many things to me. But am I not right? Demanded Dina. Entirely, my dear, I answered, demurely. On our return home, I went to my room, disrobed, put on a wrapper, and stretched myself on the sofa, weary, charmed, bewildered. I could not understand anything at first. For 2 hours I forgot everything, and it took me 2 hours to recollect what you have read. I should be filled with joy if I believed him, but I doubt, despite his true, agreeable, even ingenuous air. That is what comes from being oneself carnal. 10 times have I left my desk to lie down upon the bed, to review all in my poor head, to dream, and to smile. See, good people, how bewildered I am, and he is doubtless at the club. I feel quite another being, quite silly. I am calm, but still astounded by what he has said to me. I remember now, he told me that he was ambitious. Every well-born man ought to be so, I answered him. I love the way in which he speaks to me. No rhetoric, no affectation, one can see that he is thinking aloud. He says to me such sweet things, for example, this. You are always pretty, he said, I don't know how you manage it. My hair is all down, now. So much the better, you are still prettier so, with your hair down, you are still more, you are, he stopped and smiled. You are still more, I don't know how to say it, more exciting. I think now of the moment when he said to me, I love you, and when I answered for the 100th time, that is not true. He started in the saddle, and bending down and letting the reins fall. You do not believe me, he exclaimed, seeking my eyes, which I kept lowered. Not through coquetry, I give you my word. Oh, at that moment he was speaking the truth. I raised my head and met his anxious look, his black eyes, like chestnuts, and wide open as though striving to read my inmost thoughts. They were uneasy, irritated, provoked by the evasion of mine. I could not help it, for if I had looked him full in the face I should have burst out crying. I was unnerved, confused, I did not know what to do, and he thought, perhaps, that I was playing the coquette. Yes, in that moment, at least, I know that he did not lie. You love me now, I answered. In a week you will love me no longer. Oh, have mercy. I am not one of those men who pass their lives murmuring sweet nothings in maidens' ears. I have never paid court to anyone and I love no one. There is one woman who tried with all her strength to make me love her. She made 5 or 6 appointments with me and I never kept one of them, because I could not love her, you know that well. Bah, bah. I shall never finish if I give myself up to these memories and continue to write. So many things were said. Come, come, it is time for sleep. Tuesday, March 14th. I thought that I had promised Pietro to ride with him. We met him in a morning coat and a low hat. The poor fellow was in a cab. Why don't you ask your father for some horses? I said to him. I have, but if you knew how hard the IS are. I was vexed to see him in a miserable cab. Today we leave the Hotel de Londres. We have a fine, large apartment on the first floor of a house in the Via Barbuino reception room, small salon, large salon, for sleeping rooms, a studio, and the servants' chambers. March 16th. About 10 o'clock Pietro came. The salon is very large and very handsome. We have 2 pianos. I commenced to play softly one of Mendelssohn's songs without words, and A. commenced to chant to me his own particular song. The more seriousness and warmth he put into his plea, the more I laughed and the colder I became. It is impossible for me to imagine A. as really serious. Whatever the one you love may say, appears delightful. I am amusing sometimes to those who feel only indifference toward me, and for much stronger reasons, to those who feel more. In the midst of a sentence full of love and tenderness, I would say something irresistibly droll to him and he would commence to laugh. Then I would reproach him for this laughter, saying that I could not believe a boy who was never serious, and who laughed foolishly at everything. And this was repeated several times, so that he became thoroughly exasperated. And he commenced to tell again how it began, since the first evening of the performance of La Vestale. I love you so much, he said, that there is nothing I would not do for you. Tell me to shoot myself, and I would do it. And what would your mother say? My mother would weep and my brothers would say, instead of being 3, we are now 2. It would be of no use, I don't want any such proof. But then, what do you want? Tell me, do you want me to jump out of this window into the court below? And he rushed toward the window. I held him back and he would not let go my hand. No, said he, with a gulp, as if forcing back a tear, I am calm now, but, heavens, there was a moment, don't provoke me so, answer me, say something. All this sort of talk is folly. Yes, the folly of youth, perhaps, but I do not believe that I have ever felt what I feel today, now, here. I thought I was going mad. In a month I shall go away and all will be forgotten. I will follow you everywhere. You will not be allowed. Who will prevent me, then? He cried, darting toward me. You are too young, I said, changing the music, and from Mendelssohn passing to a nocturne, sweeter and stronger. Let us be married, we have a magnificent future before us. Yes, if I were willing. Oh, But of course you are willing. Then he went on, becoming more and more excited. I took no notice and did not even change color. Well, said I, let us suppose that I will marry you. In 2 years you will have ceased to love me. I thought that he would stifle. No. Why do you have such ideas? And breathless, with tears in his eyes, he fell at my knees. I recoiled, red with anger. Oh, piano, my protector. You must have a good temper, he said. I think so, indeed, for if I did not have, I should have already dismissed you, I answered, turning aside to laugh. Then I rose, calm and satisfied, and went to make myself agreeable to the others. But he was obliged to go. Is it time? He asked, with a questioning look. Yes, said Mama. After I had given a very brief account of the scene to Mama and Dina, I shut myself up in my chamber, and, before writing, I remained an hour, with my hands over my face and my fingers buried in my hair, trying to analyze my own sentiments. I think that I understand myself. Poor Pietro. It isn't that I care nothing for him, on the contrary, but I cannot consent to be his wife. The wealth, the villas, the museums of the Ruspolis, the Dorias, the Torlonias, the Borgheses, the Chiara would overwhelm me. Above all things, I am ambitious and vain. And to think that one loves such a creature, because one does not know her. If one could know her, that creature, one would love her just the same. Ambition is a noble passion. Why under the sun is it a, instead of another? And I go on repeating the same phrase, changing the name.
Hi, this is Rose from Ambient's World. If you are enjoying reading by the fire, please consider liking, sharing and subscribing.
Saturday, March 18th. I have not had an instant alone with A, and it annoys me. I love to hear him tell me that he loves me. Since he has told me all, I spend much of my time, with my head in my hands, thinking, perhaps I am in love. It is when I am tired out, and half asleep that I think that I love Pietro. Why am I vain? Why am I ambitious? Why am I sensible? I am incapable of sacrificing for an instant's pleasure whole years of magnificence and satisfied vanity. Yes, say the writers of romance, but that instant's pleasure is enough to brighten, with its beams, a whole lifetime. Oh, no, I do not believe it. Now I am cold and I love, tomorrow I shall be warm and I shall not love. See, how the changes in temperature affect the destinies of men. When he went away, A said, "Good evening," and took my hand and held it in his, asking me a dozen questions to defer our parting. I immediately told all this to Mama. I tell her everything. March 20th. I behaved horribly this evening. I talked in a low tone to the scapegrace, and gave everybody reason to believe things which will never come to pass. With other people about, he does not amuse me. When we are alone, he speaks to me of love and marriage. The son of a priest is jealous, furiously jealous. And of whom? Of everybody. I listen to his rhapsodies, laughing with cold indifference, and at the same time let him take my hand. One also take his hand, in a manner almost maternal, and if he has not entirely lost his wits through his passion for me, as he says, he must see, that, while driving him away with my words, I detain him with my eyes. I tell him that I shall never love him, but I do love him, or at least, I act as if I did. I say all sorts of silly things to him. Another man, an older man, would be contented, but he tears a napkin, breaks 2 pencils, or rips a curtain. All these actions permit me to take him by the hand and to tell Hint that he is an idiot. Then he looks at me with fixed fury, and his black eyes are plunged in my grey ones. I say to him, perfectly gravely, "Make up a face for me," and B laughs and I pretend to be vexed. "Then you don't love me?" "No. I ought not to have hoped it." Good heavens. Yes, one must always hope. Hope is a part of man's nature, but as facts as I am concerned, why, I will not give it to you. And as I spoke laughingly, he went away passably satisfied. Friday, March 24th, Saturday, March 25th. A arrived a quarter of an hour earlier than usual, pale, interesting, sad, and calm. When fortune announced him, I armed myself from head to foot with that cold courtesy, calculated to enrage a man in his position. I let him spend 10 minutes alone with Mama before going in. Poor thing. He is jealous of Plodin. What an ugly thing it is to be in love. I had made up my mind never to come to your house again. Why have you come, then? I thought that it would be rude to your mother who has been so kind to me. Oh, if that is the reason, you can go away and not come back again. Goodbye. No, no, no. It was to see you. Ah, that is quite another thing. Mademoiselle, he said, I have made a great mistake, and I know it. How so? I have made you understand, I have told you that. That I love you, he exclaimed, contracting his lips, as if to prevent himself from crying. Pshaw, that is no mistake. Yes, it is a tremendous mistake, for you play with me as if I were a doll or a ball. What an idea. Oh, I know that is your nature. You love fun. Well, have all the fun you like with me. It is my fault. Let us have our fun together. Then, tell me, it was not to dismiss me, that you told me to go away from the theatre. No, it was not to get rid of me. Monsieur, I do not need to make use of a stratagem when I wish to get rid of anyone. I do it quite openly, as I did in B.S. case. Ah, and you told me there was no truth in that affair. Let us talk of something else. He leaned his cheek against my hand. Do you love me? He asked. No, monsieur, not the least little bit in the world. He did not believe a word of it. At this moment, Mama and Dina came into the room, and after a few minutes, he went away. Monday, March 27th. In the evening we had company, and among others, A. Again we found ourselves at the piano. I know, he said, who will be successful with you, a man who possesses great patience, and who loves you much less. But, don't you love me? No, I said, as I had 20 times before. And our faces were so close that I am surprised the sparks did not fly. You see, he exclaimed. What is to be done, when the love is all on one side? You are as cold as ice, and I love you. You love me? No, monsieur, but you may some day. When? Oh, in 6 months or so. In 6 months. I love you, I tell you, I am mad with love, and you mock me. You are very wise, monsieur, really. Now, listen, even if I loved you, there would be too many difficulties in my path. I am too young, and then, there is religion. Oh, I know all that. There will be difficulties for me, too, you think not? You cannot understand me, because you don't love me. But, if I should propose to you to elope? Horror. Wait. I do not propose it to you. It is a horror, I know, when one is not in love. It would not be a horror, if you loved me. Monsieur, I beg of you, don't speak of such a thing. Mademoiselle, I am not speaking of it to you, but I should do so, if you loved me. I do not love you. I do not love him, and yet I let him say all these things to me. How absurd it all is. I think that he has spoken to his father, and that his communication has not been kindly received. I cannot decide. I am entirely ignorant of the condition of affairs, and I would not consent to go and live with his family. It is hard enough to live with my own. What would it be among strangers? Am I not wonderfully sensible for a girl of my age? I will follow you, he said, the other evening. Come to Nice, I said to him today. He answered nothing, but kept his head down, which proved to me that he had spoken to his father. I do not understand it at all. I love him, Arid, I do not love him. Wednesday, March 29th. I have said that A. was not yet ready to relinquish everything for me. I love you, he said. I will do anything for you. The Pope will curse you, the Cardinal will curse you, and your father will curse you. I trouble myself very little about all those people, when you are in question. I snap my finger at the whole world. If you loved me, as I love you, you would say what I say. If you had a passion for me, as I have for you, you would not speak as you do, and you would see in the whole world only the one you loved. Ah, Pietro is no longer a silly boy. He is improving more and more, and I commence to have a certain respect for him. Thursday, March 30th. Today, alone, shut up in my chamber, with the door locked, I have given myself up to deep reflection over this grave matter. For several days my position has been a false one, and why? Because Pietro has asked me to be his wife, because I have not squarely refused him, because he has spoken to his parents, because his parents are not easy to manage, and because Visconti has had the following conversation with Mamma. I would like to know, madam, to whom it is your intention to marry your daughter? Commenced Visconti, after having spoken favourably of Pietro's fortune and person. I have no fixed idea, said Mamma, and then my daughter is so young. Ah, madam, we must discuss things openly. Would you marry her to a foreigner, or to a Russian, one of her own countrymen? I should prefer a foreigner, because she would be more happy with him, since she has been brought up outside of her own country. Well, I would like, also, to know if all your family would consent to her marriage with a Catholic, and that the offspring of the union should be brought up in the Catholic faith. Our family would gladly consent to anything that would be conducive to my daughter's happiness. And what would be the relations of your family with that of the bridegroom? Excellent, I think, inasmuch as the two families would see each other rarely or not at all. Pietro A. is a charming young man and he will be very rich, but the Pope is an important factor in all the affairs of the IS, and the Pope will make difficulties. But, monsieur, why have you said all this? There is no question of marriage. I love that young man as one of my children, but not as a future son-in-law. That is the conversation as nearly as Mamma could remember it. It would be a very sensible thing to go away, especially as nothing will be lost by putting the matter off till next winter. We must go tomorrow. I will prepare myself, to see the marvelous places which are as yet unknown to me. Yes, but what frets me the most is that the opposition does not come from our side, but from the eyes. It is horrid, and my pride rebels at it. We will leave Rome. It is not very agreeable, really, to have objections made to me by his family when I myself don't want anything to do with them. Rome is such a gossiping city that everybody is talking, and I am the last to perceive it. That is always the case. I have doubtless worked myself up into a fury at the idea that they want to take Pietro away from me, but I see a finer future before me and I aspire to a loftier station, thank heaven. If A. satisfied me in every way I should not be angry, but a man whom I have rejected in my mind as being unworthy of me, and they dare to say that the Pope will not allow it. I am furious, but wait a moment. The evening came, and with the evening, Pietro A. We received him coldly enough because of the Baron Visconti's words and also of a multitude of suppositions, for since Visconti's visit, we have done nothing but conjecture. Tomorrow, said Pietro, soon after his arrival, I am going away. Where? To Terracina. I shall remain there 8 days, I think. They are sending him away, murmured Mamma, in Russian. I had said the same thing to myself. How shameful. I could have cried with rage. Yes, it is disagreeable, I answered, in the same language. Oh, dog of a priest. You understood thoroughly how humiliating all this is. Conversation languished. Mamma was so offended and so angry, that her headache increased and she went to her room. Dina had already retired. There was a tacit agreement to leave me alone with him in order that I might find out the truth. Once alone, although trembling a little inwardly, I advanced bravely to the attack. Why are you going away? Where are you going? Ah, if you fancy that he answered me as squarely as I asked the question, you are greatly mistaken. I questioned and he eluded answering. What is your motto? Mademoiselle? He asked. Nothing before me, nothing after me, nothing beyond myself. Well, that is mine, too. So much the worse. Then began protestations too real to be agreeable. Words of love, without beginning and without end, bursts of anger, reproaches. I sustained the storm with equal dignity and calmness. I love you to distraction, he went on, but I have no confidence in you. You have always jeered at me, always laughed, always been cold with your magisterial questions. What would you have me say to you when I see that you will never love me? I listened, stiff and motionless, not even allowing him to touch my hand. I was determined at all costs to know everything. My anxiety and suspicions made me too miserable. How, monsieur, do you expect me to love a man whom I do not know, who hides everything from me? Speak, and I will believe you, Speak, and I promise to give you an answer. Understand, after you have spoken, I promise to give you an answer. But you will laugh at me. Mademoiselle, if I tell you. You see, it is such a secret that if I tell you, it will be a complete revelation of myself. There are certain things so personal that one tells them to no one in the world. Speak, I am waiting. I will tell you, but you will laugh at me. No, I promise you not to. After many promises not to laugh, and not to repeat feat to anyone, he told me at last. It seems that last year, when he was a soldier at Vienna, he incurred debts to the amount of 34,000 francs, that is, in 3 months' time. He quarreled with his father, who refused to pay them. But a few days ago, he pretended that he was going away, saying that he was badly treated at home. Then his mother came to him and told him that his father would pay his debts on condition that he would lead a sensible life. And, in the first place, and before being reconciled with your parents, you must become reconciled to God. He has not been to confession for a long time. In short, he is going to retire for 8 days to the monastery of San Giovanni and Paolo, Montesilia, near the Colosseum. It was hard enough for me to keep serious, I assure you. To us, this seems so odd, but it is quite natural for the Catholics of Rome. That is the secret, then. I leaned against the mantel, and turned away my eyes, which, heaven knows why, were full of tears. He stood near me, and for some seconds we neither spoke nor looked at one another. We remained standing an hour to talk of what? Of love, of course. I know all that I wanted to know, I have drawn everything from him. He has not spoken to his father, but he has told all to his mother. Moreover, he said, you can be sure, Mademoiselle, that my parents have nothing against you, religion is the only obstacle. I am confident that they can have nothing against me, for, if I should consent to marry you, it is you who would be honored, not I. I took care to show myself reserved and prudish, as I am, and to litter moral principles of an astounding purity, so that he could relate it all to his mother, since he tells her everything. He has never spoken to me as he did this evening. I love you, I adore you, I am mad with love, he murmured, very rapidly. Do you love me a little? Tell me, if I do love you, what good can come of it? It will make us happy. I am not the only one to decide the matter. You know, monsieur, there are fathers and mothers. Mine, mademoiselle, are not opposed, I can assure you of that. Let us be engaged. Not so quickly. Monsieur, what did you say to your mother? How did you speak to her? I said to her, it has been a strong desire of yours that I should marry. Now, I have found someone whom I love, and I wish to marry and settle down. And my mother answered that I must think it over carefully before taking so serious a step, and all sorts of things. That is quite natural. And have you spoken to your father? No. I ask you this, because we are being gossiped about in the city, and someone has spoken to Mama on the subject, and it made her very angry. My mother has doubtless mentioned it. It is after 2 o'clock, and I should never finish writing it. I should try to set down even half of all that was said, and then, it is a shame, but one can write only the harsh things. As for the sweet things, they cannot be written, and they are the only things amusing to read. Sunday, at 2 o'clock, I am to be in front of the monastery, and he will show himself at the window, and press a white handkerchief to his lips. As soon as he was gone, I ran to calm Mamma's wounded pride, and I told her all, but in a laughing way, so as not to appear in love. For the present, this is enough. My mind is at rest, and I am happy, especially happy before the members of my own family, who have already begun to look melancholy. It is late, and I must really go to sleep. Friday, March 31st. It was a famous proof of love, to tell me what he did, and I did not laugh. He begged me to give him my picture to carry with him to the monastery. Never, monsieur, it would be such a temptation. Nevertheless, I shall think of you all the time. Those 8 days in a monastery are ridiculous enough. What would his friends of the Kakia Club say if they knew about it? I will never tell anyone. Mama and Dina do not count, for they will be as silent as I. Pietro in a monastery, it is a side-splitting thought. Suppose he invented it all? Such a character is frightful. I have no confidence in anyone. Poor Pietro, in a monk's frock, shut up in a cell, for sermons a day, mass, vespers, matins, I cannot grow accustomed to so strange a thing. Oh, God! Do not punish a vain creature. I swear to you that I am honorable at heart, and incapable of a low or mean action. I am ambitious, that is my misfortune. The beauties and ruins of Rome turn my head. I long to be Caesar, Augustus, Marcus Aurelius, Nero, Caracalla the devil, the Pope. I long to be everything, and I am nothing. But I am always the same. You can be convinced of that by reading this journal. The details and the shading change, but the chief lines are always the same. It is a pretty thing to be shut up in a monastery. How he must be bored, poor fellow. I was wrong to tell my family about it. I am unworthy of his confidence, but I could not do otherwise, with Mamma so furious. What? She said, they make a pretense of having refused us, when we had no desire for them at all. They dare to think that it would be so great a happiness for us. It is insulting. Mamma was right, and well, I had to calm her and raise myself in her eyes. Indulgentia plenaria pro vivis et defunctis. Amen. April 3rd. It is spring, and they say that all women grow beautiful at this season of the year. That is true, if I may judge from myself. The skin becomes more delicate, the eyes brighter, and the color fresher. It is the 3rd of April, and I have still 15 days of Rome. How strange it is. As long as I wore a fur hat, we had winter. Yesterday, I put on a straw one, and instantly it was spring. A gown or a hat often produces this effect. How often a word or a gesture will bring about something which has been a long time preparing, and for the springing into life of which, this little shock was necessary. Wednesday, April 5th. I'll write and speak of all those who pay me any attention. All this is nonsensical, and it is caused by my idleness. I paint and I read, but it is not enough. A vain girl like me should devote herself to painting, for it is an imperishable art. I shall never be a poet, nor a philosopher, nor a savant. I can be only a singer and a painter. That, in itself, is a good deal. And then, I want to be in everyone's mouth, and that is the principal thing. Stern moralists, don't shrug your shoulders or criticize me with an affected indifference. To tell the truth, you are the same at heart. You take very good care not to let it be seen. But that does not prevent you from knowing in your inmost souls that what I say is true. Vanity, vanity, vanity. The beginning and the end of all things and the eternal and sole cause of all things. What is not the effect of vanity is the effect of the passions. The passions and vanity are the only masters of the world. Tuesday, April 6th. I come to my journal to implore it to comfort my empty, sad, unlucky, envious, unhappy heart. Yes, and I, with all my tendencies, with all my strong desires, and the fever of my blood, am always and everywhere checked like a horse is checked by the bit. He foams, rages, and rears, but tie is checked. Friday, April 7th. I am worried to death. Oh, how expressive is the Russian saying, to have a cat in the heart. I have a cat in my heart. It gives me constant and incredible pain to think that a man I care for cannot love me. Pietro has not come, he left the monastery only this evening. I have seen his clerical and hypocritical brother, Paul A. There is a being who ought to be crushed, little, black, sallow, vile, hypocritical Jesuit. If the monastery story be true, he must know of it, and how he must laugh in his little, mean way, when he tells it to his friends. Pietro and Paul cannot endure one another. Sunday, April 9th. With fervent faith, a heart filled with emotion, and a soul at peace with all men, I went to confession and partook of the Holy Communion. So also did Mamma and Dina, and then we heard Mass. I listened to every word and I prayed. Is it not maddening to be under subjection to an unknown and incontestable power? I mean the power which has taken away Pietro. What can not the cardinal do, when the people of his church are in question? The power of the priests is enormous, and it is impossible to penetrate their mysterious machinations. We are filled with astonishment, fear, and admiration. It is only necessary to read the history of the various nations to see their hand in all events. They are so far-sighted that ordinary eyes cannot discern what they are gazing at. Since the beginning of the world, in all countries, the supreme power has either openly or covertly belonged to them. No, realty, it would be too much, if, with one fell blow, they should take Pietro away forever. He cannot fail to return to Rome, he has declared so strongly that he would do so. Isn't he doing anything to bring about his return? Isn't he breaking everything? Isn't he screaming out in his despair? My God! I have been to confession, I have received absolution, and I am in a tearing, swearing rage. A certain amount of sin is as necessary to a man's life as is a certain amount of air. Why do men remain bound to the earth? Why does the weight of their conscience drag them down? If their conscience were pure, they would be too light and they would fly away toward the skies like red balloons. That is a strange theory. But no matter. And Pietro does not come. But then I don't love him. I want to be sensible and tranquil, and I cannot. The benediction and the portrait of the Pope has brought me ill luck. They say that he brings ill luck. There is a strange hissing in my breast, my fingernails are red, and I cough. There is nothing more frightful than not to be able to pray. Prayer is the only consolation of those who cannot act. I pray, but I do not believe. It is abominable. But it is not my fault. Monday, April 10th. They have shut him up forever. No, they have shut him up for the time that I am to be in Rome. Tomorrow, I go to Naples. They cannot have foreseen this move. Besides, once released, he will come after me. It is not this that I am uneasy about, but the present uncertainty. This unsuspected, unforeseen blow. I walk about my chamber, groaning low, like a wounded wolf. I have still the branch of ivy he gave me at the Capitol. How sad it all is. I don't really know what is the matter with me, which is ridiculous, no doubt, but true. Besides, it is folly to rage, to pray, and to weep. And isn't it always so under all and every circumstance? I ought to become accustomed to it and no longer fatigue heaven with my useless lamentations. I don't know what to think him, a worthless fellow, a coward, or a child whom they tyrannize over. I am exceedingly calm, but sad. It is only necessary to look at things from a certain point of view, says Mamma, to discover that there is nothing in the world worth the trouble. On the whole, I agree with my lady mother, but, to do so perfectly, I must know the exact truth. All that I know is that this is a queer state of affairs. Wednesday, April 12th. All night long I saw him in my dreams. He assured me that he had really been in the monastery. They are packing up, and we go away this evening to Naples. I hate going away. When shall I have the happiness of living in a home always in the same city, to see always the same set of people, and from time to time to take journeys for recreation? Rome is the place where I would like to live, love, and die. No, stop, I would like to live where I would be well, to love everywhere, and to die nowhere. Yet, I must say that I like the Italian, or rather, Roman life well enough. There is a certain aroma of ancient magnificence still hanging about it. People are too apt to have a false idea of Italy and the Italians. They are pictured as poor, selfish, bigoted, and thoroughly broken down. It is quite the contrary. Rarely, in other countries, can be found families as rich and houses maintained with so much luxury. I speak, of course, of the aristocracy. Rome under the Pope was a city apart, and in its way sovereign of the world. Then, each Roman prince was like a little king. He had his court and his clients as in antiquity. It is from this regime that the greatness of the Roman families sprang. Certainly, in 2 more generations, they will have neither greatness nor wealth, for Rome is subject to the royal laws, and Rome will become like Naples, Milan, and the other cities of Italy. The great fortunes will be divided, the museums and galleries acquired by the government, and the princes of Rome transformed into a crowd of nobodies, covered with a great name as with an old theatrical mantle, to hide their misery. And when these great names, once so respected, shall be dragged in the mud, when the king shall think that he alone is great, having trampled under his feet all the nobility, he will suddenly, in a flash, perceive what a country is where there is nothing between the people and their king. Take France as an example. On the other hand, take England, where the people are free and happy. There is so much poverty in England, you will say. But, in general, the English people are the happiest. I am not speaking of their commercial prosperity, but only of their domestic life. Let anyone who desires a republic in his country begin by trying it in his own household. But enough of dissertations on subjects of which I have only a feeble idea, and an entirely personal opinion. What will Pietro say when he returns to Rome and does not find me there? What a rumpus he will make. So much the worse for him. It isn't my fault. Naples, Thursday, April 13th. See Naples and die. I desire neither the one nor the other. It is 7 o'clock, and the weather is as fine as it is at Nice. I can see from my window magnificent turnouts, of which Rome possesses very few. Besides, Naples is renowned for the splendor of its horses and carriages. Did he go away of his own accord, or was he forced to do so? That is the question. I am writing in front of a large mirror, and I look like Beatrice di Cenci in my white robe and flowing hair. My hair is arranged in the Pompeian style, as Pietro used to say. Heavens! How I wish I had one of Dumas' novels. It would prevent me from writing follies, and above all, from reading them afterward. Shut up by myself, I have wept many tears. It is just the same as it was at Rome. Heavens'll how I hate changes. How miserable I am in a new city. He received his orders and he obeyed, and to obey he must have loved me very little. He did not obey when his military service was in question. Fie! Enough! Enough! Poverty! Pshaw! Vileness! I can no longer keep thinking of such a man. If I lament, it is over my unhappy fate, over my poor life scarcely begun, and during which I have met only with deceit. Certainly, like all human beings, perhaps even more than others, I have sinned, but on the other hand, there is some good in me, and it is unjust to humiliate me in everything. I took my position in the middle of the room, joined my hands, and raised my eyes, but something said to me, prayer is of no avail. I shall receive what is in store for me, not one sorrow the less, nor one suffering the more, as manager. De Falloux says. There is only one thing to be done, to become resigned. I know it is difficult, but otherwise, where would the merit be? I believe, idiot that I am, that the transports of an ardent God desires a German-like resignation, and I am incapable of it. Does he think that those who are thus resigned have to conquer themselves? Oh, no. They are resigned because they have water in their veins instead of blood, because it is less trouble. Is it any merit to be calm when that calm is natural? If I could be resigned, I should obtain everything, for it would be sublime. But I cannot. It is no longer a difficulty, it is an impossibility. During moments of brutishness, I shall be resigned. I shall not be so of my own will, but just because I am. Oh, God, have pity upon me. Give me peace. Give me a soul to attach myself to. I am weary, very weary. No, no, it is not the storms that I am weary of, but the deceit. April 13th. To air my room, which was full of smoke, I have opened the window. For the first time for 3 long months, I have seen a clear sky, and the sea, through the trees, sparkling in the moonlight. I am so delighted that I am going to write. Heavens! How beautiful it is after the dark and narrow streets of Rome. A night so calm, so beautiful. Ah, if he were here. Do you take that for love? One cannot sleep when it is so lovely. Coward, weak and unworthy. Unworthy of the least of my thoughts. Easter Sunday, April 16th. I don't like Naples. At Rome the houses are dark and dirty, but they are palaces in point of architecture and antiquity. At Naples, everything is equally dirty, and you see only pasteboard houses in the French style. There, all the Frenchmen will be furious, but they can quiet down. I admire them and love them more than any other nation, but I must acknowledge that their palaces will never attain the massive, splendid, and graceful majesty of the Italian palaces, especially those of Rome and Florence. Tuesday, April 18th. At noon we started for Pompeii. We went in a carriage, for the road is excellent, and there are Vesuvius and the towns of Castellamare and Sorrento to be admired. The guides at the excavations are excellent. It is a curious thing to wander about the streets of this dead city. We had taken a chair with bearers, and Mama and I took turns in resting. The skeletons are frightful, the poor things are in shocking attitudes. I looked at the remains of the houses and the frescoes, and tried to re-establish the whole place in my imagination, and to re-people the houses and streets. What a terrible force must it have been that engulfed a whole city. I heard Mama speaking of marriage. Woman is made to suffer, she said, even with the best of husbands. Woman before marriage, said I, is Pompeii before the eruption, and woman after marriage is Pompeii after the eruption. Perhaps I was right. I am very tired, nervous, and sad. We shall not return until 8 o'clock. Wednesday, April 19th. See the disadvantage of my position. Pietro, without me, has his club, society, his friends, everything in a word, excepting me. While I, without Pietro, have nothing. I am only for him a distraction. He was for me, everything. He made me forget my ambition to play a great part in the world, and I thought only of him, was occupied only with him, too happy to escape my thoughts. Whatever may happen to me, I bequeath my journal to the public. All the books that we read are inventions, where the situations are forced and the characters false, while this is a correct photograph of a whole life. Ah, you will say that the photograph is a bore, while the inventions are amusing. If you do say that, you will give me a very poor idea of your intelligence. I offer you here what has never been seen before. All memoirs, all journals, all letters that are published are only highly colored inventions destined to deceive the world. I have no interest in practicing deception. I have no political action to veil, no criminal connection to conceal. No one is uneasy if I love or if I do not love, if I laugh or if I cry. My greatest care is to express myself as exactly as possible. I have no illusions in regard to my style or my orthography. I write faultless letters, but in the midst of this ocean of words, I doubtless let much escape my attention. I make, besides, mistakes in my language. I am a foreigner. But if you should ask me to express myself in my own tongue, I should perhaps do worse still. But it was not to say all this that I opened my desk. It was to say that it is not yet noon, that I am a prey, more than ever, to my tormenting thoughts, that there is an oppression in my breast, and that I could willingly scream. Besides, that is my natural state. The sky is grey, the Chiaja is traversed only by cabs and dirty pedestrians, and the stupid trees planted on each side shut out all view of the sea. At Nice, on the Promenade des Anglais, there are villas on one side and on the other the sea, which breaks without restraint upon the pebbles. Here, there are houses on one side, and on the other a sort of garden, which is continued along the street which separates it from the sea, from which it is itself separated by a rather large space of barren ground covered with stones and various buildings, and offering a sad spectacle of desolation. When you reach the square, which terminates the Chiaja and which is planted with pretty shrubs, you feel much better, and this place is really pretty. Further on, you enter upon the quay, to the left, houses, to the right, the sea, but the sea, bounded by a wall with a balustrade and adorned with oyster cellars and shells. Then come the gates of the port, the different buildings of the navigation companies, and the port itself. But it is no longer the sea, only a dirty place crowded with a mass of ugly things. Cloudy weather always makes me a little sad, but here, today, it absolutely oppresses me. Within, the death-like silence of our apartment; outside, the nerve-wracking noise of the cabs and the wagons with their little bells, the grey skies, the wind rattling the blind. Ah, I am very miserable, and I should be taken not to the skies, nor the sea, but to the earth. April 21st. When I entered the salon this morning, I was suffocated by the odor of flowers. The room was literally full of them. There were flowers from Doenhof, from Altamura, and from Talonia. Doenhof sent a table formed of flowers, which replaced the usual table, but it was not of this that I wanted to speak. Listen, since the soul exists, since it is the soul which animates the body, since it is that vaporous substance which alone feels, loves, hates, desires, since, finally, it is the soul which gives us life, how does it happen, then, that any wound in this vile body, or any internal disorder, the abuse of wine or of food, how does it happen, then, that such things can put the soul to flight. I can make a wheel go round, and stop it when I choose. That stupid wheel cannot stop my hand. In the same way, the soul, which sets in motion the various portions of our body, ought not to be driven away, it, the essence of reason, by a hole in the head, or an indigestion caused by eating lobster. It ought not to be, but it is. Whence the conclusion must be drawn that the soul is a pure invention. And this conclusion causes the fall, one after the other, like the scenes in a theatre fire, of all our deepest and dearest beliefs. Rome, Monday, April 24th. I had a whole day's occurrences to relate, but now I cannot remember a thing. I know only that we met upon the Corso, that he ran up to the carriage, beaming and joyful, and that he asked if we would be at home in the evening. We would be, alas. He came, and I went to the salon, and began to talk quite as naturally as the others. He told me that he had been 4 days in the monastery, and that then he had gone into the country. He is now reconciled to all his relations, he is going to go into society, be sensible, and think of his future. Finally, he told me that I had amused myself at Naples, flirted as usual, and that proved that I did not love him. He also told me that he had seen me the other Sunday near the monastery of San Giovanni and Paolo. And to prove that he was speaking the truth, he told me how I was dressed and all that I did, and I must acknowledge that his statements were correct. "Do you love me?" he asked me at last. "And you?" "Ah, that is always the way with you, you always mock and laugh at me. Suppose I were to say yes." He is entirely changed. One would say that, in 20 days, he has become a man of 30. His whole conversation is different and he has become so sensible that it is marvelous. He seems to have changed places with a Jesuit. Do you know, I play the hypocrite now, I bow before my father, I always agree with him, I am wise, and I think of my future. Tomorrow, perhaps, I shall be able to tell something, but tonight, I am too stupid. Tuesday, April 25th. "I will come tomorrow," he said, as if to pacify me, "and we will talk of all this seriously. It is useless. Monsieur, I know now how much faith to put in your wonderful love. You need not come again," I added more faintly. "You have vexed me. I bid you goodbye in anger and I shall not sleep tonight. And you can boast of having put me in a rage, go. But, mademoiselle, how odd you are. I will talk to you tomorrow, when you are calmer. It is he who complains, he who says that I have always refused him, always laughed at him, that I have never loved him. I should have said the same in his place, but, nevertheless, I find him very dignified and self-possessed for a man who is really in love. Now, I am paid in my own coin, so I am never going to say another word on the subject. Let him commence it, if he likes. It seems to me that he no longer loves me. Good. There is a thought which rouses me, which makes my blood boil and cold shivers run down my back. I like this much better. Oh, yes, at least I am furious, furious, furious. It rained all the time, and a servant announced Baron Visconti, who, in spite of his years, is so witty and charming. Suddenly, while discussing the Odescalchi marriage, they spoke of Pietro. "Ah, madam, the boy, as you call him, is not a match to be disdained, for the poor cardinal is failing rapidly, which, one of these days, will make his nephews millionaires, and consequently Pietro will be a millionaire. Do you know, Baron, that they tell me the boy is going to enter a monastery? Oh, no, he is thinking of quite another thing, I assure you." Then they spoke of Rome, and I said how fond I was of it, and how I disliked to leave it. "Well, remain then. I would like to. I like to see that your heart loves our city. Oh, speaking of hearts, have you seen mine? Look." And I showed him a silver heart, a nun's ornament. "Do you know," I added, "that they are going to leave me in Rome, in a convent?" "Oh," said Visconti, "I hope you will remain here in another way than that, we shall find a means." "I will find a means," with a warm pressure of my hand. Mamma was radiant, I was radiant, it was quite an aurora borealis. In the evening, contrary to all expectation, we had numerous callers, among others, A. The company sat at one table, and I with Pietro at another. And we discussed love in general, and Pietro's love in particular. His principles are deplorable, or, rather, He is so crazy that he has no principles at all. He spoke so lightly of his love for me, that I did not know what to think. And then, his character is so much like my own, that it is extraordinary. I don't know what was said, but at the end of 5 minutes we were no longer quarreling, all was explained, and we had agreed to marry. At least, he had. I kept silence for the most part. Are you going away Thursday? Yes, and you will forget me. Ah, no, indeed. I shall go to Nice. When? As soon as I can. At present, it is impossible. Why? Tell me at once. My father would not permit me. But you have only to tell him the truth. Certainly, I shall tell him that I am going there on your account, that I love you, and that I wish to marry you, but cannot tell him now. You don't know my father. I have been forgiven, but I don't dare to ask anything yet. Tell him tomorrow. I shouldn't dare. I have not yet gained his confidence. Remember that he has not spoken to me for 3 years. In a month, I shall be in Nice. In a month, I shall not be there. Where are you going? To Russia. So, I shall go away, and you will forget me. But in 15 days I shall be at Nice, and then we will go away together. I love you, he repeated, falling on his knees. Are you happy? I asked, taking his head in my hands. Oh, yes, because I believe in you, I believe in your word. Come to Nice now, I said. Ah, if I could. Where there's a will, there's a way. Thursday, April 27th. 0H, my God, you who have been so good up to now, deliver me from this, I implore you. And God has delivered me. At the railway station, I walked up and down the platform with the Cardinalino. I love you, he cried, and I shall always love you, to my misfortune, perhaps. And you can see me go away with utter indifference. Oh, don't say that. You must not speak so, you don't know what I have suffered. Besides, I knew where you were, and what you were doing. Since I have seen you, I am completely changed, be sure of that, but you have always treated me as something to be despised. I have committed follies in my life, and so has every one, but that is no reason for treating me like a brainless rascal. For your sake, I have broken with the past, for you, I have endured everything. For you, I have made this peace with my family. Not for me. Monsieur, I don't see what I have to do with this peace. Why, it was done, because I really cared for you. What? You always want a detailed and mathematical explanation. Certain things ought to be seen at a glance. You have made a fool of me. That is not true. Do you love me? Yes, and listen to this. I am not in the habit of repeating things twice. I want to be believed at once. I have never said to any man what I say to you. I am very much offended, for my words, instead of being received as a favor, are received in a very careless and criticizing spirit. And you dare to doubt what I say? Really, monsieur, you go too far. He was confused, and tried to excuse himself. We talked very little after this. Will you write to me? He asked. No, monsieur, I cannot, but I will allow you to write. Ah, that is true love, he exclaimed. Monsieur, I said, gravely, don't ask too much. It is a very great favor, when a young girl permits a man to write to her. If you don't know that fact, I will teach it to you. But we must enter the train, so don't let us lose time in vain discussion. You will write to me? Yes, and, in spite of all you say, I feel that I love you as I shall never love again. Do you love me? I assented with a motion of the head. You wilt lure me always? I answered as before. Au revoir, monsieur. Until when? Double quotes. Till next year. No. Then, adieu, monsieur. And without giving him my hand, I entered the carriage, where the rest of the party already were. You have not shaken hands with me, said A, approaching the window. I held out my hand. I love you, he said, very pale. Au revoir, said I, gently. Think sometimes of me, he said, paling still more. As for me, I shall do nothing but think of you. Yes, monsieur, au revoir. The train began to move, and for some moments I could see him gazing upon me with a look full of emotion. Then he took a step or two toward the door, but, as I was still visible, he stopped again like an automaton, pulled his hat down over his eyes, took another step forward, and then we were too far to see any more. I should have been broken-hearted to leave Rome, to which I am so accustomed, if the sight of the moon, at about 4 o'clock, had not given me an idea. "Do you see that crescent?" I asked Dina. "Yes," she answered. "Well, that crescent will be a very beautiful moon in 11 or 12 days. Doubtless. Have you seen the Colosseum by moonlight?" "Yes." "I have not. I know it. But you don't know, perhaps, that I want to see it." "It is quite possible." "Yes, and this means that in 10 or 12 days I shall be back in Rome, as much for the races as for the Colosseum." "Oh." "Yes, I shall go with my aunt. And it will be very pleasant with my aunt, without you and Mamma. We will drive about, and I shall enjoy myself very much." "Well," said Mamma, "it shall be so. I promise you." And she kissed me on both cheeks. Friday, April 28th. I went to sleep and I had frightful nightmare dreams. At 11 o'clock, I lay down in order to escape the sight of the olive trees and the red soil, and at 1, we arrived at the Nice station, to the great delight of my aunt, who was awaiting us, together with Mademoiselle Kalinyan, Sapogenikoff, etc. "Do you know," I called to them, before the doors were opened, "I am very sorry to come back here, but I could not do otherwise." And then I kissed them all around. The house is charmingly furnished. My room is exquisite, all upholstered in light blue satin. When I opened the door of the balcony and looked out on our very pretty garden, the promenade, and the sea, I could not help saying aloud, "It cannot be denied but that there is nothing so splendidly simple and so adorably poetic as Nice." Thursday, May 4th. The real season for Nice is the month of May. It is beautiful enough to turn one's head. I wandered out into the garden in the light of the still young moon, and listened to the chirp of the crickets and the murmur of the waves breaking softly on the sands. Naples is enormously praised. As for me, I am sorry, but I prefer Nice. Here the sea freely bathes the shore, while in the other place, it is hemmed in by a stupid wall with a balustrade, and even that wretched shore is obstructed by shops, boats, and filth. Think sometimes of me. As for me, I shall do nothing but think of you. Pardon him, God, he did not know what he was saying. I permit him to write to me and he has not availed himself of the permission. Will he even send the promised dispatch to Mamma? Friday, May 5th. What was I saying? Oh, yes, that there was no excuse for Pietro's treatment of me. I cannot understand indecision, I who am not in love. I have read in novels that a man's love itself often makes him appear forgetful and indifferent. I wish I could believe the novels. I am sleepy and tired, and, in this state, I want to see Pietro and hear him speak of love. I would like to imagine that he is here. I would like to lose myself in a pleasant dream. The reality is dangerous. I am bored, and when I am bored, I become very tender-hearted. Oh, when will this life of weariness, deceit, envy, and vexation end? When shall I at last live the life I long for? When married to a great name, a great fortune, and a man who is sympathetic, for I am not so mercenary as you think. Moreover, if I am not so, it is through egotism. It would be frightful to live with a man that you detested, and neither wealth nor position would be any consolation. Ah, God, Holy Virgin, protect me. May 6th. Do you know? I have an idea. I would be perfectly delighted to see Pietro. This evening I gave a party, such an one as has not been seen for years in the Rue de France. You know that there exists at Nice a custom of turning the May, that is, they hang up a wreath and a lantern, and dance underneath, singing. Since Nice has been French, this custom has fallen more and more into disuse, and you see scarcely more than 3 or 4 lanterns in the whole town. Well, I gave them a Rossino. I called it that after the Rossino di Vola, the prettiest and most popular song of Nice. I had prepared, beforehand and hung in the middle of the street a large structure of leaves, flowers, and Venetian lanterns. Triphun, grandpapa's servant, was charged with arranging fireworks on the garden wall, and was ordered to light up the scene from time to time with Bengal fire. Tripon was not overjoyed. All these splendors were accompanied by a harp, a flute, and a violin, and washed down with wine in abundance. Some good women came to invite us to their terraces, for Olga and I were looking at the scene alone, perched upon a wooden ladder. The others went to a neighbor's terrace, and Olga, Marie, Dina, and I went into the middle of the street, calling the dancers, and trying with success to give spirit to the scene. I sang and danced with all the rest, to the delight of the good people of Nice, especially the people of the neighborhood, who all knew me and spoke very kindly of Mademoiselle Marie. As I could not do anything else, I tried to make myself popular, and that pleased Mamma. She did not care for the expense. What pleased the crowd especially was that I sang and said a few words in patois. While I was on the ladder with Olga, who was hanging on to my skirts, I was seized with a desire to make a speech, but I prudently refrained, for this year at least. I watched the dances and listened to the cries, in the dreamy state I often fall into. And when the fireworks ended with a magnificent sunburst, we all went home, amidst murmurs of gratification. Sunday, May 7th. One finds a despairing sort of satisfaction in despising, with reason, the whole world. At least one has no illusions. If Pietro has forgotten me, he has offered me a deadly insult, and there is one name the more to add to the list of those to whom I vow hatred and vengeance. Such as it is, the human race pleases me, I like it, and I form a part of it, and I live with all these people, and on them depend my fortune and my happiness. All this is stupid. But in this world, all that is not sad is stupid, and all that is not stupid is sad. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I go to Rome, partly to distract myself, and partly to show my contempt, if I can find the opportunity. Thursday, May 11th. As I said Tuesday evening, I set forth yesterday at 2 o'clock with my aunt. It is a terrible proof of love that I seem to be giving Pietro. Well, so much the worse. If he thinks that I love him, if he thinks such an enormity as that, he is only a fool. At 2 o'clock we reached Rome, I jumped into a cab, my aunt followed me, the agent of the Hotel de la Ville took our papers, and I am in Rome. Heavens! What a happiness! Our luggage will not arrive until tomorrow. To go and see the return from the races, we were obliged to be contented with our traveling dresses. However, I looked very well in my grey costume and my fur hat. I took my aunt to the Corso. How delightful it is to see the Corso once more after Nice. I deafened her with my chattering and explanations, for it seemed to me that she saw nothing. There was a sensation as I passed the Caccia Club. The monk was open-mouthed with astonishment, then he took off his hat and smiled to the ears. We went to the Villa Borghese, where there was an agricultural fair. We went through the exhibition on foot, admired the flowers and the plants, and met Zucchini. There were many people there. Everyone was very much surprised to see me appear for the third lime. I am very well known in Rome. Simonetti came up to us, and I presented him to Madame Romanoff, and told him that it was by a marvelous chance that I was in Rome. I made a sign to Pietro to come to me. He was beaming, and looked at me with eyes which showed very clearly that he took everything seriously. He made us laugh very much, telling us of his sojourn in the monastery. He had consented, he said, to go there for 4 days, and, once there, they kept him for 17. Why did you fib about it and say that you had been at Terracina? Because I was ashamed to tell the truth. Do your friends at the club know it? Yes. At first I said that I had been at Terracina, then they alluded to the monastery, and I ended by telling everything, and then I laughed, and everybody laughed. Tarlonia was furious. Why? Because I had not told him all about it at first, because I had no confidence in him. Then he told how, to please his father, he had pretended to accidentally let fall from his pocket a rosary, to have it believed that he always carried it. I loaded him with jests and impertinent remarks, which I must confess he bore with a very good grace. Saturday, May 13th. I disguise neither my sentiments nor my thoughts, and I have not the strength to bear anything with dignity, for I have been crying. Even while I write I can hear the patter of my tears falling upon the paper, big tears, which flow with no difficulty and no contortion of my face. I laid down upon my back to keep them in my head, but it was no use. Instead of telling what makes me cry, I tell how I cry. And how can I say why? I, myself, don't know anything. What? I said to myself, with my head thrown back upon the sofa. What? Is it really thus? Has he then forgotten? Doubtless, since he carried on an indifferent conversation mingled with words spoken so low that I could not hear them, and, finally, he repeated that he loved me only when near me, that I was ice, that he would go to America, that when he saw me he loved me, while when away he forgot me. I, in the driest possible manner, begged him to speak no more to me on that subject. Ah, I cannot write, and you see, yourself, how I must suffer and how I have been insulted. I cannot write, and yet something commands me to do so. Until I have related everything, something torments me. I chatted, and made tea as well as I could until 10:30. Then Pietro came. Simonetti went away soon, and we were left a company of 3. They spoke of my journal, that is to say, of certain questions I discuss in it, and A begged me to read him something in regard to the soul and God. Then I went into the antechamber and knelt down before the famous white box to find what he wanted, while Pietro held the candle. But then, while seeking, I came across passages which had a common interest for us. I read them, and this lasted nearly half an hour. Then, when we returned to the salon, he began to relate all sorts of anecdotes about his life since he was 18. I listened to everything he said with a mingled feeling of terror and jealousy. In the first place, his absolute lack of independence chilled me. If he should be forbidden to love me, he would obey, I am certain. His family, the priests, and the monks terrify me. In spite of what he has told me of their goodness, I am seized with alarm in hearing of their enormous tyranny. Yes, they terrify me, and his 2 brothers also, but it matters very little after all. I am still at liberty to accept or refuse him. I thank heaven that I am able to use my pen. Yesterday it was torture to write. I cannot tell why. All that I have heard this evening, all the conclusions I draw from it, and all the things that have happened before, lie heavy in my brain. And then, there was the regret of seeing him go away this evening. It is so long till tomorrow. I felt a great desire to cry at the uncertainty of it, and perhaps with love, too. Then, leaning my chin in my left hand, and the left elbow supported by my right hand, with frowning brow and disdainful lip, I commenced to reflect on everything, on what I wanted and especially on what I did not have. Then I began to write, and feeling an irresistible desire to dream, I stopped an instant, and then went on again. Wednesday, May 17th. A great deal to say yesterday, but it is overpowered by what I have to say tonight. He spoke to me again of his love. I assured him that it was useless, for my relatives would never consent. They would be right, he said, dreamily. I am not fit to make anyone happy. I told my mother so. I spoke of you and I said, she is so religious and good, and I believe in nothing, and am only a wretch. Think, I remained 17 days in the monastery. I prayed, I meditated, and I do not believe in God. Religion has no existence for me. I believe in nothing. I looked at him with big, frightened eyes. You must believe, I said, taking his hand. You must reform and be good. It is impossible, and such as I am no one can love me, can they? I am very unhappy. You can never form any idea of my position. Apparently, I am on good terms with my family, but it is only in appearance. I detest them all, my father, my brothers, even my mother. I am unhappy. And if anyone should ask me why, I wouldn't know what to say. Oh, the priest! He cried, shaking his fist, grinding his teeth, and raising to heaven a face hideous with hatred. The priest! If you knew what they are. It was 5 minutes before he became calm. I love you, however, and you alone. When I am with you, I am happy. Prove it. How? Come to Nice. You drive me mad when you say that. You know very well that I cannot. Why not? Because my father does not want me to go to Nice, and he won't give me any money. I understand that, but if you told him why you wish to go, he would not consent even then. I have spoken to my mother and she does not believe me. They are so accustomed to my bad conduct that they have no confidence in me anymore. You must turn over a new leaf. You must come to Nice. But what for, if I shall be refused, as you say? I did not say refused by me. That would be too much, he said, drawing close to me. That would be a dream. But it would be a beautiful dream, would it not? Oh, yes. Then you will ask your father? Certainly, but he does not wish me to marry. No, I say that for these things the confessors must speak to him. Well, make them speak. Good heavens. Do you say that? Yes, you understand that it is not you I care for, but I wish a consolation for my wounded pride. I am a wretch, and accursed in this world. It is useless, impossible to follow the hundreds of sentences spoken. I will simply say that he repeated 100 times that he loved me, in a voice so gentle and with eyes so supplicating that, of my own free will, I came close to him and we spoke like good friends of a multitude of things. I assured him that there was a God in heaven, and happiness upon earth. I wished him to believe in God, to see him through my eyes, and to pray to him through my voice. Then, said I, at last, drawing away, it is finished. Farewell. I love you. And I believe you, I said, pressing both his hands, and I pity you. Will you never love me? When you are free? When I am dead? I cannot now, for I pity you and look down on you. If they should tell you not to love me, you would obey. Perhaps. It is frightful. I love you, he said, for the 100th time, and he turned away in tears. I approached the table where my aunt was and said to her, in Russian, that the monk had paid me compliments which I would tell her tomorrow. He came back again and I said farewell to him. No, not farewell. Yes, yes, yes. Farewell, monsieur. I have loved you up to this conversation. Note written in 1881. I never loved him, it was all the effect of a romantic imagination in search of romance. End note. Ah, so much the worse. I have said it, I loved you, but I was wrong, and I know it. But, he began. Farewell. You no longer intend to go to Tivoli on horseback tomorrow, then? No. And it is not fatigue that makes you give it up. No. Fatigue is only a pretext, I no longer wish to go. No. It is not possible, he said, holding my hands. Au revoir. You told me to speak to my father, and to come to Nice. Said A, upon the staircase, before going. Yes. I will do so, and I will come, cost what it may, I swear to you. And he went away. For the last 3 days I have had a new idea, and that is that I am going to die. I cough and I complain. The day before yesterday I was seated in the salon at 2 o'clock in the morning, and my aunt prayed me to go to sleep, but I did not move, saying that I was going to die. Ah, said my aunt, if you go on as you have been, I have no doubt but that you will die. And so much the better for you. You will have less expense and you won't have to pay so much to La Ferrifier. And, with a paroxysm of coughing, I threw myself back on the sofa, to the great alarm of my aunt, who ran away to make me believe that she was angry. Friday, May 19th. My aunt went to the Vatican, and I, not being able to be with Pietro, preferred to remain alone. He would come about 5 o'clock, and I wanted so much to have my aunt still absent. I wanted him to find me alone, as if by accident, of course, for I cannot show him any more that I seek him. I sang and it gave me a pain in the chest. I posing as a martyr, it is too silly. My hair was arranged like that of the Capitoline Venus, and I was in white, like Beatrice, with a string of beads and a pearl cross around my neck. Whatever anyone may say, there is in man a certain need of idolatry, of material sensations. God, in his simple grandeur, does not suffice. We need images to look at, and crosses to kiss. Yesterday evening, I counted the beads of my rosary. There are 60, and I prostrated myself 60 times, each time striking my forehead against the floor. I was all out of breath, but it seemed to me that I had performed an action agreeable to God. It was doubtless absurd, but the intention was good. Does God take the intention into account? Ah, but I have the New Testament. I will read it. Not being able to find the Holy Book, I read Dumas. It is not the same thing. My aunt returned at 4 o'clock, and at the end of 5 minutes I had artfully persuaded her to go and see the church of Santa Maria Maggiore. It was 4:30, and I was afraid I had made a mistake in sending her away before 5, for I was afraid that she would return too soon. When Count A was announced I was still alone, for my aunt decided to visit the Pantheon, as well as Santa Maria Maggiore. My heart beat so strongly that I feared it could be heard, as they say in novels. He sat down beside me and began by taking my hand, which I immediately withdrew. Then he told me that he loved me. I repulsed him, smiling politely. "My aunt will be back soon," I said. "Have patience. I have so many things to tell you." "Really? But your aunt will return." "Then hurry. These are serious things." "Indeed. In the first place, you were wrong to write all those things of me." "Don't speak of that. Monsieur, I warn you that I am very nervous, and it will be well for you to speak simply, or to say nothing. Listen. I have spoken to my mother, and my mother has spoken to my father." "Well, I have done right, have I not?" "It does not concern me. What you have done, you did for yourself. You do not love me." "No. And I love you madly." "So much the worse for you," said I, smiling, and allowing him to take my hands. "No, listen," he said, "let us speak seriously. You are never serious." "I love you. I have spoken to my mother. Be my wife." At last. I thought to myself, but I said nothing. "Well?" he asked. "Well," I answered, with a smile. "You know," he said, encouraged, "that someone must manage it all." "What?" "Yes. I cannot do it myself. Someone must take charge of it, some dignified, respectable, serious man, who will speak to my father, and, in a word, arrange everything." "Who shall it be?" "Visconti," I said, laughing. "Yes," said he, very seriously. "I have thought of Visconti. He is just the man. He is so old that he is no longer good for anything except to play Mercury. But," he added, "I am not rich at all. Ah, I wish I were a hunchback and had millions. It would not advance you any in my favor, if you had millions." "Oh, oh, oh. I think that is an insult," said I, rising. "No, I was not thinking of you. You are an exception." "Then, don't speak to me of money." "Heavens! How touchy you are. One can never understand what you want." "Consent to be my wife." He tried to kiss my hand, but I presented to him the cross of my rosary, which he kissed. Then, raising his head and looking at me, he said, "How religious you are. And you believe in nothing." I love you." "Do you love me?" "I don't say such things." "Then, for heaven's sake, at least, show it to me in some way." After an instant's hesitation, I held out my hand to him. "You consent?" "Gently," I said, rising. "You see that there are my father and my grandfather, who will strongly oppose my marriage with a Catholic." "Oh, that is still in the way, is it?" "Yes, that is still in the way." He took me by the arm, and placed me beside him before the glass. We made a very handsome couple. "We will put Visconti in charge," said A. "Yes. He is the right man. But, as we are young to marry, do you think that we shall be happy?" "In the first place, my consent is necessary." "Certainly." "Well, then, if you consent, shall we be happy?" "If I consent, I swear by all that is holy that there will not be a man in the world happier than you." "Then we will be married. Be my wife." I smiled. "Ah," he cried, dancing about the room, "how happy I shall be. How odd it will be when we have children. You are mad." "Monsieur." "Yes, with love." At this moment, the sound of voices was heard on the staircase. I sat down quietly and awaited my aunt, who entered the room immediately afterward. There was a great weight lifted from my heart. I was very gay and was in the seventh heaven. I was at peace and happy, but I had very many things to say and to hear. Excepting our apartment, all the rest of the hotel is empty. In the evening, we took a candle and wandered about all the immense apartments, perfumed still with the ancient grandeur of Italian palaces, but my aunt was with us. I did not know what to do. We stopped more than half an hour in a large yellow salon, and Pietro imitated the cardinal, his father, and his brothers. My aunt amused herself by making Pietro write nonsense in Russian. "Copy that," I said, taking a book and writing upon the first page. "What?" "Read." I pointed out the following 10 words. "Go away at midnight. I will speak to you below." "Do you understand?" I asked, rubbing it out. "Yes." From that time I was both relieved and singularly uneasy. Pietro kept looking at the clock every moment, and I feared that my aunt would understand the reason of it. As if she could have guessed. Only guilty consciences have such fears. At midnight, he rose and said good night to me, squeezing my hand hard as he did so. Good night. Monsieur, said I. Our eyes met, and somehow or other, there seemed to be a flash of light. Well, aunt, we leave tomorrow early. I will shut your door, so that I shall not disturb you by writing, and I will go to bed soon. You promise? Certainly. I shut my aunt's door, and, after a glance in the glass, I descended the stairs, and Pietro glided like a shadow from the half-open door. When one loves, one is silent and yet says so much. I, at least, love you, he murmured. I was amusing myself by acting a scene from a romance, and, involuntarily, I thought of Dumas. I am going away tomorrow. We must have a serious talk, and I was forgetting it. It is impossible to think of anything now. Come, said I, closing the door, so that there was only a feeble ray of light left. And I sat down upon the last step of the little staircase which was at the end of the passage. He knelt down beside me. Every moment I thought I heard someone coming, and I held my breath and trembled at every drop of rain that beat against the windows. It is nothing, said my impatient lover. It is easy for you. Monsieur, if anyone should come, you would be flattered by it, while I should be ruined. With my head bent down, I glanced at him from under my lids. With me, he said, misunderstanding the meaning of my words. With me? I love you too much. You are safe. I held out my hand to him when I heard these noble words. Have I not always behaved properly and respectfully? Oh, no, not always. Once you even wished to kiss me. Don't speak of that, please. Oh, I have asked you so many times to forgive me. Be good, forgive me. I have forgiven you, I said, gently. I felt so contented. Is this, I thought, the way one feels when one is in love? Is it serious? It seemed to me that he could not be in earnest, he was so preternaturally grave and tender. I lowered my eyes before the extraordinary brilliancy of his. But see, again we have forgotten to talk of our plans, we must be serious and talk. Yes, let us talk. In the first place, what can we do, since you are going away tomorrow? Do not go, I implore you, do not go. I must, my aunt. She is so kind. Oh, stay. She is kind, but she will not consent. So, goodbye, perhaps forever. No, no, you have consented to be my wife. When? Toward the end of the month I shall go to Nice. If you would consent to let me borrow some money from someone, I would go tomorrow. No, I do not wish it, I would not see you in that case. But you cannot prevent me from taking a pleasure trip to Nice. Yes, 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 I forbid you. Then I must wait until my father gives me some money. I hope that he will be reasonable. He is not opposed to our marriage, my mother has spoken to him, but suppose he does not give me any money. You know how miserably dependent upon him I am. Demand the money. Advise me, you who reason like a book, who speak of the soul, and of God, advise me. Pray to God, I said, presenting my cross, and ready to laugh if he ridiculed my advice, or to keep my look of gravity if he took it seriously. He looked in my impassive face, placed the cross against his forehead, and bowed his head in prayer. I have prayed, he said. Really? Really? But let us continue. So we will put the whole matter in the hands of Baron V. Very well. I said, very well, and I thought, conditionally. But, I added, it cannot be arranged immediately. In 2 months. Are you jesting? I asked, as if it were the most impossible thing in the world. In 6, then. No. In a year. Yes, in a year you will wait. If necessary, and provided that I can see you every day. Come to Nice, for, in a month, I am going to Russia. I will follow you. That cannot be. Why not? My mother would not allow it. No one can prevent me from traveling. Don't talk nonsense. But how I love you. I leant toward him, in order not to lose a single one of his words. I will love you always, he said, be my wife. We then talked loving nonsense, nonsense which becomes divine, if one really loves. Yes, truly, he said, It would be beautiful to pass our lives together, yes, to pass my life with you, always with you, at your feet, adoring you. We will grow old together, old as the hills, and we will love each other always. Yes, 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 dear. He found no other words, but these, so commonplace, became, in his mouth, a caress. He looked at me with his hands clasped together. Then we spoke sensibly a while, and then he threw himself at my feet, and exclaimed, in a voice stifled with emotion, that I could not love him as he loved me, that it was impossible. He proposed that we should tell each other our secrets. Oh, yours. Monsieur, do not interest me. Tell me how many times you have been in love, mademoiselle. Once. With whom? A man whom I did not know, whom I had seen a dozen times perhaps in the street, and who did not know that I was in existence. I was 12 years old then, and I never spoke to him. This is a fairy tale. It is the truth. Why, it is a romance, a fantasy. It is impossible, it is a shadow. Yes, but I do not feel ashamed that I loved him, or that he became to me a sort of divinity. I can compare him to no one, and, as a matter of fact, there is no one worthy to be compared to him. Where is he now? I don't even know. He married, and he lives far away. What nonsense! And my absurd Pietro looked somewhat disdainful and incredulous. But it is true, I love you now, but in quite a different way. I give you all my heart, and you give me only half of yours, he said. Don't ask too much, and be satisfied with what you receive. But this is not all. Isn't there something else? That is all. Pardon me, and allow me not to believe you this time. Notice his depravity. You must believe the truth. I cannot. So much the worse for you, I exclaimed, in anger. It is beyond my comprehension, he said. That is because you are very depraved. Perhaps. Don't you believe that I have never permitted anyone to kiss my hand? Pardon me, but I do not. Sit down beside me, I said, let us talk, and tell me everything. He told me all that had been said to him, and all he had said himself. You will not be angry, he said. I shall be angry only if you conceal anything from me. Well, you understand that my family is very well known here. Yes. And you are strangers in Rome. Well, my mother has written to several people in Paris. That is quite natural. And what do they say of me? Nothing yet, but they can say what they like. I shall always love you. I have no need of indulgence. Now, he said, there is religion. Yes, religion. Oh, he said, in the calmest manner possible, become a Catholic. I cut him short with a few very severe words. Do you want me to change my religion, then? Exclaimed A. No. If you should do that, I should despise you. As a matter of fact, I should have been displeased only on account of the cardinal. How I love you. How beautiful you are. How happy we shall be. My only answer was to take his head in my hands and kiss him on the forehead, the eyes, the hair. I did it more for his sake than my own. Marie, Marie, cried my aunt, from above. What is it? I asked, calmly, putting my head through the door of the apartment, so that my voice should appear to come from my room. It is 2 o'clock, you must go to sleep. I will. Are you undressed? Yes, let me write. Go to bed. Yes, yes. I went down again and found the place empty. The poor fellow had hidden himself under the staircase. Now, he said, resuming his place, let us talk of the future. Go on. Where shall we live? Do you like Rome? Yes. Then we will live in Rome, but not with my family, but by ourselves. Of course, by ourselves. In the first place, Mama would not permit me to live with my husband's family. She is quite right. And then, my family has such extraordinary ideas, it would be awful. We will buy a little house in the new quarter. I should prefer a large one. And I made up a face behind his back. Well, a large one, then. And we went on, or rather, he did, to make arrangements for the future. It was plain that he was in a hurry to change his condition. We will go into society, said I, and live in a great deal of style, shall we not? Oh, yes, go on. Yes, when two people have decided to pass their lives together, they must do it as pleasantly as possible. Most certainly. You know all about my family, but there is the cardinal. You must make your peace with him. Certainly, and I shall do so. You know the greater part of his fortune will go to the one who first has a son, so, we must have a son as soon as possible. Only I am not rich now. What matters it? I answered, a little shocked, but, with an effort, refraining from making a gesture of contempt. It was a trap, perhaps. Then, as if wearied of this serious discourse, he bent his head. Occhi fieri, I said, covering his eyes with my hand, for the look in them frightened me. He threw himself at my feet, and said so much that I became more on my guard than ever, and made him sit down by my side. No, it is not a real love. In a real love there would be nothing mean or vulgar to say. I felt dissatisfied. Be sensible. Yes, he said, clasping his hands, I am sensible, I am respectful, I love you. Did I really love him, or had I lost my head? Who could tell? And yet, from the moment that doubt exists, there is no longer any doubt. Yes, I love you, I said, taking both his hands and pressing them warmly. He answered nothing. Perhaps he did not understand the importance I attached to my words, or perhaps he thought them quite natural. The loud beating of my heart was stilled. It was certainly a delicious moment, for he remained as motionless as I, and without speaking a word. But I became frightened, and I told him that he must go. It is time. Already? Stay a minute longer near me. How happy we are like this. Do you love me? He said. And will you love me always? Say, will you love me always? There was a shade of familiarity in his tone which displeased me, and seemed to me humiliating. Always, I answered, dissatisfied as I was. Always, and do you love me? Oh, how can you ask such a question? Oh, my darling, I wish we could stay here forever. We should die of hunger, I replied, humiliated at the caressing name he had called me, and not knowing how to answer. But what a beautiful death. Then, in a year, he said, eating me up with his eyes. In a year, I repeated, mechanically. I acted like a girl penetrated with love, full of it, inspired, grave, and solemn. At this moment I heard my aunt, who, seeing the light still burning in my room, was becoming impatient. Do you hear? I said. We kissed one another, and I fled without a look backward. It was like a scene from a novel that I have read somewhere. Sure. I am disgusted with myself. Shall I always be my own critic, or is it because I don't love him at all? It is 4 o'clock. Called my aunt. In the first place, aunt, it is only 10 minutes past 2, and in the second place, let me alone. I undressed, thinking, if someone had seen me go down the stairs at midnight, and come up again at 2 o'clock, after 2 hours spent absolutely alone with one of the most dissipated of Italians, that someone would not believe the good God, if he should take the fancy to descend from heaven and declare how innocent it was. I, myself, in the place of that someone, would not believe, and yet see. Can one distrust appearances enough? We often judge by them, and draw certain conclusions, when there is really almost nothing. It is frightful. You will die, sitting up so late, called my aunt. Listen, I said, opening her door, don't scold or I won't tell you anything. What is it? Oh, what a girl. In the first place, I have not been writing. I have been with Pietro. Where, you unhappy girl? Downstairs. How dreadful. Ah, if you talk like that you shall hear nothing. You have been with a? Yes. Well, she said, in a voice which made me tremble, when I called you just now, I knew it. How? I had a dream, in which your mother appeared to me, and said, don't leave Marie alone with a. A cold shiver ran down my back as I comprehended the real danger I had been in. I expressed my fears that slanders would be written to Nice. There is nothing to say, said my aunt, and if people dare to speak slanders, they don't dare to write them. Nice, Tuesday, May 2nd. I would like to be certain of one thing. Do I love him or do I not? I have allowed myself to think so much of greatness and wealth that Pietro seems to me a very insignificant person. Ah, 8. Suppose I wait. Wait for what? A millionaire prince, an H. But if no one should come, I try to persuade myself that A is very good style, but, when I see him close, he does not seem so at all. This is a sad day. I began Mademoiselle Calignan's portrait upon a background of pale blue draperies. It is all sketched in, and I am really pleased with myself and with my subject, who makes an admirable model. I know very well that it is too soon to hear from A, and yet I am uneasy. Tonight, I love him. Shall I do well to accept him? As long as the love lasts it will be well, but afterward, I really fear that mediocrity would drive me mad. I reason and discuss as if I were mistress of the situation. All misery of misery. To wait for what? And if nothing comes? Bah! With my face, something will come, and the proof is that I am scarcely 16, and I have already had 2 chances and a half to become a countess. The half means Pietro. Wednesday, May 24th. This evening, when retiring, I kissed Mama. She kisses like Pietro, she said, laughing. Has he ever kissed you? He has kissed you, said Dina, with a laugh, thinking that she was saying the most awful thing, and causing me keen regret, almost shame. Oh, Dina, said I, with such an air that both Mama and my aunt cast on her a look of reproach and displeasure. Marie kissed by a man, Marie, the proud, the reserved, the haughty, Marie, who has made such fine speeches on that subject. This caused me great inward shame. Indeed, why was I false to my principles? I will not admit that it was through weakness, through passion. If I admitted that, I should no longer respect myself. I cannot say that it was through love. It is enough to be thought unapproachable. People are so accustomed to see me so, that they would not believe anything else, even if they saw it with their own eyes, and I have said so many severe things in regard to the proprieties of life, that I would not believe it myself if it were not for this journal. Moreover, a girl should allow herself to be approached only by a man of whose love she is certain, for he will not betray her, while, with men who are simply flirting, she must be covered with sharp points, like a porcupine. Be free with a serious, loving man, but be severe with a man of free manners. Heavens! How glad I am that I have written exactly what I think. Friday, May 26th. My aunt said that A was only a child. That is true, said Mama. These words, which are perfectly just, show me that I have sullied myself for nothing, for I have sullied myself, and without either interest or love to excuse me. It is torturing. After his departure in Rome, I looked in the glass, thinking that my lips had changed color. No one is so sensitive as I. Since my face was sullied, I feel as soiled as after a 24 hours journey in a railway train. A will have the right to say that I loved him, and that I am very unhappy at this broken engagement. A broken engagement is always a stain on the life of a young girl. Everyone will say that we were in love, but no one will say that the refusal came from me. We are neither popular nor powerful enough for that. Besides, appearances will justify those who talk. It enrages me. I should never have gone so far, if V had not said these words. Oh, my child, you are still very young. Indeed, I needed to hear all his offers of marriage, in order to appease my wounded pride. Notice that I never said anything positive, I left it to him to speak. But, as I allowed him to take my hands and kiss them, the presumptuous young man did not notice my manner, but happy and excited, suspected nothing. I know well that he was serious, but I did not expect that the family and all these people would make such a rumpus about it. I did not expect it, because I was not speaking seriously. I must say, that I think man is a sack filled with conceit and covered with vanity. One thing consoles me a little. Before the grand explanation, he often told me that he suffered much, and that I made him very unhappy with my coquetries and my icy heart. This is some consolation, but it is not enough. They say that the blonde woman is the poetical woman, but I say that the blonde woman is the material woman, par excellence. Look at the golden hair, the blood-red lips, the deep grey eyes, and the rosy complexion that Titian paints so well, and tell me the thoughts that come to your mind. Moreover, we have Venus among the pagans, and Magdalene among the Christians, both blonde. While the woman who is a brunette, who is really as much of an anomaly as a blonde man, the dark woman, with her eyes like velvet, and her ivory skin, we can think of as pure and divine. There is a beautiful picture of Titian's in the Borghese Palace, called Pure Love and Impure Love. Pure love is a woman with rosy cheeks and dark hair, looking with a lovely expression at her child, whom she is bathing in a basin. Impure love is a blonde, with hair of reddish gold, leaning against something I forget what, and with her arms crossed above her head. Moreover, the normal woman is light, and the normal man is dark. The contrary varieties are sometimes admirable, but they are anomalies. I shall never see anyone like the Duke of H. He is tall and strong, he has hair of the hue of red gold, and a moustache of the same color. His eyes are grey, small but piercing, and his mouth is an exact copy of that of the Apollo Belvedere. And there is, in his whole person, an air of such grandeur and majesty, of haughtiness even, and indifference to all others. I see him, perhaps, with eyes prejudiced by love. Bah! I don't think so. How is it possible to love a very thin, ugly, dark man, with beautiful eyes indeed, but, with unformed manners, and no style at all, after a man like the Duke, even after a lapse of 3 years? And, remember, that 3 years, from 13 to 16, in the life of a young girl, are 3 centuries. So I love no one but the Duke. He will not be proud of it. In fact, it will make little difference to him, one way or the other. I often compose stories, in which I have as characters men I know, and men I do not know, and not even to an emperor could I say, I love you with conviction. There are some to whom I could not say it at all. Stop there. I have said it in reality. Heavens! Yes, but I thought it so little, that it is not worth mentioning. Sunday, May 28th. After my walk, returned home and sat down at the window. It is odd, but nothing seems changed. It seems to me that it is last year. Never have the songs of Nice appeared so charming to me, the chirp of the crickets, the murmur of the fountain, the distant song, and all this vulgarized by the noise of a prosaic carriage. I am reading Horace and Tibullus. The latter speaks only of love, and that suits me. And then I have the Latin and French text side by side. That is good exercise for me. If only all this matrimonial matter, that I have so foolishly stirred up, does not injure me. I am afraid of it. I ought to have promised nothing to A. I ought to have said to him, I thank you, monsieur, for the honor that you have done me, but I cannot say anything to you until I have consulted my family. Let your people present the matter before mine, and we shall see. As for me, I might have added, to soften this answer, I have nothing against it. This, accompanied by one of my pleasant smiles and my hand to kiss, would have been sufficient. I should not have compromised myself. They would not be talking in Rome, and all would be well. I have sense enough, but it always comes too late. It would doubtless have been better for me to have made him some such fine answer, but that would have lost me so much pleasure, and then, life is short, and then there is always an and then. I was wrong not to have made my fine answer, but then I was so troubled. Sensible people will say, yes, I was wrong. Sentimental people will say, no, I was not. Wednesday, May 31st. Has not someone said that great minds think alike? I have been reading La Rochefoucauld, and I find in him many things that I have written here. I, who thought that I had found something new, and yet they are only things that have been known and said such a long time. Then I read, also, Horace, La Bruyère, and still another writer. I am alarmed about my eyes. When I paint, I am obliged to stop very often, as my sight fails me. I use my eyes too much, for I pass all my time in painting, reading, and writing. This evening I reviewed my classics and that kept me occupied, and then I discovered a very interesting work upon Confucius, with a Latin and French translation. There is nothing like an occupied mind. Work, especially brain work, fights and conquers everything. I cannot understand women who pass their time in knitting or embroidering, the hands busy and the mind idle. There must come a host of useless, dangerous thoughts, and if there is any special thing weighing upon the heart, the mind will dwell upon that and produce disastrous results. If I were peaceful and happy, I could work with my hands, possibly, and think of my happiness. No, then I would want to think of it with my eyes closed and would be incapable of doing anything whatever. Ask all those who know me what they think of my temperament, and they will tell you I am the gayest, most light-hearted, and the happiest girl in the world, as well as the most self-reliant, for I take great pleasure in appearing radiant and proud, impregnable in every way, and I willingly enter into discussions of all sorts, both serious and playful. In these pages, my inner self appears. Externally, I am quite another being. One would say that I had never been crossed in my life, and that I was accustomed to be obeyed by men and things. Saturday, June 3rd. Just now, as I left my study, I received such a ghastly fright. I saw by my side a woman clothed in a long white robe, a light in her hand, her eyes fixed on me, and with her head bent plaintively forward, like the phantoms of the German legends. Do not be frightened, it was only my own reflection in a mirror. Oh, I am afraid that some physical ill will follow these mental tortures. Why has everything turned against me? Forgive me for crying, oh, God. There are people more unhappy than I. There are people who are in want of bread, while I sleep under lace coverlids. There are people who bruise their feet upon the stones of the streets, while I walk upon carpet. There are people who have only the sky over them, while I have above my head a ceiling of blue satin. Perhaps, oh, God, you are punishing me for my tears. Grant, then, that I may weep no more. To all that I have suffered already is now added a personal shame, a shame that eats up my heart. Count A asked her hand in marriage, but his family opposed the match. He changed his mind, and withdrew. See how good impulses are rewarded. Oh, if you knew what feelings of despair take possession of my being, what unspeakable sadness I feel, when I look about me. Everything I touch vanishes, crumbles, and again my imagination works, and again I seem to hear. Count A asked her hand in marriage, etc. Sunday, June 4th. When Jesus cured the lunatic, his disciples asked him why, when they tried, they could not cast out devils, and Jesus answered them, because of your unbelief. For, verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. As I read these words, it seemed as if a great light broke in upon me, and, for the first time, perhaps, I believed in God. I rose, a changed being. I joined my hands, I raised my eyes, I smiled, I was in an ecstasy. Never, never will I doubt again, not in order to deserve something, but because I am convinced of what I believe. Up to the time I was 12 years old, I was spoiled, all my wishes were granted, but my education was neglected. At 12 I asked for masters, they were given to me, and I, myself, arranged the schedule of my studies. I owe everything to myself. After this enthusiastic outburst, I was afraid of falling into exaggeration, afraid of the convent. Oh, no, I was transformed, I was overflowing with joy, I slept well, and I awoke more calm. Monday, June 5th. Dina, Mademoiselle Kalinian, and I remained until 10 o'clock upon the terrace. It was bright moonlight and the whole sea was bathed in the rays. I discussed friendship and the relations one ought to have with one's fellow beings. I made my profession of faith. The subject was brought up because of the Sapogenikovs, who have not yet written. Mademoiselle Kalinian's admiration for them, everybody knows. Besides, she must, perforce, adore someone. She is the most romantic and most sentimental woman in the world. She likes to prove her friendship by blind confidence. I, the contrary. Think, then, how unhappy I should be if I had vowed a great friendship to the Sapogenikovs. One never regrets a kindness, a gentleness, an act of amiability, a heartfelt impulse, except when one is repaid with ingratitude. And it is a very great sorrow for a person who has any heart, to know that the sympathy one has felt, the friendship one has had for someone, is wasted. Oh, Marie, I do not agree with you. Now, listen to me. Mademoiselle. Take me, for instance, who exhaust myself in explaining to you something, wear myself out reasoning with you, and when I have spoken, argued, and reasoned, I find that you are no nearer agreeing with me than before. Oh, that, certainly. I don't accuse you, I accuse no one of anything, because I expect nothing of anyone. And the contrary of ingratitude is what would astonish me. I assure you that it is much better to look at life and men as I do, to accord them no place in your heart, and to use them like the steps of a ladder to ascend by. Marie. Well, what would you have? You are differently constituted from me. Wait, I am sure that you have spoken disparagingly of me to the Sapogenikovs and others. I am as sure of that as if I had heard it with my own ears. And yet, I am on the same terms with you as I was before, and shall be always. Reading philosophical works has given you such ideas. You distrust everybody. I do not mistrust. I simply trust no one. There is a great difference. No, Marie, you feel friendship for no one. But think what it would be if I did. Suppose that instead of having taken Marie and Olga for what they are, for good girls who laugh with me, not making fun of me as I do of them, suppose that I had become devotedly attached to Olga. I write to her from Rome and she answers me 3 words at the end of 3 weeks. I write her again, and this time she does not answer me at all. What do you say to that? And it is not the first example. But how can you demand anything of your friends, if you give them nothing? You don't understand me. I give them all the amiable things possible. I am ready to do for them all that it is in my power to do. Let one of them demand of me anything, and I will do it with pleasure. But I do not give my friends my heart, for, believe me, it is very annoying to give that for nothing. One can never be annoyed if one does right, if one does one's duty. Friendship is not a duty. You do neither right nor wrong in giving your friendship. Friendship like yours is not sensitive, for it is a perpetual need of your nature, but, when it comes from the bottom of the heart, it is very painful to have it repaid with ingratitude. If anyone is ungrateful, so much the worse for him. See what it is to be egotistical. Once I thought that I loved everybody, but I see that that universal love was only a universal indifference. I have the best of feelings toward my fellow beings. I see that they are bad, which renders me indulgent to a supreme degree. Have you read Epictetus? I think that, as far as friendship is concerned, one should be a stoic. You receive a shock, and you cannot prevent yourself from making a movement of surprise, of fear. That does not depend on yourself, but it does depend on yourself to acquiesce or not in your first sentiments. One cannot prevent oneself from feeling certain preferences, but one can prevent oneself from acquiescing in them. These readings of yours lead to atheism. You will end, Marie, by believing in nothing. Oh, no. If you knew my thoughts, you would not say so. All philosophers are bad to read. Not when one has a well-balanced mind. But I will say this, taking everything into consideration, there is only one thing that is worth anything in this world. I speak of matters of sentiment, and that is love. Yes. There is nothing in the world that gives greater pleasure than to love and to be loved. That is true. And yet, do not let us analyze the matter too closely, for pity's sake. Let us take only the pleasure that is given us, and that we give. Love is a divine thing in itself. I mean, while it lasts, it renders a man perfect toward the object loved. Devotion, tenderness, passion, constancy, sincerity, all are there. Let us analyze the love, then, but never the man. Man can be compared to a grotto. One finds their humidity or foulness in the depths of it, or, perhaps, an exit, that is to say, there is no depth at all. All this does not prevent me from loving my fellow beings. You cannot enjoy anything, if you are indifferent to everything. Wait, I am not indifferent, but I judge people only by their value. Mamma wept today, and my aunt's face wore a troubled expression. They had been speaking of me, and of all my torments. I returned home, with my arms hanging down, my eyes fixed, and my brows drawn together in a frown. I was stifling in spite of the blue sky, the sparkling fountain, the medlar trees all covered with fruit, and the pure air. I walked on, without taking any notice of anything. Why not suppose that I love him, all unworthy as he is? Heaven! Explain to me what this man is, and what is this love? All must be crushed out of me, conceit, pride, and love. Tuesday, June 6th. I read over yesterday, there is nothing but sorrow and tears. Toward 2 o'clock, I was enough recovered to feel no more anger, and to sigh only with disgust. These thoughts are unworthy. One should remember injuries only when one is in a position to be avenged. To think of them is to accord too much importance to unworthy people. It is lowering to one's self, so it is not of the people that I think, but of myself, of my position, and the thoughtlessness of my relations. For all these evils have come from the latter. If the eyes had raised the question of religion, that would only have amused me, and I am sure that if they came now and begged me to take Pietro, I would not take him. But it is this shameful idea that they have been told evil things of us. For everybody has spoken of this marriage, and it is very certain that they will not say that the refusal comes from me. Moreover, they will be right. Did I not consent? Oh, if I could drag him away, keep him under all circumstances, I do not repent, and, if it has turned out badly, it is not my fault. People do not know us. They hear a word here, a word there, they talk, they exaggerate, they invent. Oh, heaven! And to be able to do nothing. Understand, I am not complaining, I am simply stating facts. I thoroughly despise the whole world, therefore, I cannot complain, or be angry with anyone. Such love as I have imagined, does not exist, then? It is only a fancy, an ideal. Supreme modesty, supreme purity are then only words that I have invented. So, when I went down to speak to him, the night before I left Rome, he saw in my action simply an assignation. When I leant upon his arm, he trembled only with desire. When I looked at him, seriously and earnestly, as an ancient priestess, he saw only a woman and an appointment. And did I not love him? No. Or, rather, I loved him only because of his love for me. But, as I am incapable of cowardice in love, I loved and felt as if it was I, myself, who loved him. It was exaltation, fanaticism, myopia, stupidity, yes, stupidity. If I had more sense, I should have understood better the character of the man. He loved me as well as he could. I should have been more discerning, and understood that pearls must not be cast before swine. The punishment is hard illusions forever destroyed, and remorse for my own actions. I was wrong to think as I did. I must be like others, prosaic and commonplace. It is, doubtless, my great youth, which has made me do senseless things. What are these ideas of the other world? They are not understood, for the world has not changed. There, I fall into the common error, and blame the world for the villainy of one alone. Because one person has been a coward, I deny all greatness of soul and mind. I deny the love of this man, because he has done nothing for this love. Suppose they have threatened to disinherit him and turn him out with a curse, should that prevent him from writing to me? No, no. He is a coward. Thursday, June 8th. The philosophical books surprise me. They are products of imagination which overthrow everything. In time, and by reading much, I shall get used to them, but at present they take away my breath. What do you think of Faria? And then this idea of Jouffroy's. The soul is scattered abroad under the pressure of sensation, and then returns to its shell, when the object is taken away. It is surprising, but stupid. When the fever of reading takes possession of me, I become wild, and it seems to me that I shall never read enough. I long to know everything, and my head seems splitting, and I am like one enveloped in a cloud of ashes and chaos. I hasten madly to read Horace. Oh, when I think that there are lucky people who are full of life, who dress, laugh, dance, talk, love, in short, give themselves up to all the delights of a worldly existence, while I rust at Nice, I am resigned enough, however, so long as I do not remember that one lives but once. Just think, one lives but once, and life is so short. When I think of that, I become mad, and my brain seems bursting with despair. One lives but once, and I am losing this precious life, hidden in a house, seeing no one. One lives but once, and my life is being spoiled. One lives but once, and I am forced to waste my time, and the days roll by never to return, and shorten my life. One lives but once. Must this life, short as it is, be shortened still more, spoiled, stolen? Yes, stolen by outrageous circumstances. Oh, Lord, have pity.
End of part 1.